Photoshop photos of a flood.
I'm like,
I checked online. I didn't see any weather change or anything like that.
dude.
In
When we
fact,
got here,
it was sunny.
it said it was going to rain for the next 2 days. I was like, are you kidding me? We're going
No.
to go to the belly of the beast where all the shit got fucking like we know it doesn't drain well, so we're like, okay, we're just gonna watch the water rush in as we do the show.
I'm just gonna, before Adam makes fun of me, I'm gonna admit it. I was a big fucking pussy in the car yesterday.
What do you mean in the car yesterday?
And today.
Forever.
Ever in the car.
Since you were born. Like, come on.
It was so bad. I couldn't see a fucking thing. There was so much water. I mean, if that rained like that in Colorado, there would be it would be like the flash flood from Elitch Gardens. It would be fucking terrible.
Do I sound shitty? Is that what it's saying?
What? Who sounds good?
Sounds good, except
stop making us self-conscious.
I am muffled. I just talk that way.
How do I make this text bigger?
You can take those covers off, and it'll probably unmuffle it a little bit.
Oh,
there. Now I sound
How is it?
Oh, look at that. That helps a little bit.
1,000 times better?
Should Dave put it back on? 1 for yes, 2 for no.
It actually covered more of your face, which was fine. So there you go. We could. You could.
Do you know how long I had to be in makeup before the show started?
So yeah. Speaking of let's talk about the riffraff. Let's see who's.
Yeah.
We have a whole list.
Wait, what happened? Weren't we just on a point and then totally got distracted by Mark?
That has never happened on the show.
I think it did. Everything what was I talking about?
It's clarified, crystal clear.
Uh-oh. Well, now we have subtitles on there too. How did that happen?
Dude, I don't know.
I have no idea. I fucked it up. Listen, I'm trying. I had to do. Mark, you're very important to us. I just want to let you know.
Don't start reading.
I'm not reading it.
Subtitles of shit we said 30 seconds.
And I got sick on the plane.
Oh yeah, Dave got sick on the plane. I forgot about that.
Wait, you tell about how when we sat down and the woman between us. What did she do when we first sat down?
She pulled out some. What was it like?
Morning sickness pills.
Morning sickness gummies.
So she could be possibly pregnant and possibly nauseous.
And the best part is after, so she managed to get through the whole flight, but about 20 minutes before we landed, she started getting a little.
You could tell she's doing this fidget in the seat.
Yeah. And I did what anybody smart does: you turn away from her as fast as you can, and you just put your face into the window and go, "Yeah, it looks pretty cute out there. Yeah, looking good out there." Let me just
no, you were sleeping. You didn't realize
I was pretending.
She had a cup of coffee in her hand, and we started to hit such bad turbulence that I had to turn to her and say, Miss, if you're going to spill it on anybody, spill it on him. Nobody will notice.
I think I remember hearing that.
But then what I did is I finished my coffee really quick, because I had a lid on mine. Then she poured it into mine, and we put it away.
Yes, concerned American. This is a cannabis show, but we don't have to talk about cannabis the entire show. We can actually talk about life. How we got here. What the fuck's going on?
Cannabis is that tied us together. Can that just be? Can we jibber jabber a little bit?
Why don't you get a job, Spicoli?
My last show. Great show, except when you guys talk to each other.
Oh,
it's like wow. So there you go.
I want a new poll. I don't know who we listened to on that one. Was it Mike Rowe who called us out for? Oh, I love you, Mike. But so this is what happens. I could tell she's getting nauseous. She just has that look.
Is the audio so bad, Mark? Come on now. People are saying fix the audio, stop getting high. God, Mark.
No,
are we that bad?
You're gonna make me tell this story twice. You don't want me to tell the story twice.
No. The audio. Story. I don't know. It just.
Is it possible it's your fucking computer who's never saying that, and you should turn your volume up? Can anyone confirm brain strap? How do we sound?
Terrible.
We trust you. All right, now we got to wait 30 seconds for him to reply in the chat, right?
Pretty
18,
much.
20,
pretty much.
So anyway, I can tell she's going to puke, and she has no bag in front of her at all. So I reach down, I find my bag. She doesn't miss a beat. As soon as I pull the bag out, she grabs it from me. So I have to go cross aisle to the guy who was sleeping and say, I need your bag. Because I knew as soon as she started to hurl, I was going to start to hurl. I can stand by me.
I see Tom jumping in.
So she puked, I puked. We filled the bags. We landed, and luckily we were able to call a flight attendant over to take our puke bags. Is everybody getting sick right now? And I say, should I take puke bag again?
Come on.
And took them. Yeah. And that was it. And we got off the plane and been great ever since, until the fucking sky started to open when we got outside.
Oh, it was fine.
It wasn't fine. It was terrible.
It was fine.
It was horrible. I lost a year of life. So we should stop talking, right? Oh, this right here is, what is this again, Mike?
Ooh, that's not Mike.
Yes, no, I rolled this from his.
Oh, that mic. JJ triple back cross.
Yep.
Of the the I-95. What was it? Or Sour 3BX?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah.
And other than that, it's been amazing. We'll have some news
Audio
in
sucks.
like 6
Thanks, Mike.
months.
Micro says the audio sucks, and he is our
He's our
gatekeeper.
guy.
He's gatekeeper.
Mark Micro said the audio sucks.
So you have to switch the whole new board. Go back to the other board.
Uncut Bush says the audio sucks.
Audio sounds muffled. Wow, that's not good.
Is it possible I could turn something here on? Oh, look, now that sounds better. What was that?
How about now? That's what I said.
Was that it?
Did I say that from the beginning that you should turn the fan off?
No, you said to put the. Oh yeah,
No,
that's
I said
right. You did
turn
say
I
to
said
put
put
it
it
on.
outside.
Mike, it was
All right.
Mike's
How
fault.
about now? How about now?
You have to
now?
wait
Better?
30 seconds.
Is it better now?
Better now. Better now.
Come on,
Should
Mark.
we not talk
answer
with each
us.
other? Mark,
What are you doing?
what do you think? What do you think?
I'm working on it. This channel, the Roadcaster's pretty good, but this one channel doesn't have EQ, and it's kind of weird.
Dave sounds whinier than normal. That's not.
That's
awesome.
not possible. Brandon, give me a fucking
But it's
break.
weird
Come
because
on.
we have people on Zoom every week and no one complains about that. So
Except
I
for
think
us.
It
yeah,
has to
except for
be
you
some,
guys.
my
So,
computer.
I don't
then?
know.
Wow. So I see Tom from Tom's Tumble Trimmer, the originator right there. He's waiting on us. Can you hear us, Tom?
Yeah. Yep. How are you guys?
We're good. We're good. You brought your monstrosity outside, which I think we had a video. Somebody, are you guys going to do like a demo with that?
Well, it
thing?
was so cool that he was going to give us the $500 trimmer to auction off, but then he showed up with this like $14,000 one. So
I think it's like
we killed your
40,000.
salesperson.
I think 40,000.
It's actually
40,000.
it's 40,000.
Yeah,
He
your
said
salesperson's
14,
not coming
and
back.
some guy's already picking it up. He said, "No problem."
It's sold.
Yeah, it's sold.
that machine is actually one of the smallest. It's called the Mighty Python. The original Pythons were like double the footprint of that one, and we sold a lot of those to a lot of hemp growers and to some really big outdoor THC farms. But we realized that we were missing a market for the large indoor grows, and so I developed this Mighty Python, and which also sorts 4 different size flowers as well, as trims both dry and with liquid nitrogen. It does cryo trimming as well. So anyway, that's the big machine.
Were you going to take a video of the machine at some point for us, and we can? Oh, you did already.
It's a big fucking machine.
So we can.
I mean, it really is.
You should see the Python 1200.
I can
oh my
also
God.
send you a link, and you could go. outside and
Python
just do it live.
1200.
It'd be easier.
Yeah, it trims 1,200 pounds an hour dry, and 5,000 pounds an hour wet with cryo trimming, with liquid nitrogen infusion.
Well, can it make me an espresso? No. What if I turn this thing down? Is that any better? Am I not as muffled? How's that now?
Hey, Mark, we're going to send you a link. If you can, we're going to send you an email. If you can send a link to our guy here, he'll run outside and take a video
problem.
for us. Cool.
You got it.
In true Adam
Now
Dunn show
it's-
fashion, I don't have an ashtray.
Now it's no problem. I like how that works. Normally it's huffing and puffing. All right, so we're just going to get a little link so we can show the machine outside so people know what we're talking about. So how many of these have you sold?
This Mighty Python is just being released. We've sold 60 or 70 of the Python 200, 400, 600, and 1200. But this new one that's much more compact, which we call the Mighty Python, we've just releasing it right now. So you're seeing one of the first versions of it.
And I saw the conveyor belt video, which was very impressive. I mean, I think stoners love anything with conveyor belts. Like that's just our dream. Like finally, we don't have to carry shit across the room or or unload. Because loading and unloading on any hash processing is the killer. You know what I mean? Like that's where you fuck up the contamination part. Usually, that's where anytime there was an issue, it was when you were putting material in or taking material out. And that's it. So you eliminate that once you got a continuous flow going. And I was watching that video like. I'm still partial to hand trimming just as far as crafty mentality, you know what I mean? But there's so much scale that gets ruined by the fact that people never get around to it, what I mean, properly when they should. They miss their window, you know what I mean?
So Josh, at Natura Life Sciences in California, they have a 200,000 square foot grow. Who's going to hand trim that? You'd have to bring a team of 50 people on.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thing that I've been battling. It's with, well, first of all, we're a bladeless trimmer. The other trimming machines that are on the market, have blades and stuff, and there's a lot of problems with the blades and cleaning and maintenance and chopping up the flowers too much, and it's given machine trimming a bad name. Our particular machine is a bladeless trimmer, which means that the flowers actually trim each other. So it's not as aggressive, anywhere near as aggressive as the bladed machines. And I've done many, many demonstrations where I've tumbled flowers in our machine and then touched them up by hand, maybe a 5 to 10% touch up. And then I'll show a pound of completely hand trimmed stuff and a pound of stuff that was run through our machine and then 10% touched up. And nobody can tell the difference, not even under a microscope. They can't tell the difference. So it's bladed, or the machines have been given a bad name in the past, but we have converted, thousands and thousands of people that were hand trimming that are now using our machines.
Yeah, I think the difference though too is in the beginning, most commercial growers were trimming wet because that's their mentality, right? Like they want to get it off the plant, through the trimmer, onto the racks, and out the door in as fast as possible, technically, just because it's like either they're still doing underground work or they're coming from that sort of mentality, and then you really fuck up the plants when you do that. And when you do dry trimming, it's actually totally unnecessary. Like by the way you've designed it, it's like to actually have blades touch anything dry is super dangerous. Like you just already see it. You can see trikes flying everywhere and everything's just turning into a mess. I've seen people do like with it before your trimmer. I remember when I was a kid, guys would throw buds into a paper sack, shake them up, and do the same kind of concept. You know what I mean? And it was just like on a very small scale, obviously, but it was just like, nah, we just throw it in a bag and shake it up and get 90% of it off, and then we just clean it up like that. And it was kind of like the same in the sense of, yeah, technically they just have to hit each other, right? And they'll break each other's leaves off.
Yeah, that's interesting. The way that I invented this, our batch machines, the original batch machine, is I was with a bunch of friends and we were trimming by hand, and I went outside and just take a break, and I saw my fishing net there, and so I threw a couple pounds in my fishing net and started shaking it, and it actually worked pretty good, but it was too aggressive and it was too too labor intensive. So that's when I got the idea to make the barrel with the soft mesh on it, and then we tested that, and it just worked fantastic. It was gentle. It could do a large volume, and in the end, it kind of, after you touched it up, it looked like hand trimmed. That's when I knew that I had something special, and then we started putting motors on them and dust covers, and then the funnel flow underneath, and then our company has just exploded over the past 7 or 8 years.
I noticed you had this amazing add to the trimmer, this cover. Where did that idea ever come up? Was it?
You remember that conversation we had when I saw you at the show, and I was all, hey, a cover on the top of this would be kind of cool. And you had
there you go. You're bringing up another great point, is that we actually listen to our customers and people out there and make changes. So thank you for that, because we really try to listen to our customers and make the product. There's no ego involved here. I want to make the best possible product for my customers.
And it was. But I remember also that you had the same enthusiasm, at that show, 5 years ago or something like that. I think it was at Indo Expo.
Well, I met him at the Indo Expo, 6 months before the world broke, right? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like the last show they had. This is a few shows before that, but yeah, you were at the last show there too, right? When the last Indo.
Yeah. I've been at so many shows in the last 8 years. I'm like dizzy over trade shows and stuff. But yeah, I'd like to comment on the wet trimming versus the dry trimming, because I get a lot of questions from customers about what's better, which is the better way to do it. And hands down, dry trimming, where you hang the whole plant or hang it on its branches, and then dry it that way, and then buck it down when it's about 80% dry. And then that's when you separate the water leaves and then let it dry a little bit more. Then you tumble it in our machines. And if you do it wet and then you dry the flowers, you expose the flowers to oxidation, and the terpenes get affected, and your flowers end up, a lot of times smelling like hay, and they get discolored, they get darker in color. So dry trimming is definitely, dry processing for trimming is the way to go. Only do wet trimming if you have to and you don't have any place to dry.
Yeah, if you and like especially like the classic combination is hydro growers, wet trimming, which is the worst thing they could be doing, and then organic growers tend to do everything slow on a slow basis and just leave it all in the stem and get to it when they get to it, and that's kind of the way it usually works. And that's actually totally advantageous because that shit actually burns better and it ages better.
It just cures better, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't exactly what you're saying. Everything's just if you cut every single edge of every leaf, it's pretty much speeding up the process. Doubling that, maybe even or quicker, depending on how. Like in Colorado, where we are, you could never do that because it's so dry to begin with. You know what I mean? Where, like, I just walked into the room and I didn't have my humidifiers in my dry room. I walked in and I didn't even have numbers on it. It just had 2 lines where the humidity. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to fill the fucking thing. I have to like literally keep the drying room hydrated. Just otherwise it's that extreme there. You know, what
surprised you didn't get the graphic with the down frown. You're fucked.
Yeah.
Out here, it was so great when Mike opened up a bag, and the way the moisture was even throughout the plant, you can tell it was cured. We don't get that in Colorado. It just dries everything out here.
Well, it's funny because you have different styles too. Like on islands, whenever you're down an island anywhere, it's always the same. The opposite problem where the shit's just wet all the time, and you're like, looked great when it was growing, but now it's just like spongy and it loses all its color. Like in Hawaii and stuff, you have to keep that shit like locked up in a fridge or something, or else it just turns into brown weed in a month. So this machine is here locally. Where were you based out of?
We're out of Southern California,
That's what I thought.
right near Los Angeles. A little town called Chatsworth is where our facility is.
And you do all production on site, pretty much, or?
Yeah,
we saw them made in the USA.
We do mostly assembling and manufacture here at the facility. With the actual pythons, we have a customer, a vendor that does all of our welding and fabricating of the stainless steel and whatnot, and then we assemble with the motors and the speed controls and the drive wheels here at the facility.
Yeah.
So that we make sure that the machines go out and they're in perfect working condition.
And when they get out. What's the smallest one? What's the smallest one? Because that was a sort of that was like not the biggest one.
The 1600, I believe, is the one that we have out there.
Okay, so we have two different types of trimmers. We have the batch machines, and that's the 1600 that you're talking about, which is the $500 one. You can trim a pound at a time, and then we go up to the continuous feed machines, and that's actually the reason that we have the conveyor is because there's no way a person could keep up with the volume by keep pouring totes in. So you have to have a conveyor to feed it to keep up with the trimming speed.
Yeah, that's literally like the golden ticket though, because it's always been the issue. Like from day one, everybody's always tried to figure out how to make it continual, and from a hash making point of view, because it's like that's kind of where I think your product makes it also convenient because it's separates the leaf from the plant and goes in 2 directions, and that's like so much easier than trying to separate it, because like there's a point where you just can't do it, like and mechanically there's no decision to be made. It either fits or doesn't fit, right? And I was watching how the leaf, I was like, man, that looks like beautiful material to work with, because it's very easy to kind of get a kind of a consistent thing going once you have everything broken down like that.
Yeah, and they're also using the Python. We put in keef screens, stainless steel keef screens on there, and they're running thousands and thousands of pounds of biomass through it to collect all the keef, utilizing the Python. And they're having a lot of success. Some customers, they buy the Python only to do keefing. They don't even do it for trimming. They just do their dry. They're doing both dry keefing and cryo keefing with the Python, which means that the cryo keeping is with a fresh flower. All they do is they take all the trichomes and crystals off the outside of a fresh flower.
You need money.
So there's all kinds of processing
Evil.
going on these days.
It's like all the reasons that's like all the reasons that like in the beginning when the first Power came out from and it was like watching the thing go around and watching the people, you could see people's had different intentions. Some people are like, wait a minute, I could just put weed in there for 30 seconds and still sell it. And it's like, no, dude, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And people, and you saw that happen from all the Canadian weed that came down, all the beasters.
Yes.
Like after people figured that out, there was like, oh, this has definitely been keefed. You know what I mean? Like the shit just had that look to it. So it's, I'm always nervous when I hear people say shit like that. But obviously, if, once people are growing so much cannabis that they need a machine of that scale, hopefully they're not thinking that petty. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you don't worry, you're gonna get plenty.
You're
of
really
keef.
gonna fuck over them on a grandeur scale, more.
So the cryo situation is just pumping nitrogen into there.
Yeah, you spray nitrogen onto the flowers, the fresh flowers, and it crust freezes the sugar leaves, and if you want to put the water leaves in too, it makes the water leaves and the sugar leaves brittle. So when the flowers are tumbling, all of the leaf material will fall through and be collected in the auger down below and out one place, and then the flowers tumble through the patented mechanisms that I have, the baffling system that controls the flow, and the flowers come out nicely trimmed at another section of the python. Or if you're trimming, you put in your biomass, and all the sticks and stems come out the end, but all the keef flows through to the bottom, is collected and separated. So,
I mean, the thing is, and of course, there's always going to be people who are, like bitching and moaning about machine trim versus hand trim, and yours is sort of like a hybrid. I wouldn't say a hybrid because it's still machine technically, but
if you vote for me,
as aggressive,
all of your wildest dreams will come true.
I think, and you also recognize too, like you never expect it to be finished when it's like coming off the machine. You're definitely gonna touch it up a little bit here and there.
Oh yeah, you always
take 85% of your work away. Then it's
exactly.
And it's for volume, and it's for volume. It's for people who are growing, literally hundreds or if not thousands of pounds. And as much as we love trimming beautiful buds, nobody wants to trim for those mediums and smalls, and they just get kind of like abused and usually handled worse by humans because there's an attitude towards it where there's no attitude from the machine. The machine just
trim this piece.
Nah, they're just like, this motherfucker gives me all the shitty pieces to trim. And I mean, I had a guy who used to work for me. It's funny, Matt, and shout out to Matt. But total classic. If I gave him a beautiful bud, he'd be like, "Oh man, he'd take forever." Right? First of all, he'd take forever because he'd be admiring every little bit of the bud. So that just slowed it down. And if it was a shitty bud, he would freaking be. I'd see him like whack the thing down on the table, and I'd just be like, "What are you doing, dude? You can't beat the plant up because you're all mad because you're growing."
I was just asking him for his honest opinion of how we sounded. Now I guarantee when he texts back, he's gonna be like, "You guys fucking suck." Matt, you're not talking about brain strap?
No.
Oh,
all
right.
You take drugs, Danny?
Are you sure?
A few. There's a few.
Every time I mention
they're not going to catch us.
Always
We're
think
on a
it's
mission
you.
from God.
That should be obvious. So,
if you vote for me,
so you've been blowing
all
up.
of
though,
your
'cause
wildest dreams will come
definitely
true.
been a quick ascension to these stainless steel machines, because I don't remember even a couple of like is this all pretty much like right when COVID hit, you were just about to launch them or something? Or
we launched the Python right when smokable hemp flowers became relevant a few years ago, and then then that market got saturated, and I think it was a fad, and that market has kind of gone down. But then the larger farms have emerged, and they're needing the THC farms have emerged, and they're needing the Python for both wet trimming and wet keefing and dry trimming and dry keefing. But I just got to tell you that I've had thousands and thousands of customers tell me that they don't want to try any more trimmers. They've used these bladed machines and they hate them. They're too rough on the material, blah, blah, blah. And then I convinced them to try it. And they call me up and they say, you know what, we're blown away. Your machines are so gentle, and they're so fast, and the price is so reasonable. But we almost didn't try it because we had such a negative attitude towards these machines in general. So that's why our company has really grown fast, because we have reasonably priced machines that actually do a really nice job without beating up the product too much and losing too many trichomes and crystals. It's negligible to where when customers go to dispensaries to sell it, they can't tell if it was hand trimmed or if it was run through our machine. And so,
That's great.
I just wanted to, make sure you guys were clear. We don't have customers that are calling us up saying, oh, we have a 99.9% happy customer rating after they buy our machine and use
Where's
it
that
properly.
one guy?
Yeah,
Where is he?
We found him. And
tell,
he's right here. We found him. He's right here.
Yeah,
He's coming on.
No,
Bring him on.
that's it. With a rate like that, it's almost negligible because you really can't. That guy, you would have to remove your top and bottom score, right? So you remove those, and you're batting 100% here. Sorry, my math is off, but
that there is that one or two guys, but they're the guy that puts the product in too wet, where the leaves are too flexible, and then he calls me up and I correct him on that. And then also there's guys out there that just they just want to bitch and moan, and even if it works perfect for them, they bitch and moan.
Are any of them in this room? It might be. It could be me sometimes. I can admit that. There's sometimes you just have. Well, that's the reason. Sometimes they're just having a bad day, and no matter what it is, I'm probably not gonna like it. Shit happens, man.
Exactly.
I've been in big rooms where you see the harvest they're taking down, and there has to be some mechanical assistance going on. If there isn't, it becomes too labor intensive of an enterprise to be in, and at the end of the day, the customer pays more. Now, I'm with Adam on this one. I still think that boutique flower, that stuff that occupies the top of the top, I would love to just see pound go through, right? You get your 10%. We'll sit there and trim. You know what? I'd be happily surprised if it came out that way. But I'm seeing not just that 1 pound. I really think about the 1,000 pounds.
Should be a new thing though. Should be like the Bodhi cut, which means we don't do anything. We just here you go. You have Bodhi trim, which because Bodhi's famous for giving out weed, which is that zero trimming done, and everybody gets super excited about it because it's completely protected, and it's like they get to peel it all back and stuff. So you can have that as an option.
What I'm trying to say is I don't think you're trying to compare to one person being anal over the 1 pound they grew by themselves and that's what they had versus a commercial enterprise putting out thousands of pounds of cannabis. You have to have mechanical assistance like this. You just have to.
You do. And the more of the reason is because right now the price of that farmers are getting for their top grade indoor or outdoor flowers is just so low because the market's saturated all over the country right now that they can't do it by hand anymore. It's too expensive, and they're not going to be able to make any profit at all if they have to pay these for all hand trimming. They have to do some sort of a machine assist. And that's another reason why we're actually growing really fast while the market is becoming saturated and the prices are lower for flower.
Well, you're definitely on the sweet spot because there's enough people now who, are thinking growing, like they grew hemp, now they're growing THC. They're kind of treating it a little bit somewhere in between where it's, there's less qualms about stripping it off and throwing it into super sacks because they know where the final product's going. If it's not going into a boutique shop or getting sold as flower, then it is going straight to oil. Then a lot of these guys are just thinking along the lines of how to keep it rolling on a scale which is far greater than any grower who's been doing 10 lights anywhere or 20 lights or even 30 to 50 lights ever runs into, because it's serious the amount of product that has to be done in this timely fashion because new shit's coming down right after that stuff and you only have X amount of space and you got quite a lot of management time and space management, which is never like Stoner's high greatest fucking features. Like, so where are we going to dry all this shit? And you're like, oh my God, you haven't thought about that yet. I'm sure you've run into that plenty of times too, because people are trying to get one of your machines, but you're like, they got to be able to feed it, right? That's one of those reasons why I think trimmers are always been a little bit like, if you're big enough, if you're producing enough that you need it, then you also got to have the right space to dry it. You know what I mean? And like a lot of times that's never been a thought. That's an afterthought for a lot of people.
That's true. Yeah, having the infrastructure to dry on a large scale is something that you have to really plan for, and it's not cheap to set that up. But we sell a lot of our 1600s and 1900s that trim 1 and 2 pounds. So a lot of the backyard growers have found our machine to really save them, 80% of the time that they were sitting there for days doing their trimming. They use our machine, and they get most of it done in a day.
You don't call it a trim party like Adam calls it when he needs people to come over. He always throws the word party in there, so we'd come try to help him trim. No, it's not a party. It's just put it in there, tumble it, and you're done.
It's a paint party. Usually it's a paint party. That's usually what you say. Come on over. Ooh. Oh, we got to paint the house.
But first,
it's a lot easier if everybody picks up a paintbrush.
Yeah. But first,
yeah, I think. We've heard some crazy shit too, like Oklahoma just producing like so much cannabis that it's to the point where it is being treated like hemp. You know what I mean? The price crash and super sacks and so is that where you're? I mean, what's your biggest state right now? Like, is Cali sort of still dominating in your sales, or
Michigan has always been a really great state for us, and obviously California. And we're starting to sell some machines to Oklahoma, some Pythons to Oklahoma, and a lot of our batch machines, our TTT 3000 batch machine that can trim up to 100 pounds an hour. We've been selling a lot of those to Oklahoma, and in Michigan. Those are the 3 states that are really big for us. But we're also starting to sell a lot to Canada. We've the other trimming companies that have been around for a long time are out of Canada. And we're starting to penetrate their market.
To Mexicans now, to the Mexico. Shipping back there, It feels good. It feels good.
It feels good, yeah. To start selling our trimmers to Canada. So
yeah, it's funny. They definitely were the first to kind of take that level of like, we're growing on a scale big enough that we can put that much energy and time into it. And it's a lot of those, are amazingly overly built, you know what I mean? So sometimes to the point where you're just like, wow, there's a lot of engineering going on here. And what you were saying earlier kind of all of a sudden made sense to me, where I was like, oh yeah, when you get something like that with blades on it that are at a certain sharpness and speed and everything to get a good clean cut, after the first day, it's never going to be the same, right? It's always going to have some buildup on it or something.
Exactly.
And so you never get the same cut twice, really, in a sense. Right. And you get to know the machine, and after a while you're adjusting maybe every couple hours, a different weed coming through the thing or whatever. And every single one I've ever worked with has always been there like one guy who should just watch it, because if 2 people try to adjust it, it all goes wrong again. Like, it's like, dude, I just adjusted the blade, now you put it too tight. Now
right.
And you have to really find the sweet spot, and it's almost like you need that one person.
They're also loud with it. They have dust collectors that are very loud that are connected to them. We don't need dust collectors. Our machines are really quiet, and ours don't have any maintenance. Like the other machines, you don't have to shut them down for an hour a day or 2 hours a day. Ours will run 8-hour shifts and no problem, because that's one of the things I think is benefited us, is that it's a very simple concept without the complex. The Python gets a little bit more complicated with the engineering, but pretty basic design. Instead of it being one big large trommel of mesh, meaning that the big cylinder of mesh, we have baffles that's actually what makes it patentable, is that we have these baffles that are adjustable, that you can control the flow of the flowers moving through it, so you can control how much they trim. They can go through faster and trim a little bit less aggressive, or you can close up the baffles and they can flow through a little bit slower, and it's a little bit more aggressive. So, it's really simple though, and nothing really can go wrong in our machines. And that's.
Oh, then you're going to need me to process a couple of pounds before you can say nothing can go wrong. Because
shout out to MTI for fixing the sound.
It was all his fault. Did it. I think it was this button right here.
Did you actually push that button?
No. See this thing, this dial right here?
Don't even start.
It was turned down here, and I'm like, why is it down there? So I just turned it up to here, and then everybody started talking about it. So I'm going to take credit.
It's not. Mark is.
I'm just going to go home now.
Oh.
Get on camera, Mark. You said, I'm not going to get on camera tonight.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't
you can't just talk. It says diamonds and sausage when you talk. So get on. Turn your camera on, Mark. Mark, come on,
don't you love us?
Mark, there he's coming. There
diamonds and sausage. It's here. He's live.
Hi. Was it you? Did you fix it and I took credit for it? Or?
I fixed it.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Good.
I knew you did.
My big-
You sound terrible now. Did you give us all your good soundings? Now you sound crap and we sound good. Is that what's going on?
I sound like crap to you guys.
Yes.
It's okay.
Stop
though.
talking.
Nobody cares.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye. Go back to sleep now. You can go
You
sleep.
don't have to listen to the show at all.
Sleepy
There's no
time.
bagels or cookies.
So obviously, I'm sure this is must be your busiest time of year, right? Because it's like between September.
well,
and
Why would it be busy now?
Oh,
What's
We're for every year, the harvest season, the outdoor harvest season is when we get really, really busy. But every year we've been getting busier and busier all year round for the indoor grows that are expanding. And so, we're kind of busy all year, but we do get extra busy during the outdoor
Do you
season.
guys still do the different size mesh or on the smaller on the hand?
Yeah,
cranks,
when somebody buys the 1900 and up, not with the 1600 hand crank, but with all the motorized versions, you get a half-inch for trimming and a mesh, and then you get a 1/4 inch for separating it after you run all your product and trim. All that trim you can rerun through and separate your little popcorn with the 1/4 inch, and then you can take that final trim and tumble it with the keef screen that you get. So you get 3 different meshes: a half-inch,
Right.
1/4 inch, and
Even
a
more.
keef screen. So it's
And
like a
keef screen is
multi-purpose.
Is like a 150 micron or what do you know? What that
We
is?
have a 110 micron and I think a 151 micron.
Gotcha.
And we also have different other screens if they want to special order it. But those are the 2 standard ones that they can get.
Mhm.
So it's like a pollen extractor and a trimmer and a sorter.
Yeah, no, that makes it totally versatile at that point. Because again, if you're running through a lot of, it's always like, I mean, I think everybody should cover every surface with screens if they're working around a lot of cannabis, because there's so much that was wasted in the past. You know what I mean? Because people just handled it wrong, and I think now people finally figure out that, there's gold in that trash there, boy.
Yeah.
What about seed separator because of sizing? Has you ever thought about that or had any kind of, because that's one of those other tasks which are a pain in the ass and it's very monotonous. And you use the vacuums, they work pretty good, but
Yeah,
I think for bulk separation you might be able to do something.
if you do have seeds on the flowers, most of the seeds are on the outside. So if you tumble them in our machine, the seeds will come off the flowers for the most part, but you're still going to have some on the inside. So it's pretty hard to get all of them, but you'll get the majority of them out. And then if you want to separate those seeds to grow next year, then you have to blow away the trim somehow. And they have different machines that are called seed separators that have little fans that as they drop off.
Wow. It's a great name for a seed separator, by the way.
Called the
Just throw a V in front of
the
it.
seed separator.
There you go. That's it. Perfect.
Done.
No, but in general, I think, if you, it is nice though that it can use it for a couple different things anyway. And I bet you could hybridize it yourself if you like, because I'm talking like guys who are actually making seed crops on in a large scale. So if you're doing hemp seed crop, there's that whole set, like if you can get like kind of the same as idea, if you get like 60 to 70% of the work done before it hits the machine itself, then it kind of puts less strain on the separator in the first place. Like if you just put less chafe in there and you're not stressing the thing out, because you could probably get a huge chunk of it out with your machine, just because it's that moment of everything separating anyway. It's just give it a chance,
Fortunately, the days of having a lot of seeds in your flowers are pretty much over with the people cloning.
As a breeder, though, we're not.
Yeah, the breeders. That's true. They could do it, but they could also use a gentle grinder to break down their flowers without hurting the seeds, and they can separate it that way too. But
just go
tumbling them
go bone dry and you stick it in a barrel and you whack it on the sides. You pretty much get just whack it on this. Bam, bam, bam. You're done. Throw that behind you and get the next one. Get 90%. You still got to separate it, but that's just how
you still have to separate them. But luckily, it's not a problem for growers anymore, because they're not, typically they're not growing from seeds; they're growing from clones.
Rosindogs. What do you mean? Who's this guy? You don't know? Doesn't even know. You set it up. This is Tom himself.
It's Tom's Tumblr.
This is Tom himself.
Yeah, see, we have a very educated fan base, especially the people we're doing our.
They didn't have the rider at all for it. They fucked up everything.
Yeah, There were green. There were
We had
yellow M&Ms and red M&Ms when it was only
it was a
supposed to be
mess.
green
It
for
was a
Adam.
mess. It was a mess. No
was-
Ozo coffee. We haven't had a
Nope.
drop of Ozo coffee.
Hasn't had a drop of Ozo.
Now Ozo's pissed.
Yeah.
They may
Where-
hold your
they-
order back. You ain't gonna hold your order back now.
Well, we're gonna really need you as our new sponsor because we're probably gonna lose 3 tonight because of
The
Rosindogs.
sound quality was terrible. That was
Yeah.
Mark's fault. Mark's already said it was his fault.
Right.
I fixed it.
Where are you guys? Where are you guys based out of?
Colorado.
We're in Colorado.
Okay, you're traveling around the country, and you're in Fishkill right now. Is that right?
We're in Fishkill, the thriving metropolis of
Yeah.
Fishkill. We have to add that in.
We heard the call. Look, our friend Mike had a flood. Like if I'm sitting where it was,
That would be up
it
to
would
our
be,
neck.
yeah,
Yeah,
it would be right here where the water was.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
He lost a ton of inventory and we
Oh,
were
wow.
coming out here for another reason, but it seemed like kismet last week when we were talking about it on the show that we were going to be 90 miles from here. Why not come do the show? And as it turned out, where we would have been had in true Adam Dunn show fashion, really crappy internet.
Oh, the worst. It would have been. You think the sound quality was bad?
Oh, geez.
It would have been disaster.
It would have been disaster. It would have been the most lavish location we'd ever shot from, but you wouldn't have heard or seen the show.
Yeah.
So it really
That's
wouldn't
right.
have mattered. So I'm glad we came here.
So
and-
how happy are you that, I mean,
Right.
obviously maybe from a commercial point of view, it sucks, but not having to do all these shows and just having that whole time to kind of focus on your products for the last year or
Mhm.
something like that, has it been good for business or, good for your, because I know you were on the road like crazy, like you were saying, you were.
Yeah, we were on the road a lot over the past 8 years, and then the pandemic hit, and obviously everything shut down and stuff. But some trade shows are good, and like MJ BizCon is a great show in Las Vegas, and it's really big, and a lot of different interesting things are there. But you have to get the right shows at the right time, otherwise it's kind of a waste of money.
What do you do about MJ BizCon to drive traffic to your booth when you're really, if somebody doesn't come in there with a purpose to find you, it can be really hard for anyone to take in that whole show in 3 days.
That's true. It's such a really big show. Hey, I just want to tell you guys, I've been in California for 40 years, but I actually grew up about 25 minutes from Fishkill in a little town called Pauling, New York. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I'm sure Mike has heard of it.
Mike, Pauling, New York. What about it? It's your spot.
Where is he?
You love it?
Paulie, New York. He can't hear. He doesn't have
Pauling, yeah,
headphones.
Pawling.
Pauling. Bro.
Oh, look, he's playing with his fans outside. He threw a whole block party.
Yeah, he's got a whole block.
He's
party
holding
going
court.
on. Mhm.
It's so amazing.
So
Pauling, New York,
So
Mike.
Tom grew up in Pauling, New York. Mike, give us heads up.
He's nodding in affirmation.
They hate Pauling,
Yeah.
New York.
Yeah, he
They're
says
like
it
that
fucking
place
sucks.
is full of losers. Huh?
Yeah.
Is it bad? Is it really terrible? The worst place ever? Is that what you're
What?
saying?
Yeah, it's
Really?
close
They
to
don't know
Onion
how to
Town.
trim for shit out
Oh,
there?
they
What
can't
the?
trim.
Mike,
Nobody from there can trim
he's
good weed.
donated a fucking trimmer for you, man.
Come on, Mike, give us a
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I can't.
can't talk about other towns around here.
Yeah.
It's like totally
No, he doesn't want. He
small town
loves
shit.
everyone.
Small town shit.
He's smoking his blunt. What can we say right now?
But and so the East Coast has it been popping off for you a little bit now that everybody's
Yeah.
figuring out?
That's why. Did you guys meet my main sales guys for the
They
East
are
Coast,
here.
Chris
They're
Mack?
out smoking weed.
No, they are not.
Oh, they're not. Oh no, they're not
No.
smoking weed. No, now they're in trouble. They're not smoking
They have
weed.
a setup outside, which we shot a video of.
They're
And
trimming weed
they're
right in front of
showing
the store.
everybody how the product works.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Are they
working
really?
very hard. In fact, they've handed out 97 business cards.
To the same,
You know,
same guy over and over again.
No, they're good guys.
Same guy.
They honestly are. They're dressed very nice in the.
No, it's
the
funny because
Tom's
I didn't
Tumbler
talk to the main guy. I didn't talk to the guy, and I was like, what's your MSRP? And he gave me the old. I've been working for these guys for 4 hours. So I was like, you're the guy I need to talk to. Give me a price.
Yeah.
Give me a price now.
Right now.
I'm taking it now. Whatever you.
That's
say.
where I got the 14,000 from.
He did
So
not. He didn't say
I'm
that.
making that up. He didn't.
Oh
say
my
that.
God, he's
No.
selling our machines for 14,000, not 40. Oh boy.
Yeah.
No,
you're in
no,
trouble.
I'm-
You're in trouble.
He sold the $500 trimmer to me for 14,000.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was
Oh,
good
God.
for him. He's a
I told
good
you, he's
a-
salesperson.
He's a
Great.
good sales guy.
Yes, that's what I was trying to
Great
say.
sales guy.
Look at that.
I know.
So we just saw, but I mean, that's a great shot. We're seeing a little on I don't know if you're watching the YouTube thing, but we just had your Python up there.
Your Python was on YouTube. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Hell,
We're
oh,
getting shut down.
we're shut down.
We're
Sorry.
getting shut off.
Clean it up,
Now
Mark.
wait a second here. Hey,
Yeah,
hey.
what kind of show is this?
Exactly.
No, they are doing a great job outside. If
So-
they're out there, bring one on so we can put them on camera so we can make sure that, because I don't think they believe that they're here.
No, I think we're good. We're fine. Tom is handling it, man. Look,
I
look at
know.
that thing. I thought we were
Yeah.
gonna have. I thought we were gonna have to go. Talk to the sales guys here. I was like, oh my, where's Tom?
Well, I was thinking we
need
were
to-
going to be
I
at
need
the
to
other
grill him on the cover.
location.
We need to grill you on the whole cover concept because I'm telling you.
Yeah. Can we get back to that for a second?
No, I'm just
That,
kidding.
when you
I'm just
said
kidding.
on
You can see-
camera
see
and
the
video
thing, see
to
the
everybody
thing, you
about
see-
the cover being Adam's idea.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, it was funny because it was one of those things I was super impressed because when I came to the next show and saw you, I was like, dude, you got the cover. I was like, that's so awesome. Because usually, just like you're saying, people tell you something and they're like, yeah, whatever, kid. We got this thing covered. You don't need your cover. No, and it was like the most, and I've done enough. Like I was using it for a while and I tried your machine. And that was my only gripe. I was like, yeah, you got to put a cover because it's like if you don't have a cover, you're going to lose you're going to lose a bunch of trikes because we're sloppy like that. And
Yep.
and I had to build my own. And then you did a great job and made it as an
Great job.
additional features.
Thanks. Yeah, it really helps people that have allergies or anything for any dust that gets into the air.
Oh. When you're making hash, your nose, like you don't realize it until you're done, and then you blow your nose, and you're like, "Oh my god, I feel like a gram of
Exactly.
hash up my nose," because that shit just keeps sticking to itself.
That might be a new product.
What's that? Nose hash. Nice.
Brown
The
coat.
nose. We can get it from Dumax nose.
Green
hash.
coat.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a
Yeah.
friend called the Nose.
the nose.
Yeah, and he likes hash, so
Yeah.
I see some crossover happening. So I assume everything is pretty much Tom's Tumble Trimmer as far as Instagram, things like that, or YouTube channels. What you got going on?
Yeah, we're always putting out YouTube videos, and we have Instagram and obviously Facebook and whatnot. So we're playing the game, trying to educate. But one of the good things is I'm always available to all of my customers that they can call me. My number's out; it's on the website, and if they need me for anything to do with growing or post-harvest processing, anything, I'm always available. And our customers are really appreciative that they can always call us and ask me questions.
Nice. Well, that's awesome. And are you going to be doing MJ BizCon? I mean,
Oh yeah.
so you're going to be. You have a booth number that you already know.
Yeah.
your booth?
Do we have a booth number, Leslie, for MJ BizCon?
It's probably good to put
Hold
it
on.
out there. Just 'cause
Hey,
it's one of those
our
things.
people over there, we're going to have a booth number for you in a second. Let's get it up on the. Okay, good. You guys are. All right, we have a whole team on the side here too.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
It's not Mark.
I
He's
didn't
already
want-
quit.
Yeah,
Mark
no.
doesn't even listen to the show.
Oh, my God.
Some on this side.
They're
too?
not going to catch us. We're on a mission from God.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, we have a 20 by 20 booth, and I think we have a pretty good location this year. So
Well, you got a lot of. I mean, now you got like compared to what it was on your product line a few years ago. I mean, now you're actually at that level where you can, like what Dave was saying, how they're going to find you. I was like, you got a pretty good range of products. You get those things out on the floor, you're going to get people's attention because it's not a PVC thing with covered in pool liner. It's like actually some serious looking gear, which everybody wants to see. Stainless steel. They want to see that food grade everything, which is important. And you got to cover all your bases. And I think you got a pretty straightforward product that
we have, besides the Python series of the large scale trimmers and keef extractors, we've got a deleafing machine for large scale. Where they can separate the water leaves automatically and give the flowers a pre-trim before they go in the Python. And then we also have a biomass refinement machine where you can throw all the stuff that you might throw away or use for compost, that dried material into this, and it will collect all of the keef and all of the good trim from the bad trim. And I'm going to be releasing soon a half to whole plant bucking machine.
You got to put a lock on the good shit. So that whoever gets the machine doesn't have to come back and be like, it's really strange because it keeps collecting a lot in the bad shit, but nothing in the good. It just doesn't come through. I don't get it.
Cannabis is awesome. It doesn't shed anything good. It must all be still in your flower.
No, but yeah, definitely a lock would be good. I'd feel good.
You
with
take
that.
drugs, Danny?
On the golden drawer. You make that drawer gold too. So it's like the gold drawer. You get the gold drawer. You get the brown drawer.
Don't open.
You can have the key to the brown drawer, Dave.
No, but I think it's important to mention that you guys did come through with the $1,600 for our buddy Mike. We're here at Hippo Hydro in Fishkill, New York.
He's going to do a big raffle. It's going to be the raffliest
We're
raffle.
going to
you've ever
figure it out.
raffled.
Yeah,
Not
it's
today.
going to. We're going to start it now because we'd like to generate some buzz and give him a couple of weeks to work it out. But we're looking at this place and we weren't being, funny.
They're not gonna catch it.
What's that? Is that
Yeah, thanks, Vinny.
Vinny Bob?
Yeah,
What are you
Vinny.
doing?
So way to break the magic. It was this high. So I'm looking here. That means he lost half his inventory in his entire store. Probably more because of the way the floor space works. It was bad. So every drop counts, and he appreciates it. And there's people outside looking at the trimmer. You can go to the tomstumbler.com. Is that
tomstumbletrimmer.com.
Somebody had tomstumbler.com before that. I mean, really, that one wasn't available. I'm just curious. I want to know
That's a
what
Tumblr.
that
That's
is.
that's
Probably
Tumblr.
a shaker.
No,
Yeah,
that's Tumblr. That's his Tumblr fucking name.
Yeah. The original name was Tom's Tumble Trimmer, and that's why we set the website up. And then we just we got the trademark on Tom's Tumblers.
There you go. Great.
Yeah.
So everybody go visit there. So, and
Well, it's always good that there's, still, it's like the day there's not like, where I go walk up to the show and like, so where's Tom? And they'll like give you that look like, Tom, there's no Tom.
no, there is one here though.
He fucking cashed out. He's like, he did the old, I'm out.
Sold his name.
Like, I remember when it was like, it's like a Burt's Bees thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Ben and Jerry's.
well, hopefully, no, it's, I think, go as long as you need to go. Cause it's I think it's one of those things where it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger because people are growing bigger and bigger and need to have options between what's out there, whether it be, I mean, the hand trim is not an option once you get to a certain point. And then it's really just how you're going to come about. And so until there's laser cut, because I've been waiting for a laser trimmer forever. Like that's
so funny you say that. I was investigating a laser trimmer, but there's no lasers that can do it.
No,
but I investigated
one day, I'm just like, to me, that seems like the key, like some Dutch guy will figure it out. You know what I mean? Where I was just like, oh yeah, that's the only thing I can imagine that'd be better. Just because you can sit back and be like, freaking lasers.
So do your large, I suppose your large commercial sales, a lot of them are coming from these trade shows, but do you have a big online commerce portal? I mean, are there people purchasing your products online?
Oh yeah. We have people calling us from that look at our website from all over the world, and we've sold to Africa, New Zealand, Spain, multiple Canada. I'm talking about the big machines, but we sell the small machines, Australia, England, you name it. We've become like we've been selling internationally for the past couple of years.
And when they're on that order page, is there like a little promo code spot or anything like that, like a referral thing where like if they entered done deal, that somebody would say, maybe you got, half price or 10%
half
off,
price. Let's go straight to half. Cut it.
Well, half price or 10% off of your order, or depending on.
We always give free shipping with our batch machines and stuff, and we usually give a little discount if they ask. But our prices are really, really low, compared to the other our competitors. We're much lower in cost, but our machines work really well.
See,
so
you look surprised. I warned your pre-team I was going to bring up asking you for the done deal. So I'm your pre-team should have told you this one was coming.
You're funny.
But if you ever wanted to set one up, we try to work stuff out for the people who listen to the show and who hear about stuff we're talking about here. We have a coffee sponsor, we have seed sponsors, we have dispensaries and processors, and the word they use is the done deal. So if you wanted to have Cindy get in touch with us afterwards, we'd love to think about getting.
I'm always open to what makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea for sure.
For sure. Well, cool. I'm glad we got to chat.
Look at that. See, we got to put you on the spot, and you got to commit to the done deal.
Yeah, we couldn't do it to your crew because they can't make those decisions.
They can't. Right.
Now we got you. Now we got you. But no, in general, I think it's always good to help out people and give them. Sometimes it's all it is just that little nudge over the edge, because they were thinking about it, and now all of a sudden they got an angle.
Well, I'll tell you what, I respect you guys a lot for trying to help Mike out there and help him recover from that disaster. So hats off to you guys for doing that, taking your time to do that. And, I'd love to work with you guys. So communicate through Cindy, and we'll try to set up something together. Okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for more than that.
Awesome.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking to one of our guys on the chat group right now. It's not going to be 50% off. That was me just being a heel.
Oh, yeah. Definitely 50%.
Just relax. Just relax.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Any time, and thank you for having me on the show.
Sure,
You're
Tom.
very welcome.
All right. Have a great day, guys.
You too.
See you
Bye.
soon. We'll see you at MJ BizCon, I'm sure.
Yes, we'll be
Sounds
out
good.
front.
We'll
You
find
can
you.
stub
Okay.
us in.
Yeah, we're not going to go inside, so
Yeah,
we'll see you outside.
come bring us a badge out front.
Yeah, we'll-
Okay, find someone who looks like this and who looks like this,
Yeah. if you see
and so
any-
we can walk in as them.
Yeah, I usually
Guys are
we always
funny.
end up outside in that little zone there where everybody's just chilling and smoking. We're like pretty much stuck here.
Well, we're going to MJ Unpacked, which is the one over at Mandalay Bay, where it's going to be brands, retailers, and some money people. It's being
cool.
run by George Jage, who used to run MJ BizCon. It's a whole, come on, rah, they're all, it's the conference space, man. They're competing for the dollar. Oh, there's somebody peeking in there. They want you. You might be in trouble right now. I saw somebody peeking over the flower. Look over your right shoulder. There they are. Anyway, thank you. I won't keep you anymore.
Okay, guys.
Just trying to be funny.
Great talking to you. Thank you
Not
very much.
working, Dave. It's
I
not
know.
working.
I can't be funny all the time.
No, not really. All right, Tom, man.
Good
thank you.
job, guys. All right.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Definitely. Talk soon. Peace.
You think there's a chance that they will have someone who looks like us? They put the faces on the
You,
badges.
Yeah, for sure.
This? They're
Yeah,
gonna
see
really?
lots of those, yeah. A lot of
Ugh.
those. Nothing like me.
No. Well,
There's
we
no
can
guys with
fake
beards.
beards.
There's no guys with beards at weed shows. No.
No.
Anyway, so we'll-
Oh,
speaking
there
of
he is.
beards, there he
Oh
is.
shit!
Somebody said you look like
What?
my son. I was like, oh my god, really? That's I know what you
That was
can't.
Howie.
Oh yeah, Howie said, yeah, you look kind of like Adam's kid. Hey. Fucking Howie.
Oh, Howie.
So
So we got some other people here, right?
of course we got
We were like 6-7 more guests.
I know.
What?
Rosindogs is like he runs a tight ship here. He's got everybody on this like he's working it.
Are you doing our production because Mark isn't here tonight? You wanted his job. You said I'm going to be the producer. I'm going to get everybody ready, pre-interviewed, and all that.
Makeup? Did you give him makeup? You got your makeup done? I know. Come
Oh,
on,
shit.
Rosindogs.
It's next door at the.
Oh yeah, you gotta go to the rub. They'll do it all for you.
Yeah, they'll put your makeup on. Sponge bath.
Come join the conversation. Come.
Oh,
Dun-dun-dun.
no pun intended. Yeah.
Come again. Come again.
Come again.
Yeah.
And
All of your
again.
wildest dreams
Okay.
will come true.
Well, come on.
Oh, come on. Actually, come again. Come on
Yeah.
to the show. Come on over here, Mr. Wing. Wing Wang. In the house.
Oh.
Wait, not you, right? Oh yeah, no, you're gonna do the
yeah,
intro.
Get
yeah,
on
yeah,
here.
Get over here.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that was in the
Yes,
beginning. We
yes.
forgot the production. You. Oh yeah. No,
How are you guys going to get these guys on the mics and video?
I'm going to
we're
share
just-
my
just
mic.
relax.
Oh,
You think we don't know
okay.
how to run a production without
This guy's
you?
been stoned
I'm
since
just trying
third
to run a
grade.
production around.
Where's that sound coming from?
That's Vinny.
Vinny's trying to do some totally
What are you trying to do?
irrelevant
Yeah,
fucking
Vinny's all up in there.
Vinny.
I'm going away.
That's what
Bye, guys.
happened. Vinny came there and set up his own little micro studio and just fucked up everything.
Took our bandwidth.
Sucked all the bandwidth.
Hey,
down.
Vinny, if Mark tries to hand you any apothecary extracts, you better know that's ours.
Oh, look
Oh,
at
our
that.
internet connection is unstable.
What?
Everybody get off your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, what's going
Tell everybody to
You
disconnect.
take
their-
drugs,
their
Danny?
own line.
Every day. Good.
Oh, he's doing it again.
You heard it though.
Yes.
Now you know what it
You
was.
take drugs every. He used
Yes.
a clip. Can you do that?
Yeah, it's like not 15
Oh,
seconds or something.
Say hi, Mike. What up, Jack?
You're not supposed to say Mike. You're supposed to say Rosin.
Rosindogs.
Rosin, Big
No-
Mike, Hippo.
nobody-
whatever you want to call me. Just call me late to dinner.
Oh,
That would never
Tony,
happen.
Was it Tony Baloney that was? He said teabagging. Nobody, like, no teabagging jokes yet from the.
What?
From the
Why can't? Those are the best jokes.
I know.
Where is Tony Baloney? He threatened to show up tonight.
I know.
That's Tony Baloney.
Oh,
Holy shit! He's been sitting here the whole time, and we didn't fucking know.
oh.
Why didn't you say anything?
And now I
Who
know
the hell-
because I have seen a photo at one point. and I did know
Holy
he had a big
shit.
white beard, so I did.
All right,
All right.
I feel real. I'm
It's the same as. Oh well, there you go, Tony. Like 2 times in a row. Mike Denver was on the show, and he didn't know he was there. Now Tony Baloney's here.
holy shit.
Oh.
Oh my! Did you know that,
Yes, I did.
motherfucker?
Yeah, they
We
talked.
we started the show by the time you sat down, and you were talking, and maybe you said something, but I couldn't fucking hear you.
If you vote for me,
Tony Baloney in
all
the
of your
flesh, guys.
wildest
So
dreams
if
will
you
come
guys, I'm
true.
gonna just describe him to you.
They're
He's
not
6'6",
We're on a mission from God.
265. No beard. He is fucking ripped. Holy shit! I am telling you, fucking ripped, clean shaven,
that shit, man?
Amazing.
flowing hair,
Adonis.
Adonis-like. Really,
grade.
Greek god.
Yeah.
So I mean, ladies.
Don't let his profile pic throw you off.
No.
Duck Dynasty.
I just got. He doesn't look any. Well, fuck, he does. All right. Did anybody watch Duck Dynasty? Forget everything I just said. He looks like one of the guys on that thing. Only probably nicer.
Kentucky Bluegrass feather bench.
Fuck. Welcome, Tony.
If you haven't got a Duck Dynasty joke thrown at you,
Amazing stuff about this is
We didn't even offer him a dab or
I
something.
didn't know who he was. I thought he was a homeless guy. I didn't know.
Yeah, there's no homeless people.
Your counselor?
What?
No, Mike had them all deported to Beaver Kill.
No, they were in the fucking.
I'm sorry. Actually, that's not true. There's like 2 down at Walmart over there that panhandle all day. They probably
In
make more money than I do.
Delhi, there was one came out of the bushes this morning.
Out of the bushes? I believe it.
Out of the fucking cornfield, like Children of the Corn, but homeless version. And
Children of the Corn?
I wasn't there
In
though.
the middle of nothing.
Keith was
The bro was smoking a joint at 6 a.m.
You know, that's how the
fresh,
drugs, Dan?
and,
Of course.
and a homeless guy.
And he goes, dude, this guy just came out of the bush. He's like, hey, you got a cigarette? He's like, no, not really. And then, I was like, oh, yeah, it's a joint.
I can tell he'd done that before because he knew exactly where to look. So anyway, hey, Tony Baloney, welcome.
Holy baloney money. We're sitting about up to our neck in water, technically.
Yeah.
In the shop where it all went down. And now you're excited because now I can tell you're out of here. You're fucking
Yeah, I
done. You're
mean,
done. You're like, this
we
is
could
it.
actually,
You can talk about it.
I could officially say that we're the fuck out of this spot.
Yes.
And just told my real estate guy, yes,
Nice.
on the new spot like 2 hours ago.
Wow.
Sign the paperwork next week. And
Bigger, better things. That's, I mean,
it's going to be such a nice,
it's kind of what
Adam's going to be such a nice store.
That's what I was saying to you earlier.
Going to be a studio for us.
Absolutely. I told
Well, you got to make
that.
your hippo studio. Come on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
I might just have to start my own podcast. No, I'm kidding.
You should. You should.
Oh,
I would. I would.
You're out. Danko, he's welcome to join
Me
your
and
show
at least 5 other
anytime.
people would definitely listen to it. I think you should do it. You should definitely do it. But no, it is like we were talking about earlier. Like certain things
your opinion
probably meant to happen, and you were vibing it out. Like I don't really know if we'll get out of this fucking place, and you got it out, which is a great one because you can like walk away knowing that it's like you put everything into it, you didn't give up.
Yeah.
It fucked up on you, and you got something now, an option to go.
I mean,
It's like when your car breaks down and you're just like, you loved your car, you really loved your car, then all of a sudden you got a new car, you fucking forget about that other car so fast. You're like, this car actually has it.
This guy's been stoned since the 3rd grade.
A bunch of money. Thank you for
They're not
coming down for good. I'll move on now.
You take
drugs, Danny?
Every day.
Good. Yeah, I mean, even before the flood, we were looking at spots.
See,
we weren't going to go.
That's what I said. You were vibing.
We weren't going to go as big.
You vibed it out there.
I'm going
like,
to go big, so nobody's going to come in.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there is to it.
Go big.
Yeah.
Go home.
And then Grow Generation writes big old check, and you're all,
5 years.
oh yeah, 5 years. Okay, that's good. You'll be tired.
Yeah, but there were some other companies that came through for you too. You know, where they came through advanced hydroponics.
Yeah. So Advanced Nutrients really came in big with a nice, huge.
No, actually, a huge coming on Tuesday. The huge one is coming
Tuesday. Do that photo op with that big check
Oh,
for 10 grand. But
That's $10,000 or 90,000 Canadian.
yeah, I
How many
can't do the math
Satoshis
on
are
that
so
quickly.
much?
Wow, Dave, you're amazing.
it's not even a Satoshi. It's a
I
quarter.
like that, man. But the fish shit was nice. They sent me some stuff. Coast of Maine, Earth Juice. I don't even sell their stuff now. I do because they sent me a pallet of stuff, and I'm so appreciative.
Mhm.
It's just really amazing all the support I've gotten because a lot of the other businesses in the plaza they didn't get shit from nobody. So it's really good.
The hand tug place next door. All their customers came back, really quick.
They were open the same day that it receded. But a lot of the other
Put you on a little raft while you're still floating, and they use the motion of the waves
with the register and like,
but
keeps drifting away.
The World Trade Genetic guys, Manny and Vic High Sales, they really hooked up on the cleanup of Hippo, and I'm forever grateful. And obviously these two guys.
That's the guys that are moving in next door. Or?
Yes, they are.
the plan?
It's called Club Excelsior.
What, so
Or
you're moving
Excelsior
out here
Club.
and they're moving in?
No, they got spot 2 doors down. It's a private club. I guess they're not supposed to solicit, so that's all I can really say. That's all I can really say. But anywhere you can smoke weed legally in New York State, I'm sorry, cigarettes or tobacco, you're allowed to smoke weed.
Actually,
so think about it.
Anywhere that you can legally smoke weed, you can smoke tobacco.
So the guys who make the signs for the no smoking signs are probably cranking them out right now because the guys are like, okay, we need to put a sign everywhere so no one can, because it's already hard enough in New York City to find a place to smoke like cigarettes. Not that I smoke cigarettes, but I know from if you really wanted to follow the rules, you can't be anywhere because you can't be in front of any of these doors because they're all within 200 feet of each other, and just like, so where would you go? You have to go all the way to the end of the end of the end of the end.
You take drugs, Danny?
So I don't want to forget anybody. Obviously, my family helped me out. And
we met Mrs. Rosindogs, mom.
Brainstrap, Tony Bologna,
Mama Rosin.
Oh, my wife's the best. I mean,
obviously, because killing you.
Holding that dog as it's been farting so much.
God. She's so immune to it. She doesn't know.
She knows. I guarantee you, she knows.
She's immune.
I was gonna say she's
take drugs, Danny.
She's immune to it.
You think so? I know. You can think that. You're definitely not the corn chips. Partially digested corn chips.
I don't know, man. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody.
Since the 3rd grade.
World Genetics.
World Trade Genetics. Yeah, they really hooked it up. I mean, Wing Wang hooked it up. Fucking AJ hooked it up. Fucking. I don't know, man. The list goes on. The bro.
And
the list goes on. And
brought the heat, bro.
Just forever grateful. Appreciate it, everybody.
And
I ain't gonna cry this time.
This is.
Give me another couple of minutes. Trust me, I'm not done with you yet.
Did you like my tea parties with him?
I didn't notice that was me until I zoomed in on it. I was like,
and him. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad it took you a while.
He doesn't ever seek my input in these things. My face winds up on the no. Next time, just use the stock photo of like maybe Rosindogs as a baby talking to himself.
I was tough. You were not easy. I like went through all your shit, and I'm like, fucker doesn't have a photo of him anywhere, right? So then I was like, all right, I'm going to the I'm going to go to the show, and I got to take some stills off the show. And that show, you had your stupid hat on the whole time, and you couldn't see shit, so I couldn't see your face.
So that's why you gave me the girl hair. Well, yeah, I mean,
that's not why. It was just obvious. I was like, you're getting your little tea party together.
No, we just all
came together.
We just all came out of the closet, man. This is New York. It's finally legal here. We're happy. We got the best fucking laws in the whole country. So, but you got to understand, we, 6 months ago, still getting in trouble for shit, but not no more.
Yeah, we haven't yet gone to the city. We're excited to just stand around on the street and smoke weed. Pretty much, that's like, this finally.
Yeah. In fact, we're gonna put a donation thing here. We need to roll like 100 joints so that we can just walk, each take a hit, and hand them off to random strangers, and just send the goodwill.
Yeah. And then send them a little thing that says, "Oh, by the way, I might have COVID."
Hydro.
Yes, I may have COVID. A little card and small hand.
Recently recovered.
Yeah,
that's right. We can't do that.
I'm not allowed to do anything. I'm not allowed to do anything in New York. Apparently, I'm not allowed to go to any restaurant. Sid said we're not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere, but you can smoke weed. Kind of crazy.
Cool. What the hell do we need anything else?
I know.
Smoke weed.
Eat hot. Yeah, eat pizza. Yeah, exactly. Eat pizza and.
Okay. Shout out to Amore Pizza. Okay, everyone, mark please. Amore Pizza on Stratton in Flushing. Please go.
This guy.
Come on, you loved it.
We're getting off the plane.
You guys brought me.
We're getting off the plane. We're getting off the plane. Right?
Oh man!
And I'm like, he's holding up the entire. You know what people are when they land, right? Everybody's in the mode. Move forward. It's like you're like in the Marines. You want to put your hand on everybody's shoulder and go, 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 go. Nobody stops. He stops to talk to the pilot and says, hey, you need to go to Amore Pizza. And the guy's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, he didn't.
Keep it
He
moving.
thanked me, and I moved out of the way, you fucker.
And then
everybody walked past me.
And I'm like, oh my God, is he literally trying to like lure the fucking pilot in?
Do you know how many of the Southwest people I've flown on them before? They, well, don't listen. I've flown Southwest before. They love knowing about little local things. Love it.
Yeah, but when you get there, it looks like you're going to get robbed because the place is a gate.
Oh, come on. You're not. There's a police academy across the street, man. Are you kidding me? No, seriously. There's a police academy
that's
across
where all
the
the
street.
crimes go down there, right in front of them. They don't give a fuck.
Because they don't know. They're not full-fledged cops yet. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
But anyway, Amore
They're not paying
Pizza.
attention.
It's amazing. Come on. Just go try it out.
It was funny to watch though because it was like the classic deadpan family as far as the guys who run it. They're like, he's there, he's got his mask on, and he's like takes it off like, and the guy's like, I knew it was you. What the fuck do you want? It's like, wow, and I love was just flowing. And then they came out slowly. It was good. It was good.
You're talking. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm telling you.
Amore Pizza.
He's gonna listen and be like, it's true. That's how we did it.
It was. Well, that's how we roll.
The pizza was excellent. I'll tell you. The pizza was excellent. But it was a classic too, where it was like the pizza that you want to eat it so fast and it's already too hot. And you're like,
don't do it. Just wait a little bit. They were on what's the Barstool? Barstool did a review on them too. Found the Facebook page that I started for them, and so listen, they're Amore Pizza in Flushing on Stratton.
All right, they got.
So let's bring on.
Yeah.
And I'll shut up.
Forever.
Thanks, guys.
Forever.
Thanks, Jack Gang.
Forever,
Thanks,
ever.
everybody. Peace.
We
I'm out.
we only have two. Okay,
Bye,
so
Felicia.
We can keep that there. Just back and forth.
Can everyone hear? Or no, this would be great. They'll be like, I can barely hear Dave. They're like, oh, you should keep it that way. And then Mark will adjust it, and that's how.
Oh, dude, it actually sounds way better without you all up on that mic there.
Well, why don't you produce and tell me not to do that? You know,
I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you. It actually doesn't. You can keep you and Adams, and just you can share it.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll figure it
It'll
out.
be fine.
I'll get hate mail as of the normal rate.
What, constant flow?
Constant. So wait, so we got
Wing, come on up.
the show's over here.
You're the next contestant on
The Price is
Right. There we go. And he's up.
If you vote for me, all of your wildest dreams will come true.
So yeah, you get this mic. We're gonna share this mic over here. So it's complicated.
Oh, they're not going to catch us. We're on a mission from God.
What happened now?
When did you get here?
Oh,
you're
man,
breaking the
look
fourth
at-
wall.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're not supposed to know.
Oh my God. This is like, what's that show they have when your family is like
It's called intervention, bro. This is we're having a full intervention,
Oh,
cannabis
okay.
intervention. Our friends were all worried about you. You're not smoking enough weed lately. We're like concerned
Good to
about
see
you.
man. It's been a while. You can get over here so people know we're talking.
It's live. Of course, it's live. What's going on?
I saw it 5 years ago.
Oh shit! Oh, you can put it on black. Nice.
See here? Nope, you gotta speak on the mic.
Hey guys, how's it going out there? You watching AJ?
Is there an
He didn't
AJ out there?
He
who's
didn't answer.
watching?
He didn't answer earlier because
Who? What AJ do you speak of?
This guy's big buddy right here.
The whole crew.
It looks that way.
I'm sure. Anyway, so what are we talking about? You know,
We are
I'm well
talking-
known for being a very quiet person.
that's exactly why we got you on here. We're gonna
I never
extract.
talk.
Hey,
Very, very silent.
Good. So, now I figure. Well, first of all, shout out to Rosindogs for throwing it all together and getting people to actually show up. Because you never know. You never know, right? But if we're close enough and we got some, we figured we're at that perfect phase where cannabis is now like all of a sudden it's fucking wide open. People are on the street selling weed with not even with no fear. You know what I mean? And we all grew up, and that's why I thought, okay, it's great to keep this. We got to keep the myth alive.
We're called legacy now. We're
I
not
know,
black market guys. We're legacy.
Exactly,
See that?
legacy or traditionals.
Yeah.
Traditionals another angle, right? It's like, but I think it's important because there's a sweet spot where you don't fucking lose the magic. You know what I mean? Like the minute you get over a certain number of anything, it's just numbers. You know what I mean? And at that point, you
Small for the long haul.
You know, you lose touch with the plants a little bit, or you have an issue and you can't really. It's hard to adjust on a scale. You know, it's easier when you got a couple moms, or you know, you can start over again fresh, take a few cuts and clean those up and just throw everything else away. And but you can't do that
If
when
you vote
got
for me,
people with money.
all of your
behind you.
wildest dreams will come
So
true.
well, first of all, we'll introduce you. I mean, known as Wing Wang.
Wing Wang. I mean, I take Wing. I don't. It doesn't bother me. Some people go, "Oh, you must be so offended." I'm like, listen, you know, it's a name. It's funny, you know. It's like the first time I saw it, I was working with the AJ crew, and it was like I didn't know I was being called Wing Wang for probably half a year, because you know AJ doesn't bring out those names. So we were in this grow. We called it the what the hell, the rec center. It was someplace in the middle of Brooklyn. It was a garage. It was a good concept. It was way too big, and there was too many fingers in the pie.
Yeah.
And I was running the whole freaking thing at that point. So anyway, I was in the side room that was supposed to be a mom room, but it was just throwing tons of shit. So I moved some stuff, and I saw this little Chinese guy with that rice eater hat, and it said Wing Wang says. La, la, la. I'm like looking at it. I was like, what's this?
Is that me?
Well, I didn't know. And then one of the guys said, "Yeah, that's you." And I'm like, "Oh." And then I realized I'm Wing Wang. But no, I like the name. It doesn't bother me, you know. And most people, if they have heard of me, that's all they heard. They don't know my name.
Right.
They don't know anything about it.
Well, I mean,
doesn't it translate loosely to awesome person?
I think it translates to something about Chinese dick.
Nice.
Yeah.
So AJ and China, so asshole Joe and Chinese dick. Here's a great combo.
Something like that. I think that's a trend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, but
Could be.
a letter can make a huge difference in a
Where's
word.
this? Here.
A single
Being
letter.
close to the microphone helps too. They can't hear you. Remember the
Oh,
God,
he's fodder.
directing.
He's giving us fodder to work with. He needs cue
God,
cards. You need cue cards.
Yeah.
But
we don't understand what directing is. We don't have one on the show. Yeah.
Right, Mark?
Well, here we have, if you have your med card, which I just got mine a couple, you can have up, I think, was it 3 plants a person?
I thought it was 12.
12?
I thought it was 6 and
Well,
6.
I'm going to post because we have a chai, which is like a Mindo purple Kush times, and then we have a wife, which is that 20-1 or 16-3 out there. They're about 8 feet tall. And we're going to actually give the wife to cancer people out here.
Nice.
When it's done. It takes a while. It's not like a quick one. The chai is actually pretty quick, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be nice, you know, to sit there like 10 years ago, you know, some cop stumbles across that. You're not only looking at, you know, time in jail and a lot of lawyer fees, get CAF and all that kind of stuff. You know, now that's done, you know. And so it's you know, am I going to miss the old days and all the old stories?
Fuck no.
No, of course not. But you know, somebody stumbles across, or the propane guy says, "Oh, what's that smell?"
Dave's not here.
You're looking down your road for like a half, you know, because you know, back in those days,
you're getting the extra power.
Well,
yeah.
Well, it's just what we were saying earlier, where they get like the fucking, you build it, you get it dialed in, and it's always the fucking same. It's like, oh, they're once in every 3-year inspection that you didn't know about, and some bullshit, or it's like the fucking fire department's coming in for some to kind of measure. Like in Holland, it was like that all the time because they measure every. I lived in this place which was considered like a monument pad, you know, because it was like, so it's like, oh, this is like part of the fucking thing. We have to check, make sure you didn't make any modifications. And I literally was like, I was just about to go nuts. I was like ready to I had drywall lined up and everything. And they came in like in shock, like, oh my God, you weren't thinking about doing construction here. And I was like, no, I'm storing it here for some random reason on the 3rd floor that I struggled to get it up here in the first place. And I was like, well, thank God I didn't do what I thought I was going to do, because I would have been in so much trouble, because they literally came in and measured every fucking room like to the
Did they run to the box?
They were just looking to make sure I didn't put any fake, not even fake walls, just new wall. Like, oh, I want to put a wall up here.
This is Colorado.
This is in Holland. And it was considered a monument, sort of. Like,
well, you're an out.
And no, it was just because it was just the idea that, like, I didn't realize they were going to come in every single year. You know what I mean? Like, well, fuck that idea. And I just signed the lease like for a 2-year contract. So I was like, oh, that's not going to work.
Short ceilings there, right?
Everything you could imagine wrong is there. Like, and the thing is, the new buildings, they know what's up.
Yeah.
They've seen so many grow rooms. They make the concrete so dense. you have to put a diamond bit and you'll melt like 3 of them to get 1 screw in. You know, you're like, oh my God. It's like, and it's like red hot. It's like red hot. And you're like, what the fuck? And then the ventilation is like sealed into the windows, and they have it so you can only just pull 1 lever and it will open up a little tiny vent, and that's all you get.
200 CFM.
So you couldn't do anything in it, you know what I mean? You'd have to like, and you can't, there's no screws. And it was hard. It was one of the hardest places to grow, unless you were lucky enough to have like a farmhouse or something like that, which is rare. So anyway, but you've pretty much maintained since that time, just kind of like a personal grow. And
yeah, I've been, you know, like I said, kept it, you know, 4 to 8 the most lights.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know what period, because I've been doing this since the mid 90s. And
that's what I mean. Like, did you stop ever, or do you always kind of keep it? Because it's one of the things that people always like don't realize how hard it is to like maintain mothers and have like, you know, you have to move like,
oh God.
And then you're like, you're like, I'm going to put it over here. And then that guy kills it and you start all over again. And you're just like, or you're the guy, like sometimes you're the guy who like is always got his shit dialed in, which is rare, but, and then everyone comes back to the well like, hey, I lost it for the 12th time now. Can I get a cut of that? You know, and
well, the sour, that happened to the sour. I mean, I think you've heard what happened, but I mean, with him, I mean, we kind of lost touch after 2007, and I went off on my own, went upstate, hopping around from cabin to a weird house to this and that. But yeah, there was one point where I got pulled over with a big old General Hydro bag full of PM leaves. But it was fan leaves. But I just came out of a grow. I just started growing Big Mike's Disco cheese, and that is an oily, stinky little plant. And so there was PM on the sour. On the East Coast sour. And so I was, you know, me, I just.
Oh dear, how does that happen?
Surprise.
I don't know how Denver gets PM. It's so damn dry there.
It doesn't usually. I mean, you have to really work hard at it. It's like you have to really try hard.
But out here, you watch in the fall, and you see this all of a sudden there's PM on everything. It's like you don't want to even breathe.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got pulled over midnight. It was right after there's a big thing up here. Some kid got shot. It wasn't a pot thing, but he had weed on him. It was a heroin thing. So the cops were looking for anybody. I had, you know, an 88 Toyota flatbed. And he just, at midnight, pulled me over. I had this, you know, what is that? Maxi Bloom. That size packed full of PM leaves.
Yeah.
Just over 4 ounces because it was in Connecticut and they weighed it and it was a felony at that point.
Oh.
So, you know, nothing happened. They dried it out. There's no THC, you know, but the thing is I reeked. When they're doing my prints, the guy was cussing me because there was so much crap on my fingers.
Yeah.
He was like, God damn it. So get this stuff. So they got me soap and water to wash my hands.
Didn't do
I was
shit.
looking
Yeah,
at it.
trying to work.
I was like, yeah, this is going to make it more goopy.
Yeah, you're just like, blurb.
I'll take it.
Yeah, it was funny.
I had the DMV guy recently, like when I was there, they wouldn't work.
Clear. Now that your eyes work, I never have a problem, but my fingertips would have a problem because I'd be rolling joints beforehand.
Yeah, just they were like, man, try this finger, try that finger, try this finger. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I mean, you're gone, dude. Rub them off.
But I mean, those story. There's so many guys in the story. I'm kind of bummed. I miss Keith. I've never met him.
He just texted me and he's like, dude,
the bro.
He just like, I know this guy. I talked to him a lot.
Dude, I wanted to tell. I was like, he was here and he left. I was like, Jesus, I want to talk to him.
Wait,
I don't think he realized because he had to go home. He had to drive home, and then he's been driving us all.
He drove all the way from where he lives in New York down to the airport, up to where we were mid-state, over to here this morning, and yesterday, it was the most. It was terrible driving in the rain, and sitting next to me while driving couldn't have been easy for him. So shout out to the bro and to the entire Sour family genetics. And, you know, I have it on good authority that you're going to be seeing Sour presence all over New York again. It's coming, man. I'm telling you, it's coming.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just waiting for that. It's almost done. It looks like
it is. He literally was done yesterday. Like it was like the last day. So
he's the only one I know that got it Meristem so far. I was supposed to have it done with the guys in Connecticut, and then they turned around. Oh, I need $6,000. I'm like, I gave it to them.
Yeah.
They got that sour, and they got the nightshades. JJ's nightshades just got an issue with it now.
Who?
The Nigerian.
He has an issue with his, or they have an issue.
Pardon? No, it's the plant.
Yeah.
It downloaded something. Yeah, or it's just drifting. I don't know, but it's not doing what it used to do.
He said he was going to go golfing with you. The bro.
Who? Oh, he golfs?
He said
I golf all the time.
He's listening to the show.
Oh, okay. Dude, I'll go golfing with him. I don't know anything
about
about 15.
Oh, bro, what's yours?
What's your handicap, bro?
Everybody that golf's kind of
6?
shitty is a 15.
Oh.
By the way.
He's a 6.
You're a 6, dude.
No.
You gotta. Okay, you're hitting from the backs.
No,
Oh, okay.
we're just making. Don't worry. We're just making it up.
Can't back that. I don't know what a 6 is, but I was just hoping
It's better than a
lower was
15.
better.
Yeah, lower's
You're
better.
right. So yeah, got that one. I mean, he's a 2. He's on the circuit. JW, what does that mean? JW, did you know JW? Shout out to JW from Green Farms Med in Colorado Springs. Was a golfer, like on a golfing scholarship. Like he's really fucking good.
Yeah.
So
He looks like he comes from that kind of family.
I've
You gotta
tried
come from
it
the right. You have
before.
to come from the right family to be a golfer at young age. And
I like pitch and putt. We only have to use a 9 iron.
They hand it to me on here. One of my, I'm not a smoker. I get my whole thing out of growing it, but most people know I don't smoke that much.
Oh, that's what. Oh,
well, you hand it to me. I'm not gonna be
Oh,
like.
we
Oh,
it's always like that.
Yeah.
Look, he's all out of focus
Yeah,
all of a
I don't think
sudden.
I don't
He's
think
gotten all out of
I'll see you
focus.
smoke
He's
before.
getting-
no, look, you're out of focus, man.
Yeah, you're out of
Dude.
focus, bro. Look, you're all radiating.
Oh,
Everything.
shit.
That's all right.
You're gonna be okay.
You're
Yeah.
radiating like you're super high.
So,
on-
I not see this. Now I'm buzzed. Now I had a train of thought. Now I lost it. Where were we?
It'll come back.
Yeah.
Now I've lost it. Adam will keep us on point. Forget about it.
Yep,
Yeah.
party's over.
No, the bro. We were talking about the
Bro.
bro.
So
and
yeah.
his golfing handicap.
So I saw.
There we
I
go.
saw he got that.
Bring it
that,
back.
that tissue culture. And I was like, oh my god, that lucky water.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see that. It looks good. Looks healthy.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think also that because we've put a lot on that plant, like as far as like everybody claiming they can't get it, nobody's as real, it ain't this, because it's also, I think it's one of those plants that really needed to be cleaned up bad. Like it was
variegation,
dragging, it was dragging so many things along with it. Like,
well, you see people you see all these sour crosses. It's like people are all going, oh my, it's But that variegation, and then it's definitely been drifting.
Well, and it has a PM issue, and whenever you cross with it, has PM issues, and it's just like it's always been a very unstable thing for that. And there's Hermy issues, but he's so far not.
It's not 2004 anymore with that.
Yeah. So I think, and luck, it's like imagine how lucky certain cuts are with all those issues and still coveted and held and kept in as good a conditions as it could be. And nobody even knew about viroids.
You know how we were growing that back in the old days?
Yeah,
it's laughable.
Well, I mean, it's funny because I had my friend Mike, who listens to the show, the other micro, the OG micro in my opinion, but it was like, I remember when I told him at one point on Holland, I was like, dude, I got some mites, right? And he's like, oh, don't worry, I'm gonna bring you the shit. And he brought me this thing, and it said nothing nice from Mike, right? And then he's like, add 16 drops to a gallon, and then I just realized, now I know it's Avid, but back in the day, I didn't know what it was. And this is like 2001 or something like that, And in Holland, you couldn't even get that shit because they're like super strict with any kind of, even though you could if you had a license and stuff, but they were like on that shit. Mm-hmm. And so it's just funny because he gave it to me, and I was like, well, it fucking worked, that's for sure. But then, once you figured out what it was like, oh, well, that's, yeah, of course.
If you vote
just like
for
Guardian,
me,
dude, when Guardian came out,
all of your wildest dreams will come true.
And guess what it was? Ivermectin. No, Ivermectin.
Azamax is that synthetic.
Your horse, your stuff?
No, that was ivermectin. This is Ivermectin.
Oh yeah.
So Avid is Ivermectin. Avid is Ivermectin. So he was putting into Guardian, which was, like this really good product. It seemed awesome. The owner was going in at night and adding basically Avid, the active ingredient in Avid, to the actual thing and not putting it on the fucking thing. And it was just like, oh my God. Like, so no wonder it worked,
Yeah.
But it's crazy because I think it was standard, General Hydro, Avid, all that shit was just standard growing procedure.
Pyrethrum. The pyrethrum foggers.
Oh yeah. Blow off those. And it was, there's pyrethrum, and that's okay, technically, not the best to dry your shit out, but it'll work. Mm-hmm. But then that's a non-synthetic. That's the one with chrysanthemums. Mm-hmm. So that's cool, but it's still not cool. Like when you use it, it just fucking taints everything. Yeah. And it's totally noticeable too. Like later, you're just like, God damn it, why did I spray that shit? Now it's all like not happy. You know what I mean? You just agitate the plant even worse. So you growing now organic or sort of partially?
Well, I just tried the Floraflex stuff, and yeah,
You moved over one phase. You're like, fuck it.
Yeah, no
We used to
GH
do-
anymore.
I used to do that. Now I'm going to do that, but not quite that.
Well, you know, Mike and I talk a lot, and I used to just stick with the super simple, and then you know we always just talk stories, and he tells me good stuff, and I'm kind of like this R&D and stuff out, you know.
Well, I mean, and I think this is pretty much unanimous across the board. Is that like the nutrient game is pretty much like down to whatever you as a grower really want to do. Do you want to work a little harder up front, or do you want to just have instant gratification, and do you want to have any ability to change it at all, and will you even do that in the first place? Because some people don't, they shouldn't even try to adjust because they don't have a fucking clue what they're doing. They're just front loading everything wrong and
fix it till it's broken.
Well, yeah, and of course at the other side of the fence is I want to control all the inputs, and that's like where no-till growing and things like that. I think it's harder in the beginning to get it going, but once it's all in check, it's way easier. So you have to kind of get yourself over that hump of realizing that it's not going to be insane. You know what I mean? Like, whereas if you give somebody something that's bottled new, it's real easy. Bam! Oh my God! The next day they see it, they pat themselves on the back, and keep going. And the plants are not that they're not around long. They're only around 60 days, 70 days. So pretty much you could go with cheapest, easiest, and probably get away with it, like House and Gardens, things like that. But they all taste the same. Like House and Gardens grows huge buds that all smell the same. So that's my issue. It's like, and then some people, it's like that's all they want to see. They're like, wow, huge buds, bigger profit.
The THC numbers is now are a big thing. And I don't buy into that so much. But 35%. I was like, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, who's paying for that? But
exactly. And anything above 30 is already like in the zone of like, how much you tickling my balls and how much of this is real? Because I love it when labs give you low numbers, because then you're like, oh, these guys are kind of like trying to probably telling it much more as it is.
How about not? I don't want to see a percentage. I want to see somebody take then, after they say it's 36%, take a pound,
make some hash,
extract it, show me what you have. Let me see your 36%, right? From that pound. That's a hell of a lot of fucking hash.
And it will be a lot of lipids that'll somehow magically get included into the mix, because even when you pull
now, they want to see that number.
Yeah.
To me, it's the terps. I do like bag appeal.
Well, it's interesting when you do terp numbers and people like it's a reality check. It's like, oh yeah, 3.5% terpenes. That's actually pretty good. 1.4, it's not so great, but it's still like that's reality. And then when people start claiming, it's because what's going to happen is you're going to start to see like 10.5% terpenes. You're like, dude, stop. It's not even possible. Like shit would be dripping off the plant.
The company that gives the biggest numbers gets
and they're going to do that because they're going to hype up everything as they always do. Like whatever number.
You wouldn't even smoke it. You'd sit there just going.
Well, and so, but when you're making extracts, it all comes out in the wash, right? That's the fun part about it is you figure out quickly, like, oh, okay, this thing dumps, but it dumps like dead nothing. You know what I mean? Like there's no life to whatever it's dumping. It's dumping huge numbers of wax, basically.
Speaking of dead, there's this thing that we have, and it's like, was it a GG4 maybe?
Like Denver.
It's just like it doesn't produce, but everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. And
it doesn't produce weight, or it doesn't produce
weight.
oil.
It doesn't have a good. I don't like the terp. It's like a dish rag. But it's right.
You just insulted a lot of your fans, man.
Dude. No.
We do that all the time.
I said, okay, so is it a?
But everybody likes it though.
Is it a certified cut of GG4, or is it like?
No. It's a bag seeds like that.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just like S1 of GG4.
It's just. But
and there's a lot of throwbacks, and that's the thing. It's like I just went to when I was at the Cultivator Cup. After smelling a bunch of the different samples, I was like, okay, whatever this is. Then I get on my friend's bus, and it was like, dude, what's that? Like, that stinks. And he goes, that's GG4. And I'm like, fuck no. Whatever that is, it smells really good, but it's definitely not GG4. Like, it doesn't have the nose like it should have. Like, that is something skunkier, which I think is more interesting even than the actual GG4.
And the cut we have, the pistils are dead at like day 45. They're gone. So it's just this bald thing. It looks good. It's purple. You get at the end, it gets really purple. And I'm just like,
it doesn't sound correct at all.
No,
it sounds completely.
Don't get any weight, but everybody wants it. I was like, all right, it's going up. Like I can't even with the price going up. I still want it. It's annoying because it's still losing.
Yeah, but it is interesting when you can really see how those numbers roll. Like you all of a sudden get but you'll all of a sudden get something that you thought was a loser, but when you actually did the check, you're like, oh wow.
Well, I got this thing from Cassandra Purdy. I know you might. She it's a Mishka.
I remember that.
There's a seed that or they made a strain for her.
Yeah, from the French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she gave me a bag, and this one I like, and it was the 2, and it just takes forever. But that one's really nice, and it got impregnated by the sour, and so
what, like a reverse, or like
well, you know how those makes the beaks at the end.
Oh yeah,
just they're usually pretty sterile.
Mm-hmm.
But recently I've noticed that on the very like the 5th or 6th, 7th, if you don't watch it, a male will sprout right there. It's like a weird Hermy thing. So that
and
was,
like the chem dog does that too with a single branch sometimes. With I've seen people have it with.
It's been sterile for years, and now it's not so sterile. So anyway, it got the Mishka.
Nature finds a way.
It's a great little strain. It's like a 72 or 70. But yeah, the thing about the old days was nice. I was just growing sour. I mean, it's almost like brainless, and you know, it was not a lot of competition back then. I mean, you realize the biggest competition was at BC at that point.
Yeah, which is no flavor.
Yeah,
and the opposite.
All mold inhibitor and like a 50-pound bale. Yeah,
exactly. Like with PGR of heaven, you know, like basically dunked in PGR. It's like as a baby, like you will grow strong and hard and like a concrete brick. You know what I mean? Like can't even break the shit up.
Yeah. But now it's like with all the competition beating us. A lot of competition back then. I mean, you realize the biggest competition was at BC at that point.
Yeah, which is no flavor.
Yeah,
and the opposite.
All mold inhibitor and like a 50-pound bale. Yeah,
exactly. Like with PGR of heaven, you know, like basically dunked in PGR. It's like as a baby, like you will grow strong and hard and like a concrete brick. You know what I mean? Like can't even break the shit up. This one's you got to adjust the light for this one.
But now it's like with all the competition beating us up out here, people are like, well, can you get this? I'm like, is that here? You limited space as a legacy grower. You can't keep on. So now I have 14 strains in a space. I should probably have half that.
Yeah, and that's always a nightmare to grow too, because unless you're putting them in single areas, there's always like this one's you got to adjust the light for this one, which fucks that one up, and you're putting crates on top of things and trying to keep your tops around the same area.
Well, I like the T5s for moms, but then I have half T5s and half of these LGs. They're nice, but there's certain strains that don't like all that LEDs at all.
No, it's definitely. I think it's weird. Like where my veg game was always tight on everything HID related. Like always had no problems, or T5s or any of that. Never had an issue. It was always like there would be sometimes a weird flex when you went into flower, where you might have to adjust a little bit, but never an issue with veg. Ever since switching over to LEDs, it seems like the veg game is much harder to dial in because the humidity they don't react the same because they don't create an atmosphere like
you guys have a drop. You have a low problem.
Super low already, and so that kind of just like. But when you had HIDs, you kind of created more of a vibe because the plants were transpiring more in a sense, and now they kind of just do it, and it's less work for them, you know, because there's not as much direct heat on them. They don't have anything. It's all the heat in the room is coming from the ballast, not from the lights, you know. So usually it was a combo where you throw of the HIDs and you kind of gauge it a little bit better, and it seems like everything flowed a little bit.
I didn't really use them that much. It went straight from flows. And I remember back in the old days, we were actually vegging under HPS.
Right, just stretching them out like crazy.
Yeah,
you know, they probably were.
Yeah, but you know, just slapping together those little box rooms that he, you know, kind of known for.
Yeah, exhaust fan coming. Well, I mean, the thing is, it was always like for me, New York was crazy because it was like, you know, the perfect place and the worst place to grow in the sense of like, if you were like next to a Chinese restaurant, you looked at that, I could standing next to that ventilation, looking at, oh man, if you could just tap into that ventilation, you'd be sick. Because you know, I bet they fucking do that. If that's they're already, you know, and now you know they probably were. You know what I mean? I'm sure they had whole floors you couldn't get to in New York where it was just like, if you have a 40-inch exhaust fan coming off the top of a restaurant, it's like
it's a perfect place to go, to dump your fucking shit.
Well, like Chinatown's great because nobody can smell whatever's going on there because that horrible dead fish smell that permeates. You see that Bowery area? Oh my gosh! Well, there's somebody down there, but that was
especially on let's not get too specific, but no, in general, there's like that. There's that kind of thing, and also the difference of like going, because the rooms that I would go into, it was always like going into outer space because you're coming from like a busy street and then going up an elevator and trying to be cool with the neighbors and then going into somebody's apartment and then inside their apartment into another thing and then into the final thing, and you got into there and then you just be like, this is crazy that this is like so easy in a way to carve out because nobody fucking is going to question what's happening because nobody wants to know what's happening. You're just like, okay, whatever happens behind those doors.
Try to be sneaky with a
like my friend had a grow at his studio, and his studio was just like he didn't give a shit, and people were smoking weed in the studio all day long. And as he got on the elevator, he smelled weed. So he's like, what better place to grow than the place everybody knows smells like weed? Every guy delivering packages was like, oh, this is the because no one's trying to hide it right
at that point. Is somebody gonna rob you?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was enough equipment in those studios though too that everybody had 15 locks on every fucking door. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like wide open in the sun, but the smoke would travel through the place. It didn't matter.
Do you ever meet up the Hasidic landlords like realize what you do is like then they start showing you all the grows that of course were busted or they're already you don't want to get something, but they showed me some really cool stuff over in that East Williamsburg area.
You're like, oh, you want a grow room? Oh, let me show you all of the busted ones that you can have.
They didn't say a lot. Basically, you walk in, there's like one bedroom, then you walk in, there's a closet, slide it over, then you go back, and there's like somebody was blowing it up.
Right,
but it's gone. So why would they leave?
Right. Now that's always a bad sign. Like when there's I mean, it's the worst because, and I've been in the same situation a few times where you're like all excited and then you get in there and you start looking around and you're like, what happened? Why is there fucking hooks all up in here? And they just like ripped them down, like you can tell there was a fucking run.
It was a 2-hour get out.
Yeah, and the landlord didn't fail to mention that to you as you were signing the lease.
And they're showing you this place though.
Yeah.
But I actually rented a place in Boulder where I walked through beforehand and they said this room is not included in your lease. And I went, okay, no problem. And they said, it's not. It's going to be spelled out in the lease that it's not part of it. And I said, okay. And the day we moved in, what's the first thing I did?
Went in there.
Broke into the room.
Yeah, it was a grow.
It was a grow.
Yeah.
They just didn't have anything in there. And I'm like, aha, all right, fuckers. Anyway, but I knew they could come over at any time, so because that's what they did.
Then you get scared.
I'm always scared.
Yeah, I can't believe you broke into a room.
I broke into it with a butter knife.
Oh, and you were shaking so good that it popped the lock in a second. So you're like, wow, I'm pretty good at this. Just gotta shake a lot.
Boulder? You said Boulder?
You ever heard of Boulder?
No. Colorado. My family. I was adopted, so I have a lot of.
You can order any organic
kicker family out there, farmers and stuff, and my family, most of it they're pro cannabis, but there is
what part of part?
Junction.
Oh yes, right. Okay.
Grand Junction, Montrose Delta.
Yeah, right. We said that earlier.
But I was thinking.
Shout out to Montrose. That's where one of our sponsors is at. Build a Soil. You ever heard of Build a Soil?
No, but it's a
really good,
nice town. Now.
It's a great company. You can order any organic inputs online.
This is like
ship them to you. So they're right from Montrose, right from your zone there.
We had
might have a locals discount.
You spend much
on
time
top
there?
of the Adam Dunn stuff. No, just no. We're on the other side. But I mean, it's definitely from a grower's point of view. It's the spot you want to be in Western Slope. You're southwest facing on the fucking side of that mountain. Whereas on the other side, it's definitely not.
They're doing those autos up there on the mesa for a while. They had a huge thing of autos. This is like 5 years ago. My cousin kept on telling me, it's like, there have been some issues here. And I was like, well, I don't know anything about autos. And they do the autos and they throw the other stuff in so they get the two crops for the summer.
Yeah. Well, the problem with most of the autos is that people don't realize you can't start them in a small pot and then transplant them. You have to put them in wherever they're going to grow because they get once they get a signal, like if they hit the bottom of the pot. So if you don't put them in the right size, you're better off putting whatever you're going to finish them in and or the ground, like starting. So people try to put clone or pick seedlings to put those in the ground with their machines because they're doing 10, 20,000 plants. So they definitely don't want to do it by hand. So they start them, then they have them in plugs, and then those plugs go in the ground, as the machines go and dropping them in. And that's just fucked because those things are totally going to flower out of the gate. And you'll end up with a tiny little crap plant like that with, kind of like those low riders. Remember those? Do you remember that?
No.
That was like the first auto.
Oh.
And the first auto was, everything was based on this male that didn't produce shit. So it was like, really? So anything you crossed with it ended up like foot and a half tall, producing maybe an ounce if you're lucky. You know what I mean? Like half ounce, quarter ounce.
I think that was their issue. Whatever they're doing, they should have talked to you, because I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because imagine, do that, somebody just fucks you like right out of the gate. You know what I mean? Because make you buy those seeds, they're special price, probably cost like $2 each, because they're supposed to, be doing what they do, and you grow 10,000, so you spend 25 grand or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you fuck them right up out of the gate, and could have had 4 times as much, maybe. Really ever seen an auto that I've been like, oh yeah, I want to smoke that, like, especially outdoor, because you're only giving it 45, 50 days, maybe, real flower time, and that's not hardly enough.
Yeah, I had an auto kind of dropped in my lap last year. My son's girlfriend said, "Hey, here's a seed." So we put it in. I was like, "All right, I'll pop it. Why not?" And so it's sitting in the veg area, and I was, just it was just in a one.
And those situations, sure, because it's better than nothing, right?
Are you planning on coming out here, doing something once licenses are opening up?
I mean, we were here checking out some things already, yeah, because it's definitely, I think this is, definitely the PM issues. That's one of the things I think everybody's going to have to deal with, because it's almost like when I was all excited to go down to Puerto Rico and do work down there, and I realized once you set the greenhouse up, it was like going to be fine for veg, but we're going to have issues in flower because they have a 61-degree dew point, right? So everything at 61 degrees, which is every night, because it's warm in the day and it gets about, because we're up high, so it gets down around 40.
What's the swing like? The temp in the
between like 50 to 90 every day, you know what I mean? So
that's a big swing. That's where the PM comes from. In my opinion,
exactly. Oh, 100%. And so knowing that, it was like, oh shit. Okay, in veg we didn't have any issues, but I was like, I'd go down in the middle of the night and see like, oh yeah, everything has little tiny droplets on it. It's like, this is gonna be a disaster. And for the first couple of weeks of flower, everything still looked great. And then classically, so we actually had to put walls in the plate, like add walls that weren't there, bring in giant dehues into the jungle. You know what I mean? Just like shit. That it was like extra work from everywhere around, and totally made it hard, because you'd have to like roll everything down at night, turn on the dehues, come out in the morning, roll everything up, air it all out properly. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it was just like watching tops go. There goes another one.
Eastern Washington State's the same way. That's where I actually grew up, and it's the same thing. You get 90, and then the night's 50.
Yeah,
and it's all the people they're doing their plots in like 20,000 square foot Audis, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you're in like, San Diego, right, 72 every day, and every day might go down 1 degree at night. Swing. Like no swing at all, you know what I mean? And people don't realize that, like, in grows, it's also when your lights are out, if you're not paying attention, your humidity can spike ridiculous, because everything's transpiring. There's nothing. And I've seen people not get it. Like, they turn all their fans off when the lights go off, and you're like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you think
they come into wet floors?
It's just like, no, you can't do that, because it's like, if you did that, what do you think? Like when the sun goes down, the wind stops. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't work that way. It's like there's got to be a continuous flow going.
At least a vortex up top. The thing here is that we have the opposite. The humidity. It's so like when you see it rolling in. I'm looking at the like, oh my god, here comes this humidity. Especially right now, we've had a humid summer. It's been not fun.
I mean, it's kind of rough where we are too, because it's like unless you're really on it, you can like dry your shit out so fast. Especially drying is like first crop I did. I was going to bring it to the Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam, so I was like all excited. Grew a nice crop, and 4 days of drying, and I thought, oh my god, I think I've killed everything. Like everything just like it dried so fast, because I was just doing everything in like cut everything down and put it into little branches and kind of like laid it out and had a fan on it or something. And I was just like, no, definitely didn't need that. Came back in 4 days and it was like to the touch, you know what I mean? And I rehydrated it and it kind of survived, but it definitely fucked it up a lot. And I was like, god damn it, learning curve is so hard, because I'm so used to the opposite word.
So when you hang your stick, I like to use as much as
I just do the whole plant if I can, you know. And it's usually my case, like, also because just keeping things organized, because the minute you start cutting it up and putting little markers, and
Yeah.
you come in and the markers on the ground, and you're like, oh my God, like where was it? I think it was here.
Let's do a strain of hanger.
Yeah, it's I think in general, you know, if you can keep it on the stem, everything's going to slow down, and you can kind of work it much longer. Because I'm just slow as hell, you know, like.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're thinking, so right, you saw the list. I mean, it's kind of like Jersey. Jersey has, it's the craft, and then they have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think New York's going to be pretty much the same.
Mhm.
The craft is going to be, wow, she just blasted.
Yeah, I said.
Jesus Christ.
Mike, get in here.
I heard it too. I heard it. I was like, is that a door opening or is that a dog fart?
Get in here. Oh.
But yeah, you know, my wife was get the craft. It's like I want the small micro. The small micro is gonna be 5,000 square feet, I think.
Which is good. That's a good size.
That's fine. You can get somebody, and I'm getting the age where I just want to go in there and pretend. I just go in there and walk around and pull a couple of fan leaves off and go get the, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
And I think, you know,
I'm blowing it this way so we can clear the fart smell.
Yeah.
Effie. Well,
oh no, you just got her back again. She's coming back to you. She's like, oh yeah, he loves me. He loves me.
The thing is, we were talking the other day about the cute people that have been keeping you, keeping us, the New York guys, basically in the loop. It's not like we're out there selling dime bags. We usually have like, you know, me, I've always had like 5 or 6 people. And, you know, there's one guy that's been there forever. This guy, Evan Schenkman, really good dude. He's got his business, Cuddled Fish. And I always like to do something with him, like these people that have been with you for a while to do something. Now that's legal. You kind of like, you know.
Yeah, I think if we can kind of hang in there for at least long enough to kind of guide people into the, you know, keeping the quality high, because that's also like always been interesting part of New York is that even though there's, you know, 9 million or how many million, you know, million people. There's such a small, such a small, like high grade weed world that especially back in the 90s and stuff, like you could really like nail it down to about less than 100 people that are really involved.
We were producing back then, it was only like 4 pounds at a time. They're just dangling like the carrot. Oh, if you want some of this, here you go.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
That kind of thing.
Oh yeah, the classic. But in general, it was like one time, and I probably said this 10 times on the show, but I landed in New York. Rick Fayer picks me up. Shout out to Rick. He's like, you know, you always take me on all these weed tours in Amsterdam. I'm going to take you on a New York weed tour. All right. Oh, okay, cool. And I go, oh, I got to meet my friend Pig. And he goes, oh, yeah, you meet him later. Don't worry about it. Right. So then we're going to the first stop. And it's like, we go to this apartment up some stairs. It's like, kind of reminds me of growing up when my grandmother's living in Queens or something like that. You know, I had this unassuming, nothing sort of vibe as far as the spot. Come in.
I was cured, all right.
And it's like, I look over and it's like, oh, there's Pig, the guy that I'm going to go see. So basically it's like that small of a world that the guy is taking you on this crazy tour, which was exactly where I would have ended up anyway, because my other friend was going there to pick up weed because he knew I was coming into town and he was going to come grab some weed. So it's just like small New York scene is, you know, it's like at that point, JJ and his little network, and you had AJ and his network, and you had, you know, it's like, it wasn't very, and they were only, like you said, Sour was the mainstay. A few other things were attempted maybe along the way, but I think Sour's a lot like Ecstasy, where people try all the different analogs but they all end up back at the same fucking thing. I think this is the best, you know what I mean? Like the MD.
Don't I feel like the fucking asshole? Don't I feel like the fucking asshole?
You know what I mean? It was like, fuck, and the MDA was a little too much, and then back to the original.
Well, they're going to have a Sour competition sometime next year, I heard.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they had a chem competition and apparently the GMO won. So there you go.
My advice to you.
So I was like, I don't know.
Start drinking heavily.
The world is upside down. We're an upside down world.
I didn't go. But
you didn't get COVID either. That was everywhere. Everyone got COVID too.
Oh, really? Yeah, COVID.
Apparently, yeah, that's what.
Would you rather be alone?
Danko.
Rosin didn't get it though when he was there.
Oh yeah, Rosin went.
But he's got. Look at him. Look at him. He's
probably got it from the barber.
He probably gave it to everybody. That's the thing. You can't get it if you give it.
You'll get your chance, smart guy.
Right. I could see him.
Pitches. Everyone else.
Come on. Rosindogs. Do you think a virus is going to get into that skin.
Yeah.
We're through
Yeah.
that.
Thank you to Mrs. Rosindogs for coming in and taking that fart machine outside. Because holy, if you see this thing, it's the cutest little small little French bulldog.
Once it's farted in your
She can lay some eggs, man. She's a good little girl though.
Yeah, great shop dog.
Yeah,
great
shop dog.
Keep it flowing.
I'm excited about his new place. I saw some pictures. It is really.
Oh, you saw pictures. You've seen more than us.
Do front loading dock.
Front loading dock.
Front loading. Imagine back in the old days. We had to go to that.
We can go places with that.
You mean
I am the smartest man alive.
I'm sure with Mike
I
probably.
think only Mrs. Rosendog's allowed back there.
You blew it.
Anyone allowed backdoor action?
The old days when you have to go to the grocery store to buy stuff, how you're like, that was an ordeal.
Oh,
it's like we being tape recorded, we being recorded. What's going
just growing tomatoes.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt.
Florida when I was in 80, probably 88, 87, 88, and I went there and it was like, I was like, oh wow, there's a grow shop, and I was like all excited. I go there and it was like this really weird, small, tiny little place, and I go in and there's like 3 guys sitting around there like 400 pounds each, and I just smelled like cops like right away. I was like, this is definitely cops. There was like 3 bags of soil.
Can I buy some?
There was, yeah. If you want to try some things, I got things.
Did we
for
break
you.
it?
Yeah, don't break it, because that would be typical Adam Dunn show of you reaching over, trying to hand me something. It breaks. I get in trouble. Dave,
You can always blame me here.
But I went in. Yeah, it was like I
Maybe
went
Tony
in.
would
I went
like
in,
some
and it
of
was
that.
like 3 guys who definitely did not grow weed, and they're all sitting around with their and they're like, "Hello, can we help you?" And I'm like, "Fuck no, dude, I'm out of this place." It was like sketchy as fuck.
Is this not a daycare? I was looking to drop. No, not a daycare. Okay,
And
I'm gonna go.
it was called something Coast, like Golden Coast.
Where was this?
In Miami.
Oh, okay.
And it was bad. It was like a classic, like right when they were like in that zone, like we're gonna bust every weed person out there. Let's start. It had the vibe. You know?
War, man. The war started on drugs.
And that was and it was in Miami. It had the whole vibe. It was like definitely like the last place. But Worm's Way at the time was the only place that I really knew was cool. Everything else was all shady. You know, like
up here, it seemed. I mean, the owners seemed cool, but then the place in Nyack where you had to go in the front door, and then you had to go in the back to get your stuff unloaded.
Where's that like Staten Island or something like that?
And Nyack is up kind of over the Tappan Zee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it was at one point it seemed like there was only one, like
the Queen's place.
Yeah, and the guy with the long kind of had like the long ponytail,
younger guy.
I don't know, not anymore. I'm sure.
No, not anymore. But he was back then. He was like,
Well, he was real weird. Like I went, and it was a mess. Right, it would look like worse than Rosindog's place.
It was a big,
which is rough.
Big.
It's rough.
It was rough.
No, it was rough. But it looked like the back of here, where you looked in the back, you're like, yeah,
it was right off
this is
right?
And that was his whole shop, and it was just like, I went in and I was like, man, this place. He's like, they don't care. Nobody here buys nothing. It was like back when really nobody was buying anything, like hardly from one light or two. Nobody was.
When Adams was still selling grow equipment back in those days.
Yeah, it was interesting because you'd think that people would be buying more, but it was like the classic where anybody would come in, get the info, and then just figure out how to go and get it direct from somebody else. Like the old.
It was paranoid back then. It just was, just all the looking over your shoulders, dumping. The thing is, people don't realize what the grow in the city, what you had to do. Like if you lay out in the country, it's pretty easy. With your dirt, everything, but everything in the city has to be loaded in, loaded out, and you didn't want to draw attention to yourself.
Yeah,
ever.
Like coming up the elevator with like a bunch of rock wool or something.
Yeah.
Like,
We're talking about Pro Mix.
Yeah. And it's funny too because
tomatoes inside.
Yeah,
and nothing makes sense, right? You're bringing in dirt to like a apartment, and like what the hell is going on? Yeah, it's
I have chickens.
It's definitely going to be easier, and hopefully, also for Rosindogs, hopefully more people get a tent for the first time. Especially, the thing is that everybody's like, I don't smoke, or it's like, yeah, but somebody smokes. Somebody that actually you want some services from probably smokes. A guy who fixes your roof, he smokes for sure. You know what I mean? So that guy, you got a hole in your roof, grow some weed. You got to fucking fix your car, grow some weed. You'll find someone, and I think it's going to become more and more like barter system again, just because anybody can get weed. But it's
you grow your own now.
But when you get killer weed that you all of a sudden, like, they might be like, yeah, whatever, I can get it from mine. And then you pull it out and they're like, oh, but I'll fix your clutch for that right there. You know what I mean? And I think that's like, it would be cool if everybody who possibly could do it would do it, because then you'd have so much more of those little micro grows that have been like really taken care of properly.
Oh, my mowers now, they're going to get some of that chai. You know, they're looking at it as 3 guys, and they're like, and I was like, don't worry, you just don't pick at it until it's ready.
Right.
You know? And lucky it's an early finisher.
Yeah, you gotta have one to keep everybody happy, so they don't really you have to worry, stress out the whole time.
Now it's just, I'm not an outside guy. It's just fun to do it. You know? It's not because picking off the butterpillars at this time of year.
Yeah, apparently you guys have a big caterpillar problem up here.
Yeah, mine didn't. It wasn't that bad, and plus the little birds that they'll come and chew them right off, which is nice. But we had about a week where they were there, but I was like, this is not that big of a deal,
Well, it is. The thing with the caterpillars is it's not. I mean, obviously when they eat shit, it sucks. But it's the shit. Yeah,
it's
really.
Shit. Well, we're not gonna make flour out of it. We're gonna.
It's just that it's a vector, and it always fucking brings. So like any problems you have, you're like, "What's your cat? Oh yeah, that's exactly where it came from." You know what I mean? So definitely, if you can, I mean, early in the morning, it's good to go out, kind of give them a shake.
Yeah. Well, morning or at the dusk is when you can see them like inchworming out. Like, what the hell? It's kind of nice.
Blacklight. You ever try blacklight on them? Because they have that kind of trend. They have that color. They probably pop off.
Oh, it would.
At night.
That's a long ways to get, though. I have like about 100 feet to get to it.
Well, yeah, I have real powerful blacklight flashlight. You just kind of go like that and scan out for them,
I go. It's not. Didn't have a bad.
Another gem idea. Nobody's going to give you credit.
No, they're gonna take. They're gonna go. It's gonna be on some site. They're gonna be like, we came up with this great idea.
I went to uvlight.com and it said I did not steal this from Adam Dunn.
Shout out to Denver Mike. We got his.
That was Lambo.
We got the Lambo. Yeah, that's why you're so high. That's why you got so high.
In a week, I would have been able to bring a bunch of stuff. It's just a little
story of my life.
You guys are not going to bring in,
fresh weed that we would all diss you for.
I have it on good authority that we will be back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, some good things. This Kush cake that this is my first time with it, but I've heard it's some good shit, right? It's here. I don't know who it came from. His bud. Where is he? Kush cake's nice. Looks good.
We should bring him on.
Speaking of which,
ready?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. A nice little ramble.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And we will. Oh, we will. Questions? We have questions.
How in the city you were able to it's a radio show, so you'll have to say it.
Well, hello everyone.
Give us an intro. Give us an intro.
Hi.
Tell us who you are.
My name's Colin. I own Sensei Growth and Bonsai Woodworks.
Shout out to Bonsai Woodworks. There
make some pretty cool stuff for people.
Yeah. Come on, do it again.
So
MTI.
I just want to make sure.
You did not.
Did you get one? Are you going to be making one for Mark, or can I just sort of flaunt this at him?
He's going to want to know.
Mark, you have to come to New York if you want one. Whoa. That's the rule.
Well,
come through, you get a cool rolling tray.
Now you and Bonnie have a trip. You have a whole reason to go on a trip.
Get a
man.
Tray.
I'm here for
made
the
of
wood.
local Hudson Valley, New York wood from a tree I salvaged that had come down in a storm.
Awesome, man. Very cool. Well, as soon as Adam decides to pony up for my flight out there, I'll be coming out there.
Well, you'll be getting.
Obviously, you're needed because otherwise the sound will be shit. Everybody will complain.
Right, I know.
Battle for the first 30 minutes of the show until everybody agrees it's okay. I just sound shitty. And everyone agrees, like, oh, that's what it is. Adam just doesn't.
All of your wildest dreams will come true.
Right.
So, Adam, I mean, what do you got going on? Obviously, you guys are here. You're in New York.
Well, a lot of top secret stuff because that's how it rolls in New York. But at the same time, it's it was very inspiring because we just feel the energy is right now, and it's, I think, from a personal point of view.
So, how's it going out there?
2 years. I think you got about a year before it's the misery. Like usually it's quicker. Usually it's like 48 hours, and then you're like, oh my God, I just paid more in taxes than I've ever paid for weed in my life.
Kills,
and so it's going to happen even harder here because it's New York. So New York's, I mean, it's never been easy on taxes or the ability to, if they see money. So we wanted to come right when it was fresh. We're going to go to the city tomorrow, and we're gonna be like, oh my God, it's like Amsterdam. It's gonna be like an Amsterdam moment where we're smoking on the street.
A whole new vibe.
He's gonna wear his "Yes, I Smoke Weed" shirt.
I'm not gonna wear that in New York. Yes, I am.
And I'm gonna point at him.
What about the bagels, though, Dave? I need to know, like,
We had not a very good bagel this morning.
We had a very substandard bagel. I should have. You know what? Didn't you say to me you're going to bake bagels? And I said, no, we're going to New York. Why should I bring bagels? But if the place this morning we had a bagel at was
it was like so airy. You could have just rolled it up into a ball and just like a Wonder Bread. It was like
Hometown Bagels is pretty good. If you guys can see one of those, or
a little shout out to Hometown Bagels. It's free bagels when you go there.
Are they going to sponsor the show? I mean,
for tomorrow,
we just gave them some airtime.
Homegrown bagels.
No, that sounds even better.
The new
that sounds
that Adam's going to be bringing the TH sooner later here.
TH sooner.
TH sooner.
That's even better.
All right.
Wait, is Homegrown Bagels a real place, or are you just making that up right now?
We just came up with it.
See, that was good. I like that. Oh, I was already ready to fucking.
No, we're trademarking that. Adam's gonna give me a cut now.
Nice.
Because I brought it up. So
this is how it works on the Adam Show. You say it and then nothing happens. That's okay.
No, I'm pretty sure Mike Denver probably just bought the domain.
Mike Denver. I think Brainstrap might be doing it.
Matt, don't do
it, man.
No, but for real, I mean, Adam, we're looking at we just got word that the last of the board has been put together for the Cannabis Control Board, the OCB and everything. We're now fully staffed. It looks like they're going to be putting out regs potentially soon. I mean, well, the way I look at it is I'm a part of the New York Cannabis Growers and Processors Association.
Okay.
We've been lobbying so hard for so long at everything and just trying to get it to be where farmers and people that are pre-existing in the state of New York who have been putting in the work, both in the CBD, the hemp industry, kind of laying the groundwork for that out here. Eating shit for years from people. And I mean, everybody knows the market at the bottom fell out a long time ago. We're all really just trying to make sure that the plight of the farmer is understood. The people putting in the hard work should be able to be rewarded for that and put into a place where they can better themselves and their families. And, that's really what we're about, is putting out the word, working with people that are like-minded, and trying to achieve a common goal of, we want New York to be known for more than just apples and wine, especially the Hudson Valley. For so long, that's all we've been known for.
Pizza and bagels.
Well, the good thing about Hudson Valley, though, isn't a weed game. It's been known for internally definitely by
like
people.
When Wayne said the legacy market, I actually hate that term, because to me, it's the black market operators have been hiding in the shadows for how many fucking years, and now all of a sudden you want to say that we're what legacy is it to have to be paranoid and looking over your shoulder and living that life and having people criticize
you? Take your legacy and you like it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's they want to, they're doing us a favor now.
A pioneer is what we are. Pioneers, right?
We've paved the way. I mean, you look at it as, okay, now you want to deal with us because you want the tax revenue. You want to be able to benefit from it and make up for all, you can use COVID as an excuse, but there's been deficits before COVID. I mean, and the money that people put into tax hasn't been going into the right things. It's not benefiting communities the way that it should. Do I see that this whole social equity program should happen? Absolutely, I do, because I think that a lot of people from communities that have been hit harder by the war on drugs should have a chance to get back and do their thing. But do I feel New York's going to actually fulfill that promise? No, I don't.
I mean, the problem is money's going to get involved.
That's right.
And they're going to be like, oh, well, we didn't mean like that. I mean, we just meant you guys can have a little tiny head start, and then we're going to trample you down.
I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Curaleaf has come out as an MSO and said, all right, well, people in the dispensary business that are starting up in the social equity aspect, potential fees may be reduced and waived, but you guys won't be able to afford 50 pounds, 100 pounds right off the jump. So we're going to spot you. We're going to spot you that product, but we're going to put a hit on that. We're going to hit it with interest, and we're going to get some points back on that down the line. So they're coming across as we're doing a great thing.
The shakedown. They're going to do shakedown.
Yeah, but they're already starting, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I mean, the thing that's going to happen, which only happens for a short time too, is that the minute it's on, there's going to be such a limited amount of actual, I don't know, maybe we'll see how they really roll it out. But usually what happens is there's not enough weed to make good weed to make everybody happy. You go through the really good weed in the first 48 hours, and everything after that is garbage. And then people get pissed off because they're like, man, and so the first couple of days it all feels good. You're getting all the best weed. But there's on every plant, there's there's a whole middle section, which usually has to be, kind of pushed through somehow. Whereas the easy to sell buds, that anybody could do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's going to be one of the problems. And then of course the black market opens up to the to that side too. So
I mean, you could look at so many different states, and when you think about like the black market, it's like, I mean, every other day, like I see news articles popping up of like, oh well, is the black market still going to thrive in New York State? Is this still going to? And it's like you're wasting your time writing that article because the answer is yes, it's going to. Of course, it's run New York for how many years?
We're on a mission from God.
And
I mean, there was an estimation of around, less than 30% of the cannabis grown legally in America last year was sold legally.
Yeah, it's always coming.
You know what I mean? That's
They're not going to catch us. We're on a mission from God.
All right, that's a good one there, Vinny. That's tremendous. That's multiples of billions.
Yeah, of course. And they're catching, like now they're catching on because it's, you imagine, mix that up with the whole hemp license thing and the people shifting like tractor trailer trucks of fucking cannabis over, like claiming it's hemp. And, and obviously not everyone got caught, only a few.
No, but
and even the ones that did get caught, they were like pretty much like didn't get in. I mean, they sat in jail, but it's at the end of the day,
hot hemp.
Just
it passed the test when we sent it in.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with somebody the other day about like testing, and I said to him, I was like, I don't know if I could ever truly feel like belief in that, because I mean, without getting into too many details, I mean, it's not too hard for meeting testing requirements if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you mix it with enough whatever, and
throw some larf in the bag.
Exactly.
I mean, Adam, one time I called a company out in Cali, and I was like, I called the company up. I was like, hey man, we got to meet testing. It's got to be this, you know. And he was just like, yeah, there's a rush fee that you could pay, if you want to. He's like, if you want to get this sample tested out, get it on the next flight out with FedEx with that rush fee. And within 48 hours, that fucking COA was in my hand, and it was like, yeah, this is great.
Exactly where you need it, right where you needed it.
I'm telling you.
Why did they call it a shakedown fee?
So I'm telling you, Dave, it's like the shit is so prevalent that.
That Veronica Vaughn is one piece.
10-20 rooms going, and it's like, yeah, we can't miss out on this.
Chlorophyll? More like borophyll.
It's gotten laughable in that sense, and I think if enough people did inside testing with, because of course not everybody can have an HPLC in-house and maintain it and have somebody trained. It's hard. But I think if we worked with like the technology that's out there and kind of agreed on a certain,
chlorophyll, more like borophyll.
We would build such a quick database that would actually be pretty robust and good enough that you could actually say like, all right, these guys are full of shit because we're getting 22% and they're all of a sudden trying to stroke our fucking nuts and give us 32s and like 10% double what they should be able to claim as and so we'll see how that goes. But it's kind of funny because it was also like, I think there was this point where I was like, when New York goes, it's over. Like it's really over because then the rest that's literally, it's pushing it over the edge where it's like, who's not going to be involved now because all of a sudden the real money's there and it's bi-coastal. And it's the two big players, in Texas, nobody gives a fuck anymore. You know what I mean? Like they fucked up too hard for anybody to care what their weed stance is really at this point, which they would have a huge market.
You blew it!
It's sort of null and void, I think, at this point.
What is the, didn't we hear the rumor about Texas going to somehow only allow imports from Oklahoma? Like, is that a rumor? Is that for real?
I heard something along those lines, which I thought that's sad.
Or hemp in general. Is that
this is for cannabis. That's why there's this why I'm rushing to Oklahoma. They all say, no, I'm not here to sell to the Oklahoma market. I'm going to sell it to Texas when they become legal.
I heard this too. I heard that, but I mean, who knows?
It would
fly in the face of what we're at, and at the same time, that's exactly what they would probably do. I could see them pulling that off. Okay. And nobody giving a fuck.
Well, it's interesting, like when you had brought up like if we could create a database, right? What's the name of the database that deals with genetics right now? There's something out there.
Phylos,
Phylos, yes. Yeah. I've heard a lot of people discuss that and talk about that and how it's like what I think of it as really good.
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one.
It's like, oh no, this genetic's been around for some time.
The problem that we had with that was there was a lot of stuff that didn't make sense as a breeder. Like you'd give stuff that you know exactly, like this is fucking came from that, and you give it to them, and they would put you on two sides of the galaxy, and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense for me. And I did that. A few other people did that with stuff that were like, no, we know that those are interrelated.
You got the wrong guy. I'm the dude, man.
It doesn't make any sense if they're not. And so, and there was a little bit of what was that machine that we had for a little while? That handheld portable scanner thing that you would. Anyway, that thing was like so weak.
THC, you're talking about?
We test
that purple thing?
It wasn't. No, the purple one's the orange one. That's a nicer version.
Clamshell type thing.
Yeah, that's a nicer version. This is like the.
Hey, careful, man! There's a beverage here.
It first came out, I think, right around April 1st, and I was like, "This is bullshit. This is some fucking April joke." And it was like, "No, dude, it's real." And everything you put on it said Blue Dream or something else. Like, all right, this thing, I could just put a randomizer on my phone and it would pretty much.
Why, oh, why didn't I take the blue pill?
It was interesting because I got it. It was a joke. A year later, I tried it again, and I did a real test, and I put the real test next to it, and it was like within.
As long as the Matrix exists, the human race will never be free.
Shit, these things actually didn't say what the right. I mean, it gave you some suggested strain that it might be, and that's all bullshit. But the numbers were like so close that I was like, huh, maybe.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is.
100.
You have to see it for yourself.
Of data per or X amount per thing. Maybe they have 1,000 points of data that they can work with. A year later, they've gone through hopefully a lot more and gotten more accurate. So, I mean, I think there's a future for that. And if you come up with a small and portable enough thing and everybody agreed on it to a point of like, we'll use that as our standard with internally, not as
I'm your huckleberry.
Standard like recognized, but just internally, then you could kind of call bullshit on things quicker, you know what I mean? Because you'd see like, okay, so we're all in agreement because we've been using the same thing and we're dialed up to pretty close to the same caliber, you know?
You know, I remember a story you had told a long time ago, Adam, and it was about when you were in Amsterdam.
All of your wildest dreams will come true.
No, it's about a house the house burning down. It's not really that sweet of a story.
Oh yeah,
so
shout out to Jerome.
Attention all units, this is Sergeant Stalenko.
Blackstone glass over here.
We are changing from a code-free direct pursuit to a
bring the bagels. Hey, bring the bagels, Blackstone.
We're completely lost due to incompetence.
It is some beautiful glass, I must say.
That shit, man?
It is. It'll sit right on this rolling tray made by Bonsai Woodman.
It could stay there.
It's better to hit me on the DM on Instagram to get something.
Expect a groveling. No, make one for Mark.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from
Mark. So anyhow, Adam, my whole thing is this, right?
Yeah, the fire.
The fire. I know what happened. You know, there was a couple plants still there. Whatever, the people coming around. The cops gave you shit for it.
Take drugs, Danny?
All right.
Every day.
But I only bring that up to say, in Amsterdam, the cultivation that goes on, is it correct in my understanding? Because I got a good buddy from Holland. He's he
take
built
drugs,
all
Danny?
the greenhouses up and down the East Coast. He's done everyone from here to Maine.
All the greenhouses.
They're not gonna
Every all the glass houses, like the big commercial.
The
ones.
proper
take drugs,
ones.
Danny?
Good dude.
That's their thing.
He told me everything was done in the greenhouse.
I mean,
from a large part out in like tulip field areas. And
yeah, there's. I mean, the thing is, in like down south, there's a lot more growing going on. Like for instance, like
drugs,
Amsterdam, around Amsterdam, not so much. All those greenhouses are. It's high dollar land.
This
and
guy's
back in
been
the day,
stoned
yes,
since the
because it's
third
kinda
grade.
You know, but nowadays, everything is so overregulated. But yeah, down south, more on the border, Belgian border, that was like where most of the large scale grows go. The thing about Holland was back when it was really good was when there was people just taking like 6, 8 nights, kind of like how it is right now for a lot of people in New York. And there was like a mom and a single mom, and she'd just kill it.
I'm your huckleberry.
Really good product every time. And then later they said, "Oh, we're gonna take your house away. You know, we kick you out of the housing if you get caught." So everybody.
Isn't that a daisy?
That's their only way to afford to have a place to live. Yeah. So then all what filled it in was like Albanian gangsters and you know what I mean, and Dutch guys who didn't give a shit and just feed it.
Would people come into the shop though and like try and like fucking shake you down and shit and be like,
Oh,
you're operating in our market space, you know, give us a little taste here, Adam.
The Dutch are like that, and they're. It's funny. They definitely tried with all the Americans because they knew that the Americans would not understand the system there. And I remember these guys came in, and I was just like, I went to my friends and was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And like, it's just typical Dutch guys. You know, don't worry about it. And that's the thing is they kind of have like the whole thing in Holland is
they can threaten. You can threaten people all you want. It's like it's not a big deal. They don't give a shit about that kind of stuff there. They just care about action. Like if there's an action going, if a gun gets pulled, they're like all of a sudden there's a SWAT team. Like you're like, holy shit, these guys came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, they train their people a lot differently than they do here.
And they're trained to actually do something, not just.
You must be tough when you're spanking your monkey.
You
have a monkey?
You know, get him in the back of a car. Nobody's. They don't make a big deal about it. Bag on the head, throw him in the back of a car, and you're like, what just happened? Is like there's like no sirens, no nothings. You know what I mean? They're real slick like that. But it's always been like, you know, I think with the weed game when I was there, it was like they knew that there was a smaller growers and they kind of left people alone. But then the new government kicked in, and once that happened, they were like war on weed and all the things you see now, like the drones with the sensors on them and shit. That was all Dutch stuff. Like the Dutch invented all that shit because they were.
Who do you think your shit don't stink?
20 years ago, like they had the first drones, probably like it's like 2010. So maybe like 11 years ago or something like that. And I was like, oh shit, they got sensors on drones now, and they're sending them over the grows, and they could be like 2 miles away and just get a detection of THC coming off the exhaust fans. And then they would go in.
Boys, we didn't put the THC screen up on the ceiling.
And you have to, so they would, take samples from like that, put the drone right outside and send a
rat in there with something on its back to go in and get a little.
And then they would have a reason to go in and bust the place, and you'd be like, oh my god,
Jerry fucking shit.
So yeah, it's it's now the point is just having big balls.
The greatest trick the devil ever.
Because nobody's really paying attention.
It didn't exist.
It's kind of like whatever. You smell weed. Like it used to be, you smell weed. There's a reason to, get you out of a car. That's no longer.
No, you can't use it, especially not in New York. Thanks to the MRTA. Shout out to that bill, hooking shit up.
Right.
No longer can you use that smell to fuck with anybody. Carry 3 ounces, 5 pounds in the crib. Nobody can say no.
That's what I love. I love
this
that.
is the coolest thing. Smoking. You smoke anywhere that they can smoke tobacco. You can smoke weed. It has been
and the
past 48 hours. Holy fuck!
The 5 pounds at home is the part I like.
You guys don't have that in Colorado where you could smoke anywhere where there's tobacco?
Right, no. It's our next guest. No,
you don't have that.
No.
I was being serious. I didn't even know what Colorado's consumption.
Oklahoma's got a good rules like that.
Yeah, you guys hit the market big.
Well, that was the thing. We had to like.
Here's Johnny.
What they said, so that
I'm sorry, guys, but glad you're in New York right now.
Oh yeah, no, it's like
you stay as long as you want.
It's a coming home party because we're like, oh, like my God, we used to do this anyway, but now we can do it.
It's kind of like you in the United States, right? You left the United States.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Coming back,
right? And it's always through. Better. It's always better. It's like a 20-year. There's like a 20-year gap of like reality. Like 20 years ago, still didn't get it. You know what I mean? Now, over the last 20 years, it inched its way towards it, and now we're at the point where they finally get it, and they're like, "Holy shit! You mean we can make money?
I'm gonna make them an offer again.
All the good benefits that come out of it."
I just want to see like farmers and stuff prosper. I want to see good people. I don't want to just see it be all. Listen, we have to be realistic too and understand that money plays a factor, but it's like I don't want to see every MSO like they're already company just half an hour from here just bought 4.6 mil for a 400,000 square foot facility. They didn't even get a license. So
right.
Anyway.
They're just setting up. Yeah, well, that's the thing is it's that whole like getting money in the way. I mean, people who have no problem losing $100,000 a month just to keep everyone else out. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of shit that sucks because it can't.
You can do it! Cut his fucking head off!
On cash like that. You know what I mean? Like it's.
You can do it!
And that's all you want to do, and you're gonna.
And I'm not saying let's be naive. I mean, you've seen the market play out in a dozen different places, Dave. You've seen the market play out and help set up markets, seen it go. We're not being naive. It's just, I mean, we still have morality. We still have conscience. It's.
Well, I think also that New York.
I want to see others prosper.
The timing is perfect in a sense too, because all of a sudden, like
you look beaten, Dave, by that statement.
I don't want New York to blow their opportunity to provide social equity licensing without these. What would you call them? Like a poison pill to say that you have to own the real estate. Which no social equity. They're not going to have that. You can't own it. Maybe you sign a good lease. And maybe instead of trying to set the bar so high on the actual social equity applicant, set the bar on the real estate company that comes in and say, you know what, you have to charge Or you, no.
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
To succeed. Don't set it up where you set them up for failure so that in 3 years some big mega company comes in.
But that's the cannabis way.
I don't want, but I'm just
Let's go smoke a joint, man. On a 50 fucking yard line.
Still has that hope and that, the real, wanting to see.
He's showing you that on the outside, but inside he knows it's over, bro.
No, no. Adam's telling Dave's dead inside. This is zombie Dave. We found him in a crate.
Bob had bits too.
He'll be running out of batteries soon.
If you vote for
flight out here again,
the weight loss is just batteries.
Was it raining? That's all I want to
Get
know.
the batteries out. We had those big ass batteries.
But the good transition topic here is this regarding New York, right?
Segue. Look at this guy.
Good segue.
Calling segues.
New York, we've got such an issue with running outdoors. Okay. PM, mold, everything. All right. Yeah, we have micro.
This is your life, and it's ending 1 minute at a time.
NorCal has many different microclimates in different areas and all throughout the state. And then we have the same thing here. The big thing is going to be finding strains that will work in this area for farmers, for growers, less loss, more, beneficial to the environment, to the grower, to his yields, to his harvest, not losing so much. And things that make sense. So
it's going to be the thing is, you got to remember that all farmers get kicked in the fucking teeth every time. Like
there's going to be a lot of greenhouse and a lot of indoor in New York.
Farmers in general, doesn't matter if it's cannabis,
cantaloupe,
cantaloupe, fucking calendula. It's all the same. You know what I mean? It's like it's all the same. They just get the fucking asses handed to them usually. And if it's not the weather, it's the prices. If it's a good year, it goes down because everybody's got a good year. If it's a bad year, it's fucking, nobody has the fucking quantities. So then you missed your opportunity there again. And it's going to be rough. It's definitely going to shake out, especially in New York. Think about all the pussies that with big money that have been waiting on the sidelines. They're just going to wait for the moment, and they're still not going to do it for the next year until it really gets those regs get signed. That moment in time, it's like, yeah, you fucked up.
But until then,
you need to be on it now. Like
when you need those strains, you should go to seedsherenow.com.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Segue. You got Segway fever.
Seeds here now. They deliver to New York in a very discreet package. They have a website. You know what that website is? It's seedsherenow.com. He has over 70 breeders that he's been working with, many of them for years. He has the best customer service in the industry. And I'm hoping that maybe, are you guys listed with Seeds Here Now at World Class?
I'm going to step away. What I was going to say is if
you don't know who's
they've got all the best breeders in the world, then hopefully soon.
Oh, yeah.
Bonsai and Sensei Growth.
There you go.
Consulting, shout out. So hopefully.
To myself. Shout out to myself.
That's right. So hopefully in the near future, you'll see World Trade Genetics on the seedsherenow.com.
I'm pretty
website.
sure there's a
New York grown, New York bred.
You could squeeze a space right in here.
Coming to one fusion meld. Adam and Dave, thank you guys.
Hey,
God bless.
Thanks, man, and thanks for the
Dave
bonsai.
fucks up again, but hey, listen, you need me to fuck up.
Know who
so seedsherenow.com. Ask for the done deal.
Yeah, tell them you want World Trade Genetics, and then get them all pissed off. Be like, oh man, you're like the 27th person who's asked. What's that? Oh, done deal on bonsai. There we go. Bonsai Woodworks.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Tell us tell everybody this.
Tell the world. There's like 10 million people listening.
So. Manny from World Trade Genetics. Vic is somewhere here. He should be here. He should be coming soon, hopefully. But
cool. We'll have Vic rolling.
Yeah, we're World Trade Genetics.
Nice. And we've been hearing all about you from Rosindogs. He's been shouting you out on the show pre-flood. So it wasn't even about coming down and showing love during the flood situation. It was definitely pre that. He was pissed. We'd put Seeds Here Now if he'd start throwing down World Trade.
Okay,
that's it. So
he's been.
We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it happen.
Like it's good to have like somebody like Hips. I call him Hips, but it's good to have somebody like that because he always. Oh, sorry. He always cleans up his stuff.
Don't burn down. No, I'm just kidding.
You know what I mean? Like, when you're with a tight group of people or even like a larger group of people, you get kind of like centralized and everybody says, oh, this is the standard. This is what it is. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
But then you meet somebody like Hip on. He's like, this is some boof, bro. You gotta get this together.
That's what you want. I mean, it's like having a big brother in a situation
No, yeah,
where if you didn't have that and you think you're the best, then you're definitely going to go to the big school and point and realize, oh shit, like probably shouldn't have listened to my sisters. they were not slapping you down enough. You know what I mean? So, and with cannabis, it's also like that's the most important thing is having a good critiquing crew, because if everybody just thinks your shit's the best, you don't progress. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, I mean, it's really hard if you really think about like when we first went public. We've been doing this forever, but we went public. It was like 3 or 4 years ago, and we were getting looked at like as the young guys or like they don't know what's going on. But then the flower speaks for itself. That's what we learned. Like, you know what I mean? You can say whatever you want about the people you're seeing, but when you see the flower, it just brings everybody together.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And so, and when you like the 3 years ago or something like that, how long were you guys been partners since the beginning, or does it like somebody was growing before?
I think I was in like this terrible car accident. I was like freaking like 18, 19. I was done. I was laid up, couldn't move, nothing. So I was doing all this research and I just came across sativa, cannabis sativa. Never smoked weed in my life. Like,
really?
So hella research, 2 years. I fucking ordered a bunch of shit from Canada. I had like
This guy's been stoned since the 3rd grade.
Sure. What year was that?
Oh man, the aeroponics. That was like 2003, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe a little later. But it was a little puck that used to sit in hydro kits.
Yeah, sure.
It used to aerate the gas, whatever. It did nothing. It was literally a big scam, I believe, because it was cooking off newts if it did anything.
Right.
So
it was like kind of like it was like the
a steamer. I had a cold steamer pretty much.
Right.
But then the knowledge that we had, we're like, oh yeah, we're doing some shit here. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, those were they the nebulizers? Is that what they were using? Those like discs that would kind of throw off the water?
Yes.
So it wasn't really hot steam. It was like cold steam, and it was like a weird micro droplets. But those things get clogged really easy. And so if you try to put newts in there, it fucks it right up. It's like
completely useless.
So it kind of kills that little plate, and then the plate.
But I tell you, if somebody doesn't know about growing, and you're a guy growing in your neighborhood, and they come over, you got a little smoke coming out of your op.
Oh yeah,
you're like,
oh
like, shit,
this
man,
guy,
you got something going here.
This
like,
guy's
mind you, you're just fucking. The humidity's crazy. You're not even thinking about that because you haven't even learned that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concept is interesting, maybe from a cloning point of view. But beyond that, I don't think you deliver the
You take drugs, Danny?
the goods. You know what I mean?
No,
Like, plants
100%.
definitely. Where we are, it's too dry for that kind of shit anyway. And you have a power failure, you're fucked. Like within 30 minutes, the shit would be like, okay, we're done. And I always feel like anything with aeroponics is like so critical about your equipment that you become like
way too technical.
You just become like, oh, you didn't clean it. Oh, dude, you got pythium now. You're all fucked up. You know
I'll
what I
tell
mean?
you what, man. I've seen over the years, like breedings handled in like suboptimal conditions consistently over years and years. And you try to run that plant in a stable room, and you're like, what the fuck's going on here?
It's
like,
true.
You know what I mean?
Like Kush has that kind of thing out in LA because a lot of people were growing it in like barely air conditioned rooms, and so they'd be like 90+ degrees, and the plants thrived. And then you take them to like Colorado 72, and you take them to like Colorado 72 climate controlled room. What?
No, we're not going to be able to get that.
He can fucking whatever. He can squeeze over. I don't know, because he doesn't have his pants up high enough. He might have a problem.
That's, man.
You got to get real close to the mic,
dude.
Yeah.
You got it really close.
Gotta get real close. You make it all.
Tell us who you are.
Oh, what's going on? I'm Vic from World Trade.
You can just hang it. You can just grab it and talk.
Yeah, just Vic from World Trade Genetics.
Cool. We were just going over a little bit of not really. We didn't really get too deep in the background. We're just talking about the. There we go. Now we're talking. Like you said, speaks for itself. So blueberries and cream.
Yeah.
So watermelon is in what position? So
that's a new terpene.
That's a new terpene.
Just making it up.
I'm like, what the fuck?
It smells like
water lemonine.
Dude, but
this has like a cheese kind of vibe to it right here.
Take that to another stage.
This has a cheese vibe to it.
Like, that's what I'm learning.
That's cookies and cream times our Kush Diesel, our blueberry cutter Kush Diesel times cookies and cream from Money Mike.
Definitely got a blueberry vibe, but it's like
anything we hit our Kush Diesel with
came
back. I mean, test the results. Anything we've grown ourselves, amazing. It's got this lineage. We've been working with that. Well, he's been working with that since like probably like 05 maybe.
That's
06?
that's got like a proper blueberry
Right.
smell to it, right?
That's the blueberry Pinot that KD smacked against the Dosey Dough and then hit against cookies and cream, right? Yeah. But so that Kush Diesel, we got 6 phenos of that. We got a strawberry milk, and these are coming from like now there's lineage on this Kush Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, deep chunk strawberry sour that was in New Paltz, the pink and purple Kushes that were coming around this way.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, these Kushes were like, to this day, I ask everybody I meet, did you get those Kushes that came around during this year? It was a pink and purple Kush, and they were top. It was Kush
pink pistols or pink just.
It was pink bud. It was just straight pink, not hairs, right? It was like it was very weird flower, like, and it was consistent. We always had it coming, and dude, we got lucky. Got a couple bag seeds out of that. Oh my god! And threw it into the KD.
Was that growing indoors or was that outdoor?
That was coming from Canada, right?
That's what I was told. I mean,
I think it was coming from Canada. We were on one of those loops, one of those two-wheel guys, rider loops that go around, and we were getting some of those Kushes and stuff like that.
Shout out to Looper. How?
But man, I tell you, that's what Kush was for us. You know what I mean? So we would get Kushes from people. We'd be like, "What the? This ain't Kush." Like,
I don't understand this whole OG thing. How they slap an OG on everything? What's that mean? Ocean grown? What is it? What does it mean?
No, definitely not ocean grown. And the thing is that the it's like everything. You know, there was a moment in time where it was helping to track a particular cut, which is the cut that Josh D uses, right? So Josh D's
one cut, the OG Kush was one cut from Josh D.
Yeah, it wasn't from Josh D. It was from a guy named Alec Anderson, but Alec was in Florida and he popped the bean. So he's the guy who like popped the bean. You know, it came from Florida when Matt Berger took it from Florida to Cali to Josh D. And now Josh D and Matt Berger were roommates at the time. And basically Matt was talking shit all the time about how the weed was better back in Florida. And of course, no Cali guy wants to hear that. So he's like, fuck you, bring it. And he did. He brought the clone back. Then they ended up putting it in with some Northern Lights from Holland in a closet, which something hermed something. And then that's how the Bubba Kush came, because Matt Berger is Bubba, so he says Bubba every now and then. That's how that was birthed on a mistake, like every other fucking strain out there that was in that time period, because nobody was breeding for anything, because everybody was just winging it, and that's how sour came about. That's how everything came about. It was all backseat, you know what I mean? So, but that particular cut, because it was trackable, then it went to Be Real, and it went to the, you know, that became part of that crew, and of course that's where they put the OG on it, you know, and that's just because they wanted to, because all of a sudden other people started getting the cut and growing it, you know. And the thing is, it's how you grow it too. It's like that's where the problem of cuts getting out is that you might grow it right on point, might have taken you a while to do it. Now 10 other people are growing it and 8 of them grow shit, you know what I mean? 2 guys grow it properly, so no one else is getting a good you know, representation of what you're doing.
That's like the Blue Dream for us for a while.
Mm.
You hear a guy have Blue Dream, you never get the real Blue Dream, or the Jack Herrera back in the day. I don't think I've ever had it. I think I've had every guy had a Jack Herrera. I don't think I've ever had the real one.
Well, the problem with the Jack Herrera is that it's 11-way hybrid, the original. So 11
pheno hunt on that one.
So 11 ways to sunset on that one. You know what I mean? Of reality, if you're thinking about it, you're like, okay, so it's not stabilized to any kind of particular. So the magic, you got a good Jack, I got a good Jack, he's got a Jack. We're all a little bit different, you know. So it's out of the gate, it's like that. Whereas if it was you know, like the Afghan one, for instance, it's pretty much like, yeah, it always comes out the same. It's got the same kind of droopy leaf thing going on. You can identify it. It's got kind of like the taste is not overpowering. So when you cross it into other stuff, it works. The Jack, the problem with the Jack is you've had a million things probably that taste exactly like what's now considered Jack, and it's not good. It's like it's a very terpenolini heavy thing that's like, oh, it tastes interesting the first time you smoke it. Then all of a sudden you're like, dude, everything's starting to taste like this. And it's almost like,
that's like, what you get. You get certain pockets of people who have a certain understanding of what they think a strand is.
Yeah.
So you're pulling something, I have a whiff of this. Oh, it smells like Jack. I'm like, what the? I'm like,
they had a guy
well, that's the problem is Jack.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Jack turns a lot of shit into the same sort of profile, which is this, like, what's considered sativa to a lot of people, like it's like, oh, that's sativa because it has that thing going on. And Trainwreck had the same terpenoline, a lot of that also. And train wreck is like that. You cross it in with other stuff, it turns into a train wreck thing. And runts is a little bit like that too, where if you cross runts into anything, it becomes runts. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't become the other thing at all. It always becomes runts. So you're super dominant. So like Jack's, that particular terpene, which is interesting to anybody who has never seen it for a little while. It's almost like how Soma's diesel was, you know what I mean? Which like
the Soma grapefruit diesel.
Same thing.
Man, I'm telling you, dude, that was some amazing flower back then.
It was, but it had, to me, the problem was it smelled a lot better than it tasted compared to like sour diesel had a much better like real taste to it. And the problem was it was me and Keith were even saying the other day, it's like, you know what sucks is that was truly sour, but it wasn't sour diesel. You know what I mean? And what it was and it came from
it was grapefruit and vomit. Some of the phenols were like vomit and grapefruit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it came from a bag of sour diesel that had seeds. So it was so it has.
I thought that was a whole other thing.
What's that?
I literally thought that was his grapefruit.
No.
Time something.
No. And so the whole thing is that it was just like such a throwback though, that like, and Keith and all of us told him like that's not the sour at all, because he was like, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? And he found something interesting. I mean, it was definitely interesting. And if you say grapefruit to anybody, they're like, yeah, that's fucking grapefruit. Like there's no doubt about it. And so, but the problem was, and I even said it on the show with Soma, I was like, dude, you fucked up a lot of people by calling it New York City diesel, where do you think the fucking sour was popular?
He trying to take some like steam, maybe?
He you know,
the average eye, that'd be like, oh, there's another sour cross.
He said it was like right after 9/11, and he was saying that it was because the firefighters.
Well, I don't get it.
It was like, yeah, it was like in ode to the firefighters of 9/11. I was like, nah, I don't know about that. Exactly.
I mean, like, to say that, like, I don't know, like we stand for like the community. We stand for unity and collaboration. That's literally what this whole thing is about. It's a bunch of guys from all over the world working together.
Yeah.
And like, you know, we look at the community the same way. Like we just did a big giveaway. We gave away thousands of dollars worth of seeds on the site. We're just helping people out. You know what I mean? Like when we first got into this publicly, we would go to these shows and we would give out genetics. That's what you're there for. You know what I mean? Like guys would get mad at us for giving out seeds.
Yeah.
And,
that is literally what you're trying to do, because you want to create, you know, you want to see what people's reactions are. You want to get some fucking feedback.
Man, it was like from our perspective, being guys that we've been doing this. We went to a show one time and we saw what they were doing in there. We were looking at everything. It's how normal stuff, like, you know what I mean? And we were just like, man, something ain't right about this, man. Like nobody really cared about what you were gonna get out of them things they were talking about. So I was like, yo, let's do this.
Right.
Let's just do it. Who cares? Like, and at that time it was like, you're crazy. Like, what are you gonna do this for? Because you're gonna be public about it. But dude, man.
Well, you know, I mean, I always felt like, I mean, I had it easy because I moved to Amsterdam, where you could talk about it and be legal. You know, it was legal-ish. It wasn't really legal, but it was legal enough that I could go on TV and I could get interviewed and I could tell, you know, whatever. And I always thought like, and I saw how other people were, who were like, a lot of guys that were there were like, you know, they got busted in America, so they definitely don't want to go on the camera. You know what I mean? And I was like lucky enough to not have that situation. And then now it's all of a sudden like everyone's like living that dream because it's happened.
It's weird.
You know, it's like, so I get to watch the same thing happening over and over and over again. It's actually great because
that's kind of cool though. You get to see it. Yeah. Like for us, this is the first time we're seeing it. Like now people are walking up talking to us. Yeah. Whereas we're like, well, you know what I mean? It's still a little sketchy to us. Yeah, it's still sketchy to us.
Well, you know, and I've watched it over the years, like in Amsterdam, where it's like you like people are shit, like they're got true PTSD from you know, getting busted, or
you guys talking that pro mix? You guys talking them pro mix bales walking in, dude? Yeah, man, you know, it's not fair, kind of like either. I'm gonna say this. I know that's kind of wrong to say.
Well, you know, and well, the part of it that's hilarious is that it's like you also know that in a few years, no one's gonna know that feeling again. You know what I mean? It's like they're gonna lose that paranoia.
That's not
like,
fair.
You know,
that's not fair.
Right.
Take it back though, like what's going on in New Jersey though?
Yeah, Jersey doesn't let you grow at all, right?
But look what's
So
happening.
everyone's gonna grow.
But look what's happening.
Yeah.
They're giving you it's almost like a chia pet now. They're giving you these PGRs and they're giving these guys these seeds, and these guys are their first grows, giving out fucking nugs that are blowing people's minds, and they think they're master growers.
Yeah.
When they're working out the bottle, you know what I mean? They don't know anything about the plant.
Well, that's
but
the funny thing
what
is
you're introducing.
that's exactly like I know guys from in Brooklyn that are like all they want to see is like they bounce that nug on the table and it cracks the table in half, and you're just like, yeah, and you're like, you know, it like, no, you don't want that. You actually would like to be able to see the structure and all the resin and give it a place to breathe a little bit.
Dude, it's blowing my mind how these new guys are pulling out these PGR buds and they're telling me how good and I'm telling them like, dude, do this without that bottle you used.
Well, I mean, the key is it's poison. That's the biggest problem. I mean, it's not like we're jealous because they got tighter buds and we don't want to do it that way. It's like just straight up poison.
I'm a little jealous that they're getting to do that and just knock it. So see, the problem is the people that are involved with it, they don't know.
Yeah.
So they're taking that.
Well, you know, when you get a bag,
they're like, I got the best grower on earth.
You're like, what? That's a pound? Like, doesn't even make sense.
Dude.
And we had that in Holland, but it was even worse. Like in Holland.
Oh, is that the sativa? Okay, yeah.
I got that rolling up here.
So me and him right now are in a competition because he really doesn't do sativas. I handle the sativas for the company. He pulls them out every now and then and tries to like, you know, yeah, you don't know what you're doing over there. And I'll smoke it and I'm like, this motherfucker.
So his definition of me being smoked, if it has no crystals on the bud, it don't look like it's gonna do nothing. But then when you hit it, you just start dying laughing. Like, I don't know what kind of cannabinoid this is. You don't see it on the flower, but it exists. It's in there.
It's tasty.
It's in there.
No, what I've noticed.
It don't taste nothing.
What I've noticed, he's talking about the sativas that I work with.
Mm-hmm.
So my sativas I work with are like going in 19, 22 weeks, 23 weeks, right? There's nothing sexy about them. You know what I mean? Right. They're huge foxtails.
You like strong males in the grow room.
But but when you smoke them, you're gone. It's just there's never a complaint. You know what I mean? Like, and he'll pull some. But I do have centralized. We haven't released a single sativa strain yet because I'm still locking them in. I'm finding that locking them in, sativas are a little bit harder than locking in those freaking indicas. So
yeah, and it's the subtleties in those things, and it's like it's really hard. I mean, I think guys like that, he's never gonna appreciate his sativa. Look at him, look at that guy.
That's the problem, man.
That guy's not appreciating no sativa. He wants the hard hitting. He wants that shit hitting hard and just straight off the front end. Like, wow.
Well, a lot of guys like to get stoned. They don't like to get high. I don't like to feel like I got shit to do, man. I don't want to feel like I'm drowned out.
Yeah, well, I mean, the key is like getting to appreciate those little tiny nuances. And sometimes, but the funny part is when it catches you, like people get like really, because they're not expecting it, because they're thinking their associations always with the like lemony terps.
He's telling you to get close.
He doesn't want to get close. He's happy.
Juju. Much shout out to Juju, World Trade Genetics. But what was that saying? What was that saying?
We're just talking about sativas and the fact that they're harder to appreciate. That's what he just gave me. Yeah, that's your weed. Better not diss it. It's your own weed. Yeah, that shit sucks. Whatever that shit was, terrible.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wasn't sure. I mean, everything's in testing. Everything's always in testing. So like feedback is everything. So if you don't think it's
the deep chunk, was that something that you guys crossed into or came to you crossed already into? Because deep chunk's always a good.
It was something we got when I was like 14 off like off Nirvana. I think it was like Canacopia. They had deep chunk times Bubba Kush, and we hit that against the NYC Diesel.
Right.
And then from there, we just kept piggybacking back and forth. We'd hit it with a Diesel, then we'd hit it with a Kush, another Diesel, another Kush. We just keep going to linear and building it up that way until it turned into like strawberries, blueberries, fruity pebbles. So that's our main, like, that's our mothership right there. When we're breeding, that's our go-to. Like we get all this hype stuff, this so-called hype stuff, whatever, but our stuff's kind of like Reggie. I'm not going to front. I made it 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But it's like high class Reggie. It's like some blueberry. Nah, it ain't Reggie. I'm fronting. But it's like, but everything I hit with this, I hit the new stuff with it.
Yeah.
It just turns it, you get flavor, everything. It's crazy. Like,
well, but you're also, all right.
So you're using, you have a male selected from that stuff that you're using, or you're reversing. Oh yeah.
Out of that, I'm always picking new build. It's basically IBL at this point.
Mhm.
And then I got
100%.
I did an IX cross with it. So like I'm bringing it back, opening it back up the spectrum. So I'm trying to get that. Oh, we kind of lost it, man. We had a little raid back in the day. They took all my stuff. What had happened was after they cleared me out, there was a couple seeds that fell on the
They call
ground.
that in Holland. They would call that plucking you like a chicken.
Oh, they
That's their
plucked
deal.
me, man.
They pluck.
Dry.
They leave you there like a
They
plucked
took.
chicken.
I had a Dutch master box full of all my genetics back then. I was 17. They took that shit. All the Kush, the real Kush diesel is gone. But like out in the grow though, where they left behind, there were seeds that fell on the ground probably from the year before, and it was the Kush diesel, but it was hit with like some crazy sativa leaning diesel. So it took my indica-ness out of it. So we've been breeding it back for like the past 5 years. Yeah, man, it took my indica-ness, man.
Damn, that's going to be in Webster's in the next update.
Yeah, the girls tell me, man, if you want to settle in with a female for the night, the Kush diesel, man. I've also heard spackle effect. A couple cars have been crashed.
We've been told by the bro that those women don't exist anymore. He said there used to be a time when you could get weed whores.
Like I this is not me just saying this. That Kush diesel's got something in it from back like when it can't find it, it's hybridized out of everything. It's completely hybridized out of everything right now. So whatever's in that Kush diesel is something that's unique, very unique. I'm talking about effects wise.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, again, that's the thing is all the minor cannabinoids are where it's at. Like right now, if you find anything that's interesting, it has some CBG or some CBGA or.
But if it's unknown, if it's something unknown, they really can't test for it.
And that's another thing too. What do we, like? All right, so we're doing all this. We're doing all this hybridization. Everybody's doing all these crosses. Everybody's smacking stuff. Somebody's creating stuff that isn't being read on those freaking charts.
Of course.
And then what? It's just some guy in some neighborhood somewhere with some really good flower, and that's it. You know what I mean? But if it gets in the right hands, oh, somebody just made $1 billion. So it's weird.
I mean, the biggest problem is that like without knowing what they're looking at, because it's really like compounded by a lot of things. It's not like, of course, with THC and with CBD, we can get a kind of an idea. They've been focusing so hard on those, but all those other minors, such little research into what they do, and the little that they find out is usually like, it's even more interesting because it could never be the majority of the thing. It would be almost too strong if it was, and then, so that's why there are these like
that has crazy effects is low. When we get it lab results, it's low. We're like, oh,
yeah. So it's
fucking
there's something in there. There's something in there they must not be detecting.
Well, yeah, and it says a lot for the entourage effect or the however you want to.
But I definitely feel like those cannabinoids or whatever it is, that effect, it's spread out. It's gone. Like. And I don't mean you're digging into these land race packs and you're finding something. I'm talking about there's something out there that we're not accounting for. And it's not going to be accounted for because it's gone.
Well, and the other difference too is that you got indoor grown compared to outdoor grown, and we've changed all our technology so much in the last 25 years that, we've gone from sodium to CMH to now we're going LED, and then who knows like what we're losing or what we're gaining. Some stuff we probably are even like enhancing, but there's definitely some drop-offs in some production in some way, shape, or form, because
some of my best moms come out like shit under LED that I've been growing for a decade.
Right.
Come out like shit under LED.
And it's probably, down the road, you probably could dial it all in because
there's plants right next to it. They come out marvelous. Like, but there's a certain phenos.
Yeah.
Hate that LED.
Yeah, no, that's 100%.
Well,
That's like the Donkey Punch.
It's too intense for some things for sure. I've noticed that. Like I didn't have a controller on mine at first, and it was just everything was just hurting. So I was like, I like put the dimmer down to 50%, and everything jumped up again, and I was happy. I was like, okay, that's too much, which is good. I mean, I'd rather have a ceiling that I can work to. I don't want to be cranking everything out full bore if I don't have to.
I got a question for you. You were talking earlier about the bottles and everything. And I was talking about how some of these plants are condition grown, like bred in these rough environments and stuff. I was speaking to him earlier. He was talking about how the sour was only rolled with those two bags right there.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
yeah,
do you think
that's like General Hydro was the name of the game.
This is what I'm saying. This shit he's telling me. I'm like, So now we got these 13 parts. We got these 14 parts. We can critique every aspect that this plan's going to take in, or maybe take in, or maybe be tolerable.
You got 15 ways to fuck it up, is what I figured.
But shouldn't we have seen like those sour cuts from back then? Shouldn't they be like completely different now with all this critiquing we can do?
Well, I think,
or has nobody tried to dial it in with this new shit?
I think the reality is that also when we start talking 20-year gaps, 27-year gaps,
in the cut.
That a lot. Well, just also like we think we know stuff, but there's like Mandela effect is real, right? Yeah. And we're all fucking like, oh yeah. We use the word sour. Sour is a word that maybe fucked up the whole game in the first place because of the fact that it wasn't really sour. It had its own unique thing, and then, like I said, Soma came out with his shit. All of a sudden, that confused people even further, right? Oh, this really is sour. This is like grapefruit. Grapefruit is sour. So the problem is that we've put such a word association. Word's really powerful too, right? So if you say the word sour 1,000 times, and you smoke something, if you don't know what the original sour diesel is, you will never know because it isn't sour at all. So you're get confused right out of the gate, right? So an average person smokes it, and when they say, oh yeah, it tastes sour, you're like, you're full of shit. So it doesn't taste sour. You don't even know what it means. Like, so it's kind of like built in to fuck everything up in the long run. Because I don't think anybody young that was like not connected really well, like they had to have an older brother or something. If they were like 14, they weren't getting sour. You know what I mean? If they were like, it was no maybe from their stealing it from their dad or something, possibly, but they couldn't get it. You know what I mean? Because the guys who could get it couldn't even get enough because there wasn't enough ever. That was the whole reason it became sour. That's the sour part of it, is the people.
Oh, really? Is that the whole thing? Is that true? Is that true? Really?
It is true.
Some story a few years.
Yeah, he copied our story,
sour,
of course,
but it's never around.
The sour was always about the attitude of the people because they were so pissed off because they could only get like an ounce at a time at 500 bucks.
What do you mean I can only get an ounce?
That was it, and you were sour when you couldn't get it. When you couldn't get it,
I was about to say that.
And when you can't get it, and when you couldn't get it, you became extra sour. You know what I mean? So that was the thing. It was like
there's a community of people still attached to sour and haze downtown.
Yeah,
and they are highly upset when the I guess the younger kids don't respect what it really is and what it did for.
Give it some time for the.
It'll have its day. It's gonna have its day again because the reality is like, it's
classic menu is sour diesel and haze.
Yeah,
classic.
They'd be like, "What you buying
$20?"
It'd be like some young, you know what I mean, 22-year-old kid, but like, they don't understand, I guess, what they pops are smoking it, so it's Reggie to them.
Yeah,
like,
that's hilarious.
But they're young, they never.
But I love the innovation behind the taxing that's going on in the streets right now with cannabis and marijuana in New York, because $90 ace on a corner.
It's $11,000 pound.
Yeah, so
their hustle's hard.
I love that they pay their taxes to the state and everything, and everything is it's all working out for the state beautifully, right? Because it's really strange to me, and I can't believe it's accepted.
What do you mean?
So explain it.
Well, all right. So when
because I heard today for the first time,
I would say Runts did it.
Yeah.
Runts gave somebody the power in New York to sell an eighth for about $90 to $100.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the people never seen it before, though, it was hype. It was all just so you could actually, you know what it was for these. I don't know, for younger kids, I guess. It was the fact to take a picture of your bag. It was more of people wanting to take a picture of the bag, and who gives a hell what was inside of it? And they'll pay $100 for it.
Right.
So Reggie inside somebody's bags, man.
Yeah, so it was just crazy, man. It was.
Well, we've seen the bag. I mean, they sell the bags for almost all the brands in Colorado. Like you can buy them in shops.
I sense a business. I'd like to sell bags.
You can line up with Habib. Habib has 1 million of them. I tell you.
You know what? Let me just be that guy for a second. Does it suck that people are spending that amount? Yeah, it shouldn't be that amount of money. But you know what? Right now, I don't care.
Yeah, for people going, oh, $500 ounce. That's pretty good.
Let's let more people enjoy cannabis right now. The price going to come down. It does everywhere it is. Everywhere it's legal, it eventually finds that watermark. In California, they're going through some shit right now. I mean, $100 a pound for outdoor. I mean, it's really bad. Yes, it's really bad. $700 for indoor.
Indoor?
Yes.
Like
They're not.
Well, the outdoor costs them $50 in the end to pretty much process, and it's $100. There's
Yeah.
not any money there. That's like that's zero. You know what I mean? That's like a loss.
No, there's too much of it.
Too much.
Yes, they do. Yes, you're not wrong. But you need to just smoke more really fast. California's
it's pretty much New York's fault. They're not smoking.
No,
fast
do you
enough.
understand what he's saying? It's New York's fault. New York's growing it now.
Yeah, you fucked
so
up everything.
California, they say they estimate that California will lose out at like $300 million a month.
I was gonna say.
California's dumping ground.
Yes, but no one's going to buy that anymore because they're going to start growing it here. And they're getting it everywhere because no one cares where it comes from.
Massachusetts dumping ground. That's what we really are, dude.
Maine just got shut down, but there's a lot of shit coming from Maine.
The bro was telling us that they're actually saying they're advertising in the town of Albany like it's higher in Massachusetts. You know, so they're not even being subtle about it. They're saying, come here, smoke our weed. New York's being stupid right now. They're going to wait 3 years to get a tax base going. Come over here. Well, I'm just saying, I love New York. I grew up in New York, and the last 48 hours have been amazing coming back. I was going to make a joke and say I'm so thankful that Governor Cuomo touched a lot of women inappropriately and then, had to legalize weed. But I'm sorry for those women. He shouldn't have fucking done that, okay? He used his power inappropriately, but weed fucking thanks you, okay? Weed thanks you. She absolutely did. She absolutely did. And for those of you who don't watch pop culture TV, I think that's the Sex and the City star. I've heard of that TV show on HBO.
Friends, they're on our
we've been smoking outside in front of muggles, man. Okay? In front of muggles. And I'm feeling like I felt when I was in Amsterdam in 1990, man.
That's all it takes. Smoke in front of a cop, and then you're like,
I haven't done that yet.
My life is complete.
No, fuck no. I'm not. No, not.
They didn't say shit. It was surreal, man. We was fishing. We got kicked out of a spot. We had like 3 ounces in a jar on the chair.
Just enough to be over the limit, of course.
It was like, whose chair is that up there? That's all they said.
Oh, you can have one. I guess you have 2.
You know what I'm saying? Because we've been public for a couple of years, and we've been having to go on the road. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We've been back in New York, and the times we've gotten pulled over several times, and this is a car loaded with clones, seeds, everything you can fucking think of, right? So the cop is like, put all this stuff in the trunk and get the fuck out of here before somebody else pulls you over.
It's a whole new fucking world.
They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it.
We're literally like, damn, we just went, I'm going to say a couple, we got a special cut.
Yeah.
Drove all the way out to Jersey to grab it, driving back, pulled over. 20 clones in a tray sitting right under this guy's lap.
Yeah. So it's
hello, New York, man. Crazy, dude. I love New York. This is so great. So get ready for the cannabis renaissance in New York. Get ready for it's probably like, remember Colorado, like before they figured out the law, they just pop up and say, I'm a dispensary.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's going to happen here, like in LA.
Happening.
There's 1,000 of them right now. You can drive anywhere from
just
Dykeman up to Manhattan.
Right.
And you're going to have 1,000 dispensaries out. You can log on and get your menus if you want.
The Adam Dunn Show is coming to Manhattan tomorrow. If there's anybody who wants to invite us to their dispensary, their cannabis speakeasy.
Yeah, dude. It'll be a marker dry erase board with all the strands.
It is crazy. When you go downtown,
tomorrow,
you're going to just have a big sign. You're going to be driving normal business. You're not thinking about this right now. You're like, what are these people doing out here? You look over, see a big sign right there, bunch of strand names on it. And then you'll see a cop a little bit farther up.
Double park, whole block.
Whole park. You can't drive through there. You're stuck. People are beeping, losing their shit. It's the middle of the day.
There'll be like one person there that ain't there.
And there's a police officer right there. It doesn't matter.
I'm here to tell you about drugs.
Come on. This is so great. Flushing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, you didn't like that.
Oh, they're not Flushing guy. You don't like from Queens? From Queens, I don't know how to roll well.
Yeah.
I had to, for the shit I went through, I used to have to pull up the fucking lights and flash my lights twice. Somebody would come running out. I'm sorry about that. 109th precinct?
And
I'm
Northern
sorry.
California Sensimilla. The amazing stuff about this is that you can play
What's
30
that?
shows on it in
What
the
are we
afternoon,
hearing?
take it home and just get stoned to it, but Jesus.
We got to we got to pay some bills, man.
Oh yeah, well we'll get to that in a second. We're extending as usual, longer show.
We go longer and longer and longer. It's become a 3-hour show that's really takes 4 hours.
Your counselor.
3 hours is for pussies.
3 hours is for pussies.
24 hours.
We did 12 hours, 24 hours. 22. I made it.
We can run a 24-hour one if you guys want to.
Nice.
Like
Okay, so
15
next
guys
time,
outside.
yeah, next time for sure.
Jesus.
What we'll do is we'll start with you and we'll end with you, and we'll just let you do everything in between. And but you'll be on call the whole time just in case. So
There's too many stories, dude. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Dude, this is the greatest environment for something like this. To be able to walk outside, to be able to smoke everywhere and not have to worry. Even in Colorado, we don't have this yet. No, man.
It's so nice how they're doing this, man. Anywhere that you can smoke cigarettes or cigars, you can smoke marijuana.
We're well aware of that now. It only takes a few minutes to figure it out.
You get shackled out there smoking in public?
$200 fine.
Yeah, you're not going to get hooked up, but
shekels, not shackles. They go for the shekels.
You're not going to get hooked up unless something else is wrong. You got something there when they run you, you know.
It's a way to unravel it, get you on, start the threads, you know what I mean? But
well, they don't know. Well, last year, especially during COVID, they didn't know how to handle it. They figured it would be more. He would just yell hemp farm every time.
Rhode Island, man.
Rhode Island.
They were like, yo,
oh man.
They told me off rip in Rhode Island when we got pulled over. If there's any more than a half ounce in this car, somebody's going to jail. Mind you, I'm the guy with the backpack between my feet. I'm sleeping. Nobody woke me up. I boofed like real quick. It's something light, but I still had a few ounces.
And now you know what's up.
Whoa.
Half a booth.
James Bond. Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare
When
to
you
die.
when you fat, when you got a little extra, you could boof something. I'm saying it'll stay right between your legs.
No, they'll scare you, man.
The power of Christ compels you.
If they scare you, you'll give it up, and they don't have to do a lot of work.
Right.
So they're coming at us, and they see stuff, and man, people, and they're waking up. I'm driving. I told them no. I said every time we're coming back from these motherfucking shows, you guys leave me, go to sleep in the car. I'm driving us back.
You don't stop to
I was
look
like,
around
watch.
once in a
I'm
while.
gonna get us fucking
You
wrapped.
can
I'm
miss
gonna
it.
fucking get pulled the fuck over everything. I'm talking shit though. I'm by myself smoking, driving. Lights behind me. I'm like, fuck. I'm like the whole company's.
Are you surprised?
Oh my God.
All right, so he tells me before we go to this show, it's in Maine. We had to, or what was it, Vermont or some shit, whatever. We had to drive somewhere.
But we went back through Rhode Island.
He tells me, so my Reggie's expired.
Failure to communicate.
You talking last second? Because everything we do is last second. We print the packages last second, the night before. Okay, so he get.
You can't fight in here. This is the war room. Just a flesh wound.
Wax on.
He gives it to his girl.
Wax off.
His wife. We take his normal shit. He's like, yeah, we good. We go through Rhode Island. They trying to shackle.
Come out to play.
I ate.
Lie. So anyway, set up from the beginning.
Lied.
So-
You hear that? He
anyway,
went straight to the lying.
We
Yeah,
thought we were good 'cause
COVID.
of
You could get away
We
with
did.
it. Yeah, you
No,
can.
we thought it was fair game.
You can't get it.
Yeah.
All right, so
I
you
know,
got
I
it
remember.
online now.
Yeah.
So
Oh, facts. It was shut down.
Snozberries taste like snozberries.
How do you like them? And I didn't press a fucking button.
Oh,
These come to 11.
I'll be back.
shout out to the
I'm so fucking stoned.
Printout of the
Oh, yeah,
inspection
yeah.
and the registration. I'm assuming is good. Your business.
Yeah.
My wife got it all situated. I'm ready to go. We're going on a trip.
They give us the half-ounce speech. Someone's going to jail. Blah blah blah. Then they pull out like 4 or 5 ounces. It's all separated. People are giving us gifts at the show, so we had like a duffel bag full of little jars and baggies.
Mad as hell, but I'm not gonna take this anymore.
It's the top of the car, the trunk. It's covered in fucking baggies and jars. You hear him clinking around. So he's like, yeah, this looks like a little more than a half ounce. Long story short, they just walk back to the car. They're like, get back in the car. They ain't say nothing about the weed. They just left it on top. So everyone hopped, just like 4 of us. Everyone hops back in the car. I'm standing. I'm start slowly grabbing jars. I'm like seeing if they're gonna say nothing. I'm like, they ain't saying nothing. So I start grabbing shit. Everybody hop out. We grab all the weed, hop back in the car, put the clones in the trunk, and they're just like, yeah, whatever.
They said that they couldn't do anything. They honor the state. If you're from out of state and you get pulled over, so we were from New York, and this was fresh. This is like a month or 2 after they announced the whole 3 pounds at home, 3 ounces per individual. So they're like, they didn't know. So they're looking up the laws to see if they can arrest us if we beat any of the New York things, because they can charge us in Rhode Island like we're in New York. So he's Googling, he's just getting pissed like.
And then he come out this guy's glove box.
So if theirs was worse than New York, they could charge you, but if theirs is less than New
He
York,
said, "Where's the
they
gun?"
couldn't charge you.
We got this little shaky looking dude with us in the back seat, all drunk and shit. He's all like, so they look directly at him. They like, "Where's the gun?" We're all like, "What the fuck's going on here?" They're like, "You got bullets in your glove." We're like, "Nah." He pulls out. He's like, "Look, what's this? A little yellow, what was it? Remington for a concrete cement gun.
Oh,
Blanks
yeah.
for the concrete gun."
Yeah. And it has a flat top.
To the shots in the car.
We start dying laughing. He's like, "All right, enough, guys." He's like, "All right, guys." And then he says,
The cop goes, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" I'm like,
he got embarrassed, and then he was like, "All right, get out of here." He left. Yeah, he left. He bounced.
The cop that got embarrassed left.
Yeah, like I left it at the construction site, dude.
Dude, no, we were terrified. Dude, he was about to draw his weapon.
You're a police officer. Let me explain to you what a blank looks like and what a live cartridge looks like.
And a
If
top.
somebody would have moved the wrong way, they would have got shot for blanks.
Right.
Yeah.
Not even blanks, like less than blanks, like fucking construction
item.
blank.
Like, come on, dude. I looked at the cop and I was just like,
He looked like the dude from Live PD.
yeah, we thought it was the guy from Live PD. We're trying to watch every episode to find him, but I don't know.
In 2018, there were 19,000 black and brown people arrested or detained. Arrested, like lost their rights for a period of time in New York. That's right. All right. That's over with now, and we should celebrate that. We should. I know. I understand, but we're moving slowly. You're setting up your court case. I understand that. It's all right.
We come to the
PTSD is doesn't know if you were traumatized, you were traumatized. I get it, but realize we're in our 50s, and this is. I am beginning to realize that maybe prohibition is ending. And that is not something.
What if they pull a New Jersey on us?
Oh,
ain't a party till
here we go. Here comes the fire department. Motherfucker. Rosin, get in here.
You just said fucking Stanley.
Here comes the fire department.
We set
open the door.
We set the fire alarm off at the hotel last night.
Yeah. Oh, shh.
What?
Oh, yeah.
They're not watching the show. What are you sure?
What do you mean? They're old conservative couple. Maybe they do. Yeah.
And Northern California.
During COVID, there was a kid who got arrested downtown for selling bud on the train, and they put it in the news and everything, and they roasted the NYPD. They made the NYPD feel like a bunch of scumbags, and then I literally think that next day is when all the dispensaries opened up in the street. That's when I seen police standing next to people selling flour and nobody cared.
That was the litmus test.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's what it seems like. They'd rather not do the paperwork because it's really nothing now. And I'm questioning, like, there's a lot of renegade guys who are still doing a lot of like indoor grows in New York and stuff that didn't move out of state to Massachusetts and stuff.
Really?
And like, I'm questioning what is the charge on that going to be? Is it going to be a fine? Is it going to be?
I think what they'll do is what they may do is they may regulate it. We might regulate it out where they'll be like, you can't have it in the contract if you just you can't grow here because all these high. I can see them making it harder and harder.
What if it goes federally legal? Won't that be like technically like ATF?
Don't hold your breath.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, it would be ATFM. It'll be the ATFM because it'll be marijuana, which they don't, or they. It means that it'll be a situation where they'll have a lot more money to go after unregulated people, and so there'll be that issue of like, they're not going to go after a guy with 5 lights, but they're going to definitely go after people with 500 lights.
But they can though.
They could. I think they would go straight for like, we'll just kick you out of the housing situation.
Dude, some of these 5 light guys got perpetuals running, blowing people's mind on a daily basis, man. Some of these perpetual runs these guys do.
This is really good.
That's
really good. Damn. I was gonna say this has a better nose to me. Okay, but this smokes a little bit.
That's what I was talking about. That
old effect. There's an effect in every KD pheno cross we do. That's
when we run the keef. When we get the keef out the trimmer from this Kush Diesel, we put it through the press, the rosin press. It's the only one I work with. I don't know what it is. I can't bring it together. It's like, the fuck, man.
Open the door. Reggie alarm, man.
Reggie alert.
You can't say that though, because we're only smoking your weed right now. So that's not, don't do that. Don't.
This is fruity alert, man. This is the high end fruit that is setting it off, man. Good terpene structure.
Yeah, the rosin never come out wet.
It's kind of like sour. Sour does that with a lot of hash making stuff though too. Sour makes that kind of like.
This should be called smoke alarm. Smoke alarm because it sets a smoke alarm.
Man, that for us, that's like that's our mothership.
This is fire.
I worked that for so long. I got a splash in there. I put something in there. What did you throw in there, man? Something got hit into that motherfucker out of my Oh, sweet and sour's in there. But yeah, man, that's our mothership, dude. Anything we hit that KD with, tester feedback, and everything we've grown has been amazing, man. Amazing.
So there was a question from the chat gang. You remember we have some chat people here. You know, there was a movie Caddyshack, and he smoked a joint in it, and he's like, he made his own Kentucky featherbed bent. I'm just wondering. What happened to the, that boof hybrid theirs? Did that ever become a strain? They wanted to know.
What boof hybrid? Which one?
The stuff that you had to hide when
were any seeds germinated?
Does anything did anything come out again where you made your own strain? It was registered grass.
They're just stuck on boofing right now. It's all.
Don't answer that. I was just being stupid.
I do got the booth cup. I'm the holder of the booth cup.
Rosindogs said he won that award
year after year, I would believe.
You won the booth cup.
I thought you won the booth cup.
The booth cup is cool. It's best and worst flower entry. Best and worst flower. That's dope, man.
Gives everybody a chance to
win.
I like that.
The worst gets a huge Stanley Cup
and the best gets a tiny little shitty cup.
Yeah, tiny.
Down, by the way. Booth cup's going down end of October, Fishkill, New York.
November, beginning of
November. I'm dyslexic.
Oh yeah, biggest moldiest bud. That's a good one.
Yeah, the PM hit out of nowhere this year. Dude, we got hit
the
with
biggest
like
PM.
Monsoons.
Yeah, oh my god.
Boom. Yours died? Oh shit. I tell you what's happening out here with everybody starting to just do this in their backyard. Yeah. We had one guy, Juju, that came in. He had a nice outdoor going. He put some work into that shit. And then his neighbor also had a male just in his mix.
Yeah.
Fucking, he got some Jamaican cross against his whole lineup.
Look at how they look so beautiful.
Heartbroken, dude. Oh. It was his first run at an outdoor. He's been doing indoor forever. He was talking his outdoor first run. Called us crying yesterday. It's all Hermit. I'm like, there's no way they all Hermit, Juju. Let's be serious right now. I was like, look around you. Somebody's got a male. He looks in his neighbor's yard.
But maybe that's the new strain, though. Right? He was talking about it being accidental.
You got to grow it out. You got to grow at least. You never know. Jamaican could be some CBD rich.
My man's giving me some blue cheese naka, something they call like Jamaica. That from Jamaica. I don't know, man. I might run it.
But yeah, we're definitely gonna test those. Why not? It's against like some of our keeper cuts, some other berries.
The rules.
You know what I mean? No, but yo, trust me, guys. You guys just smoked it. That blueberries and cream was on we had it for sale on the site and everything, and a couple people grabbed it, but we started to realize that this online thing, it's a picture game. It's you know what I mean? No. It's you know what I mean? So you can be honest with people as much as you want, and the words don't equate to a picture to most people. So it's really kind of weird, like, you know what I mean? So if your camera game isn't proper, or if you're just not a photo op-y type dude, because it's kind of scary to take pictures of everything sometimes, because, you know, we just crossed that threshold.
Well, the thing is, I mean, and the funny part is that some people aren't, and they're geotagging every fucking room they're in, every single place. It's like, yeah, like it used to not be like that. It used to be kind of like, oh yeah, well, it's on my phone, no big deal. Now it's like everything on your phone is there. It's out there. You know what I mean? There's a copy of it somewhere on some cloud.
Nah, yeah, it's
and so it's like, and it's geotagged and it all knows everything. And people are like, it's funny because you can go through and you can pretty much, like, if you look through a grower's phone, it's like a whole chunk of green and then a little couple of family shots and another chunk of green, and then a bunch of family shots and a chunk of green, then a holiday, chunk of green, chunk of green, chunk of green, like, you know, this is like, and then a bunch of hash, and then it's like, it's all there. It's like, hello. Yeah, pretty much there's the story of my life. And, you know, it's all just on a file somewhere, you know? So.
It's kind of scary though, because when you're consistently growing, you're always breeding and stuff. Like one day I just sat back and I was thinking how many batches could I do before I died, and I was like, damn,
not enough,
man. Yeah, I was like,
Not
I
enough.
can't even get through my lineup of testing before I die. Like, you know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. Man.
It is interesting because especially like
we're so into time. It's such a focus on time that you kind of don't pay attention to the time in your life because you're so focused on the time on these plants. Like,
well, they come in cycles too, so it's like and if you're doing long strains like you're doing, that's like pretty big. That's a half a year, or you know what I mean. Like some of them are getting close to like, so you could do 2 in a year, and of course you could do multiple rooms, and you can stagger it, and you can do like but
perpetual runs.
But there's not enough. You can only, as far as cycles go, you can only run the cycle completely out. You can't until you have like if you had a bunch of seeds already, you could be like banging out 6 rooms at a time and a week apart. And
no, but listening to you guys, man, you guys got some fucking legendary stories, man. I'm just like, you're talking Amsterdam. I heard you say like Albanian gangsters. I remember I did some research, dude, and the Albanians had like billions of pounds just growing normal business.
There's a town in Albania which is full on weed centric that they had like, and everybody's like, they got big guns, like big 50 cals to protect the town, and they're like running like it's like Weed Town and forever.
Well, how come there's no
Where in Albania?
Yeah, but Albania's you don't want to go to Weed Town. The guy had a rocket launcher.
Where in
This
Albania?
guy's been stoned
They had
since
a- they had a
third
guy
grade.
Who we got? I think if you go on YouTube and look up, shoots like it's like a normal guy goes there just to shoot a rocket launcher, and they just do it out of the guy's house.
If you vote for me,
and they just do it from like
all of your wildest dreams will
Was
come
there
true.
any Albanian strands that was like a big hit, or was it just a big
No,
Mexican?
it's kind of like okay, so like Albania supplies like Greece and a lot of Europe, also all Eastern Europe and stuff. So they became like they're like the Mexico of.
So it was like
of
a
Europe.
Mexican brick run for
Yeah,
overseas,
just like their style.
So could you find gold in it? Like, could you find?
Not-
like,
I mean, the thing is,
pink and purples and crazy shit that you don't find in all this other shit.
There was, but the problem was that they were doing like in Holland, they were just taking Dutch strains, just cranking those out. They weren't even like thinking about their own. They would just come there and grow power plant and but they grow 50,000 of them, and they don't give a shit. They harvest 6 weeks. You know what I mean? Everything about it was just bad. You know what I mean? It was just like. Ugh. And the other problem that they were doing over there, which was even worse than the PGRs, is that they were grinding up glass and fiberglass and all kinds of shit and putting it into the weed to add weight.
Oh my god!
Like the glass would be like boom, or they take like the inside of T5s, break them open and pour out the heavy.
Yeah, isn't that a little
metals.
scary though? There's
Super
a lot
sketchy.
of like manipulation and like I would call just like.
No, that was what bummed me out.
You know what
It
I
made me
mean?
move back to America. Was
Dude,
like,
in
I
New
was like-
York,
it's like nobody would ever do that in the States, and of course they will.
they're spraying radon plants in New York.
There you go.
I mean, but it's still happening, dude.
No, but in general, there'll be always somebody who's opportunistic like that and sees well, I'm never going to smoke this shit. And, and what happened in Holland was it was English guys who started the whole thing, right? And they had this product called bricks, and bricks in real agricultural terms is like a good thing, but they just hijacked the name and added weight. Basically, when you have high bricks is high sugars, right? So plants to get a certain level, and bugs don't even touch them, right? So like if there's a certain level of sugar in your plants, you know how when you have a healthy plant, nothing touches your healthy plant. The minute you have an unhealthy plant, they just they gravitate towards it, right? So they know what's up. So they're looking for the weakest, not the strongest.
I got a cut of this Snooki from a buddy of mine. I
Yeah.
thought it was because it was extremely terpy. The bugs just attacked it.
We got a cut of viral hops from a buddy of ours. That's what we really
We're
got.
not gonna name drop.
We didn't get a strand. We literally got
Yeah.
a cut of viral hops.
There you go. And then that's that. Friends don't do that to friends. That's for sure.
Dude, oh my god!
Did
We
it
didn't know
spread?
what we
Did it
had.
spread?
We had to, yeah,
Yeah.
from the scissors, apparently.
Yeah.
They say,
So
alcohol won't kill it.
No.
They say use bleach, but how the fuck you gonna bleach your scissors between every plant? I got a torch. I got a torch. Shh, let's torch my fucking blade real quick. Wipe it.
Dude, I lost moms that were
This
like
guy's been
amazing.
stoned
Shit
since
that I
third
made
grade.
that
Mm-hmm.
lost. I had no idea what was going on. I was like, what the hell is going on? I got all these dwarf leaves.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God.
Yeah,
dude.
that's the first sign right there. Smaller leaves, less yield, brittle plants, kind of gray tones. Doesn't look right. Then you start to notice, like, what the fuck is all this rusty looking shit? And then you're like, oh my God, it's actually billions of little bugs. And then you're like, wait a minute. And then once you see them, that's the thing, is like figuring out when you have things like that are just nightmare situations, because you can't sleep at night at that point. You're pretty much like, how the fuck can I protect my plants? You know what I mean? And it's a rough one, because actually the best thing for those is simple sulfur. Like completely just douse your plants in sulfur for days, like just over and over again, and they'll bounce through it. And at a certain point,
people with well water, sulfur like heavy in it, like you can smell it. There's like iron, calcium, and magnesium too. Like they're using ROs, but like
RO is a problem, because what happens with RO is it's so clean that you invite other pathogens. Oh shit! Yeah, we can't forget. Okay, so we have. Oh yeah,
we got to move. We realize we have to give away an Illuminar light.
Totally forgot about our
so
giveaway.
Tell us how everybody finds you guys.
Yeah, give us that.
Genetics, WorldTradeGenetics.com, or you can go on IG, World Trade Genetics on IG. Yeah, website probably be up tomorrow. We've been working on a bunch of stuff, helping everybody out, not paying attention to ourselves. Yeah,
just
so
like us.
we're back in swing this weekend.
Just like us, not paying attention.
Thank you so much, guys. Great stories. Yeah,
no, thanks, and we're gonna work on getting James in touch with you at some point. Maybe we'll get you actually represented. So that would be a way.
Yeah,
we have been known to do. We have been known to pull miracles out for you. Boom. Thanks, man. So yeah, we almost So we forgot everything. We forgot to do the read and be in the middle. There's a read. Where's our producer? Just lurking in the background.
What do you mean, dude? I'm right here. I'm here.
You were supposed to do. Didn't you see that thing from Liliana earlier? We had a job to do, bro.
Oh, Mark, man.
I did. I know.
We blame Mark.
In the description.
What, you're doing too many things?
Oh, Vinny was there, and you guys are all toasted on mushrooms.
How much did you eat? How much edibles?
Vinny, you ate. Vinny gave you mushrooms, right? Admit it, Mark. Get on camera. Let me see your face.
No.
Come on.
We need
it's
to
HR. HR wants to talk to you.
No, I'm not coming on camera anymore.
Mark did not do mushrooms.
Okay. Is Mark pissed at us for going so long?
No edibles. I didn't bring any chocolate.
All right. So Mark, let's.
Okay. So you have two studios. You have two studios set up. We're not getting anything out of either of them.
All right. Let's just pick the Illuminar winner. Mark, you got it there. We don't have access.
No, we have to show the video first.
Oh, show the video.
We have a video.
Aren't we gonna do like the rest of these stuff first?
Oh, you want to do our regular ads first to keep us on point? Good production.
Thank you for reminding us.
SeedsHereNow.com. We just did.
No, how about we start with the new Millennium Nutrients? Because that's
what is wrong with you?
I'm fucking sad.
My God, Dave.
You know what's
he hasn't had his quota.
Plenty.
Not enough.
Plenty is wrong
today.
with me.
He needed more pizza. Amore.
No, I tweaked my back. It fucking hurts. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I saw
you should have seen what he was doing.
Nothing.
Nothing. He was sitting down in a chair. He's like,
absolutely nothing. I don't know when it fucking happened. I think maybe eating a bag of potato chips or something like that. No, it was absolutely nothing. That's how it normally happens. NewMillenniumNutrients.com. They have Ruby Fulvic.
They're not here. They're not here.
Frost.
One thing I know is they're not here on this huge, giant.
We need to make that happen. Rosindogs.
So
needs to carry New Millennium when he gets to his bigger place.
We're gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
Because we have total.
There he is. He cleaned up.
Look at you. Put a new hoodie on and everything. Or not?
I don't know. Yeah, he did. He was wearing his Radio Shack shirt.
Was it cold? So blown out in the background. What's going on back there? You're like on a spaceship.
Dude, So first of all, I changed the studio around a little bit. I took out that little table you guys left at Howie's.
It's at Howie's.
Yeah, that's why, because it's not at Howie. It's not there anymore. Yeah,
so now I'm just gonna use the table and not look at you guys the whole time. So.
It's awesome.
Oh man, we go away for like a minute.
New Millennium Nutrients.
New Millennium.
Why does yours sound so bad?
That's you sound terrible.
You're like
he does,
sound
right?
Award goes to Mark.
Yeah,
because Vinny sounds better.
And Vinny took all this bandwidth.
No.
You sound fine, Vinny. Mark sounds bad.
He sounds bad on mine too. I've been telling them that. Yeah.
NewMillenniumNutrients.com. Enter Done Deal at checkout, or if you call them, ask for the Done Deal when you speak with their sales rep, and they'll give you a discount.
Talk to Cole.
Who's
Talk
next?
to Cole. Say, Cole, what's up?
What's next?
Correct.
What do you think's next?
I'm really high right now, man. I ate 100 milligrams so that my back wouldn't hurt.
Oh, look at you. It's the slippery slope.
And then everyone kept saying while I was sitting in the middle there when they were on mic that I should smoke more hash. So I did that.
Now look at you.
And I listened. Incredibles edibles, medically correct, Nove luxury chocolate, quick extracts, Clear Creek extracts. It's the host of brands by Rick and Bob from Medically Correct, their parent company. You can go to truepura.com and enter Done Deal at checkout, and you're going to get 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the United States. The Nove luxury chocolate is top notch. And seriously, that quick effect, it is. It's quicker, and you take less because you feel it faster.
Faster,
Yeah,
more,
you do.
better.
Mark Perez. Amazing. Excellent. Amazing Mark Perez.
Amazing Mark Perez? What's going on?
I'm trying to make him feel better because he feels all left out because he didn't get pizza.
Pizza. I want pizza. Now, let's hurry up and do this. What's going on?
Who's
True
next?
Pure?
True Pure. I did him.
Oh, okay. Green Farms Med.
I love Green Farms Med. Thank you, JW, for coming through in the clutch. That the tincture you make is fucking amazing.
Is that what you have right now? You have some of that with you?
I do have some.
There you go.
I
That's
should
the
have
cure.
some right now.
That's the cure.
Yes.
The
What
cure
am I
for-
thinking?
I know. You're not.
Fuck. I'm not going to get up. I
Can't get
I
up. It's
have
going to
it.
fall down. It's going to fall down on the show. It's going to be embarrassing.
Yeah. You know what, though? Shout out to our guest last week, Tyler. Come
on, dude.
Travis.
That was awesome. That was
No,
amazing.
it's Travis Tyler, right?
Epic.
It's Travis Tyler.
Epic.
That's his name. And he educated us on penis envy. And
Because Mark had such... Yeah, Mark had such penis envy before. He was like, he kind of knew the whole story.
Had a little some tonight.
He gave us
It was
some
really
really
nice.
Stoned since the 3rd grade.
Or since 420 today. I actually.
Hey, Vinny, did you listen to the podcast I told you to listen to?
Yes.
Did you do your homework?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just checking.
I got
I'm
it
just
all
checking.
lined up. Yep.
It's all about timing, bro.
It is timing.
Greenfarmsmed.com. You can place a pre-order. It's all organic. They carry a wide range of edibles from all the manufacturers in Colorado. If you ask for the Done Deal, they're really going to take care of you. The flour, see, he just puts it all in a jar, so I have no idea.
Not at the dispensary. No,
At the dispensary you're going to get it. But this is because he wants us.
He wants to try it. He gets all excited. He wants to give you. And then, wow, this one, and then that one, and this one, and that's that, and that's this, and this is that. Here it is all one jar, and then you have no idea.
No idea.
You take drugs,
But it's still
Danny?
always good. It's always good. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. How old is this guy?
Oh,
He's 6 months younger than me. There you go.
No, it's like 9 months.
9 months. I could have had him as a baby. It's official. It means it's official.
Onward to build soil.
Hey, you know what? Why not? Because guess who Green Farms got all of their inputs to make their 5-year-old living soil? Guess. Just guess.
Buildasoil.com.
Subtitle said Ford Ghost Farts. Nice. Shout out to the fucking terrible fucking subtitles. There's some good ones. There's some good ones for
There's
sure.
some
They
good
never
ones.
get me right.
They're awesome.
Yeah, well, what Ghost Farts? Ford Ghost Farts can't get much better than that.
No, the words they choose is awesome.
That's a fucking awesome one. But yes, buildasoil.com. I just looked at some videos from them. They were like they just flipped one of their tents over. So not flipped it over, but flipped the 12-hour cycle. So Dave, don't be concerned. He did not flip it over.
I'm heading over.
But no, so you're in that phase where you get to watch. It's the best part, right? Where it flips, you get to kind of go back every couple days, take a look, let him do all the work. But he's explaining it all really well, and as usual,
He's brilliant.
Putting out the knowledge. So if you want to go to buildasoil.com, check out their website, check out the products. Always
ask for the done deal.
Put done deal in on checkout, and also you can call too, and you can still use the done deal.
855-877 soil. And you know what? Shout out to Rosindogs. I listened to him speak to someone who came in who had some grow questions, and
he deselled everything.
He really broke everything down.
He literally deflected every possibility of a sale because it would have meant he had to get up. So he was like, you know what?
No,
don't use that.
He helped the guy
Forget
out
about it. Don't even buy anything from me. Just go home and do what you're doing. And that's what he said.
Right. Yes,
good.
exactly.
And he was correct, but it was just funny because it was like one of those absolutely not trying to upsell anybody.
No.
It was a
And shout out to Rosindogs for saving our Ozo Coffee sponsorship. OzoCoffee.com.
OzoCoffee.com.
You know, we were promised Ozo Coffee.
Do you drink coffee?
It was on the rider.
You do? Get your phone out and open up a web page.
Oh my God! Look at you commanding.
Come on, this is what we're gonna do.
Former guests.
Go to Ozo Coffee. OZO.
I'm about to
Coffee.
You tried it already? You tried it over?
Tried it?
You liked it?
See? So you got to buy some.
What? You're supposed to say it was the best coffee you've ever had in your life.
Coffee.
Thank you, Ozo Coffee.
OzoCoffee.com.
Saved my life.
Enter done deal at checkout. You're going to get 20% off your order. It is amazing coffee. I was listening to Rosindogs explain it to someone today. He feels it's because of the climate in Colorado that you get to roast a really dry bean that doesn't get oily, regardless of where it came from. And so they source them globally from local farmers. They ship it green to Boulder, Colorado, and they roast it on a 1959 roaster. It is fantastic. OzoCoffee.com. Enter done deal at checkout. 20% off. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Justin. That's it. Get yours now.
There you go. Yeah.
We have a new customer right here. So you know what? When you buy some, take a photo of it, tag us in it on Instagram. And that will help because we love these guys. Treasure. How do you say treasure in Spanish?
Pretty much like that. Treasure.
So when you go to Treasure in Barcelona, you just tell your cab driver, take me to Treasure Cannabis Club. They're going to want to charge you 30 euros to get in. But if you mention Adam Dunn and the done deal.
Yeah, I see that done deal. You will get taken care of. And once you get inside, you'll have access to cannabis and hash and great coffee. Not Ozo, though.
We can make that happen.
We're working
on
legal. Yeah. I don't know. They go through a lot of coffee, though.
Yeah. Yep. We Treasure, when you're in Barcelona.
Yes, micro. You don't have to. They will not immediately flower if they hit the bottom, but it starts the process. And the biggest, what I was saying earlier, had nothing. It wasn't about that. It was about people trying to put them in the field after they had them in little tiny, small starts, and then they pretty much fuck them because they get shocked when they go in the ground, and then they start to flower.
He gotcha, Adam.
And there you go. I know Micro's always. He's always the guy.
Thank you, Petey.
He's the detail. The detail guy.
Mark?
Details.
Apothecary Farms.
Why don't you show them all the apothecary you picked up today?
Yeah, you show me all the stuff we
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
You were just reaching for it, you motherfucker.
Yeah. What's that?
That looks like a 4
That's
grammer.
a lot. How come we got so much?
That's a 4 grammer.
Did you just dump it all into one?
Yeah, just dump it into one. What are you talking about? I get two.
Yeah, slide over. Get in the shot. Get in there. Tony Baloney, this is proof. He's really here. He's here. He's alive.
Dude, there's Tony Baloney.
Tony Baloney.
Tony Baloney.
Hello.
He's one for the word of
third grade.
gab.
He's been trying to talk over the show the whole time.
Actually, give him a keyboard right now, because if he can just type on there, he can interact with the chat gang right now.
He always does. Don't worry. He's not.
I know, but he's not typing.
Apothecary Farms is hooking us up with this awesome.
Thank you, Mark. What is that one? That looked sweet.
That was good.
Come back.
What's funny is this is the one that was the cheaper out of all three of the ones I just showed you.
Oh, we're cheap guys.
Wow.
That's it. You've proven it. You've proven the point. Well,
no, I actually bought some the other weekend, and
you bought some. What do you mean you bought some?
So Tony came 4 hours. He drove 4 hours.
You know,
just to be here, because this is an experience of a lifetime.
Before we got the sponsorship, I actually had my med card signed over to them for like a year already, so it didn't.
Well, aren't you special? Brent thanks you, and Apothecary thanks you, and they're doing amazing things in Oklahoma. They're opening up, 6 stores in Oklahoma. They have 3 stores in Colorado Springs, Pueblo, and Denver. If you ask for the done deal, Tony Baloney knows this. You get a gram of ambrosia and an infused joint for $25.
That's right.
That's a hell of a deal. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about the Q-tip thing.
We got 7 more sponsors.
You'll look back in time and see what the Q-tip thing is.
Onward, Papa Select.
Onward.
Papa Select. So wait, should I told Adam and Mark what happened. Just a whole bunch of mouse pads arrived, for us. And all I'm thinking is, there's no fucking way somebody sent me this has some weight here. Is this fucking hash? Oh my God, we're gonna have hash for like the next 6 months. And it was fucking mouse pads or dad pads, a motherfucker. Damn, but thank you, Papa Select. We would have a photo of the lounge, but Mark didn't want to stop, so we don't have that photo.
Yeah, we could have.
We could have.
It's the we could have had it photo that we never had, but we'll talk about it every week until we
burn it to death.
Until it's a burnt subject.
Papa Select's fire.
Kick it.
Fire hash. Their hash maker is really talented. You can find it all up and down Northern California, down to San Francisco, San Jose. I don't think it goes much further than that right now. Papa's and Barclays is available everywhere because it's their wellness CBD line.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Boris. Who's next, Mark?
Bring it.
Bring
it. Oh, this is all you.
No. Oh,
when we talk numb nuts, it's all you, bro.
Well, salty nuts.
Yes.
They sell them. They also sell peanut butter with CBD.
Spicy nuts.
They sell. Oh yeah, spicy nuts. I'm not a nut guy, man. I like the peanut butter.
Yeah.
I love the THC peanut butter.
I like the nut. I'm a nut guy.
I know you like nuts on your chin. We know that. It's okay.
Only when you're laying in bed, though. You're like laying there.
Yeah. You see, maybe he's coming up with some zingers, but if for some reason he's not sharing them with the rest of us, he's just making you laugh, which really doesn't work for the audience out there. So
is it not working for the audience?
No, it works for the audience.
Okay, there we go. There he is.
Yeah, it works.
The greatest nuts you're ever going to get. 100% natural, 100% vegan, 100% gluten-free, and 100% on Mark's chin. So go to numbnutsco.com, enter done deal at checkout, and you're going to get 20%, 10. So you're going to get a discount.
A whole bunch of
discounts. on I don't know what it is.
X amount of nuts.
It's a discount.
X amount of
and
nuts.
we're going to find a way to work out a discount on their THC peanut butter because that's
I think just getting it is a good part. Like it's so hard to get. Like
best new product.
Peanut butter drops, bro. That's how.
Fucking really good peanut butter.
They're driving and they're fucking. I'm going 3
It's
hours.
just peanut butter. Oh,
What's
just
THC
peanut butter. Oh, yes, it's really potent. 1,000 milligrams.
Yeah, dude.
Well, it's a tub. You're not going to eat the whole one. It's not one PB&J,
14 or bolder.
14 or bolder.
Schmear would be pretty rough, yeah. 1,000 for Schmear.
This
hash
guy
at that point.
So 14 or bolder has this guy's face on a can of weed.
Fucking guys.
Right? This fucking guy. They put this guy's face in a can of weed. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's their best-selling weed in the dispensary. You go to 14orbolder.com.
Charity. They think it's charity. They're like, oh, this guy's sick.
This
guy needs help.
Agita when you see the buds bouncing. No, you. When you see them bouncing. But go to 14orbolder.com, place your pre-order.
They start cutting them all up and dropping them. You're like,
it's like a big popcorn show, and you're like looking at it going, what the fuck is going on? But it's fire. That's Tropicana.
What's going on?
Tastes like grapefruit to me.
Whoa. Oh. We were just talking about the grapefruit.
What else did you want to talk about, DJC? Keep going, Mark.
Yeah, Dave.
Dave's not here.
Dave's right here, man. So they actually use apothecary extracts to process their ambrosia. They make their rosin in-house. They're making bubble hash. They make those C-cell darts, vapor pods. They actually use live resin and live rosin. And now they have something called live fresh press rosin, which is more of like a sappy syrup, which is fantastic. So you head over to 14orbolder.com. They're between 28th and 29th on Mapleton in Boulder.
Do it.
Fish Head Farms.
Oh shit!
Is there fish shit here? Rosin, where's the fish shit?
Open it up.
No,
cover up. Smell the dog farts.
Don't fucking open it up.
It'll
The dog.
kill the dog farts.
It'll cover up the dog farts.
That shit, man.
Yes. Oh, Vinny. Oh, Mark, you're out of a job, man. Vinny's so good on that sound effect.
Dude, we got to work together.
Of the Adam Dunn Show
that I have over here, like so. You guys.
Thank you, Vinny.
No, it's a team thing going, man.
Do you think I made him look at Mark? You guys should come around here. Tony Baloney knows this. That is an actual picture of our producer, Mark Perez. He has 12 pack. Okay. And a fishtail. Uh-oh, here he comes. Look, Mark, make it big so we can see it. That's him right there. That's him right there. That's not me right there. Don't look at that.
He wears a hood.
Don't look at that one.
He wears a hoodie because
it's a contest, man. He won a contest. Okay, he is confident in who he is. He doesn't mind taking his shirt off every Friday. What?
I don't mind wearing a diaper either.
He doesn't mind wearing a diaper either because that's the contest. So if you want to win a liter of fish shit, in fact, if it's a really good image, it'll be 5 liters. Whoa, you need to make, you know what? Who should be our target? Rosindogs. You saw him on camera. Make him a fish wearing a diaper, and we'll send you at least $100 worth of fish shit.
Oh yeah, look, he's ready to roll.
Okay, look at these guys. They're busting out Photoshop right now. I was serious. One of them just pulled out a computer and is downloading Photoshop. So Rosin, you're fucked, man. Here it comes.
Who's next? He's really hard to find a photo of, though. I've tried to get a photo of him. I had to go on
he was on camera with us.
I had to go on my own show and take a still off the show to make.
Your play.
You saw what we have to work with. You can win with basically a crayon or two, man.
Turf wipe.
What, the hippo?
He won't hate you. He loves you. He doesn't have a hate full bone in his body, man.
He's gonna love you. What? No.
Oh my gosh. Here, guys. Hey, geneticists.
What else are you gonna do?
This product right here.
Oh, this is
if your gear winds up being made into oil, or you smoke a bong, or you have dab, anything that's sticky, which is our entire industry, you need terpwipes.com.
Everywhere I go,
/ done deal.
Like a dab snail.
They'll give you a discount. You don't have to enter it. Terpwipes.com.
I got it on this wood thing already. It's already dabbed out.
Just take a pipe out that you were smoking, take it out. It's 4 times the size of a regular alcohol prep pad. It's like it needs to be in your stoner survival kit. Okay. If your stoner survival kit for the power went out for a weekend doesn't include terp wipes.
Once you figure out how much you needed them, you're like, oh my God, how did I not survive with these?
Terpwipes.com / done deal. Don't go to terpwipes.com and try to enter done deal in the promo code. It's not going to work. Tony Baloney knows this. He was buying them full price for a while till he realized terpwipes.com / done deal.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Mark Perez.
Do it.
You are just so exciting to work with.
Do it.
Are we going to give the light away now?
No, we have seats here now. Do we really give it?
What?
Seats here now.
Oh, seats here now first. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Seatsherenow.com. James Bean has been such a loyal supporter of this show, providing content and world trade genetics.
Oh, it's going to be the next guys.
They could be the next guys on there. Adam and I want the finder's fee. That's what we're saying, not Mark, because he was not here in New York with us, so he does not get any finder's fee.
I want one of those.
Mark, turn your mic off. Seedsherenow.com. Enter done deal at checkout.
Here, this is yours.
Enter done deal at checkout. You're going to get a discount off of all their seeds. He takes such good care of his breeders. He really, best customer service in the industry. He learned the hard way working with Adam. So he knows what a temperamental bunch of breeders people are. And he knows how to keep them happy. He knows how to keep customers happy.
It's important.
Yeah.
It's hard. You got a whole bunch of camps in there and everybody's like, when you get like too many of anybody in any industry together, it's a problem. So it doesn't matter what it is. Someone used to work with somebody who fucking stole the tech and blah, blah, blah.
It's Blue Dream. It's my Blue Dream. 9.
And when you bring genetics into the mix, it even gets more muddied. Yeah.
You know what I also realized too? Some of the stuff he has up there, like massive seeds. You don't like if you're talking to somebody about cannabis, you don't just open the conversation with, "Hey, I'm going to show you some massive seeds." That's just that. I mean, that's against the rules. You got to start a little, within reason, and then say, you know what it can eventually get to? This. And you look like this little fucking stick figure next to a fucking giant Godzilla. And that's really what it can become. And I'm waiting to see those plants
that's the
here in
part
New
is
York.
like, you can do that, or you can grow a 1.5 foot tall fucking 1 ounce plant, but there's so much variables in between. You know what I mean? Like in some of them, it's completely. If you get them from the right breeders, direct like you do from these guys, then it just saves you that much energy from trying to start from scratch. And everybody now, I think I love is that people now appreciate plants for what they are, not from the fact that they're clone only. And clone only just got dirtier and dirtier and probably caused more problems in the long run than anything, And now that everybody's kind of starting from seed and doing it right out of the gate, I think we're going to see just a lot more flavor profiles that are going to be, unknown at this moment, which is good because it's we get stuck in ruts. You know what I mean? There's times where it's like, fuck, everything's like the same. And then of course now
stuck in runs.
That's we're still stuck in that. That's another year. Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow.
You're professionals at all, dude. I just put some shades on.
Okay. All right. Let's give away a lamp. Illuminar has been amazing.
Seats are now done deal.
Check this out.
What?
I got a video.
Oh, yeah. We can start with the video first. Perfect.
I don't know why it's not playing.
Oh, don't make me answer that.
Here we go.
Here we go. I see it.
Sound.
I can't hear it. I see it. It doesn't have that.
I don't know why there's no sound.
You don't know why. IP66, 2 times longer life than T5.
2 times longer life.
5-year warranty.
Somebody
made by scientists.
Boost early growth.
Yes. Oh, this is for the new.
Yeah, but we're 30 seconds behind, so we're not saying it.
Shit,
we so suck. Mark's laughing at us with his fucking ski goggles on.
Oh, Mark,
jeez Christ.
You're supposed to read it, Mark.
Yes, you can see it live. We can't see it live. You didn't give us the third screen.
I was trying to figure out why the sound wasn't coming out because it should have.
Well, that's a typical Adam Dunn production.
Typical Adam Dunn. Let's pick him.
Hold on, I know what happened, dude.
Oh, you didn't push the button right.
You didn't push the thing in the jigger?
You need a terp wipe? Was your keyboard sticky?
All right, you guys ready? Here we go.
Aren't you worried about your stupid glasses thing? That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I think.
No. Take those off. You can't see anything.
You can't even see what you're doing.
This guy's been stoned since the 3rd grade.
Thank you, Vinny. I can't hear it again.
No hearing. We know here.
There we go. Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe it's on the computer.
That sounds terrible.
Yes. No, it's on there though. We're talking over it. We suck. 5-year warranty.
All right.
Hey, it's better than we did last month for the giveaway. That's for sure. We at least this time we're going to give it away to the right person.
Wait, par.
No, it's not beyond
It's
par.
not beyond par.
No, it's not.
Nope.
It cannot be beyond par.
Remember when Tony Baloney called us out on that?
No, it wasn't Tony Baloney. It was fucking
Micro.
Come on, it was our built-in.
I was trying to include Tony
compliance cop.
Baloney.
That was our compliance cop.
Our new compliance officer.
Yeah, officer. There you go.
I picked this person because they needed the light, and also they were in Central New York. We're kind of.
Can you have Vinny read it because your sound
Central
sucks?
New York, you said. We could go drop it off tomorrow.
We can hand it to
Get it
them.
over here, quick.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll hand deliver.
All right, are you guys ready?
All right. Yes.
We are calling Eric, and hopefully Eric knows the word of the month.
Word of the month.
If your name
Do
is
you
Eric,
know the word of the month?
do you? I don't even know the word of the month. What's going on? Do we know?
Yeah, it
You
got
better have.
emailed to us, but
It
I
got
didn't look
emailed,
at
but
it.
I can't pay attention.
Do you know what it is, Mark? You're responsible for saying yes, he has it, or no, he doesn't.
I know the word. I know the word.
Okay.
All right. Don't
Okay,
forget it. You
okay.
got 30 seconds.
Take your goggles off.
Are we talking with Eric here? Hello? Is this Eric? Yeah. Eric, you're on the Adam Dunn Show.
Hey, Eric.
Eric, turn your radio down.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a stoner reaction right there. Just
Eric, we have a
not-
question for you. Do you like Mark's ski goggles?
Mark ski goggles. No.
This is going to cost you. Yeah, good answer. Good
Right, you
answer.
made it through phase one. This
Phase
is like,
one.
of greatest reward. Okay,
Now,
so we're
phase two.
phase two. Word of the
Phase
month.
two. Word of the month. What is the word of the month? This is where you answer with what the word of the month is.
Tell us, Eric.
While you keyboard it.
Do you know what the word of the month is?
The word of the month. Oh, fuck, 18 watt. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Dude, you're
Did
so
you just
close.
curse on air? We might have to
So close.
disconnect this call. The FCC is on us already, and Mark's using copyrighted ski goggles.
Yeah, Mark. You're fucking
You know.
You got it.
Yeah. What is it? Because I don't know what it
I
is.
hate
this
your
month.
shit.
LED.
Nice.
Word of the month. You knew the word of the month.
LED.com.
Why did we pick him? Did he say, was it random?
Because he's
or did
here
he
in New York.
mention-
He's right here in New York, Central
Oh,
New
that's
York.
right. I wasn't listening to you, Mark.
Hey,
I'm
you
don't
sorry.
listen.
I was
Right.
listening. I forgot. I'm fucking high as a
Hey,
motherfucker.
shut up.
Sorry.
Nobody's listening to you
Nobody's
anymore.
listening.
Nobody cares.
Go ahead.
We all care about Eric.
Eric, tell us.
Eric. Where you at exactly? Or not exactly, but geo. I don't need your geotag. I just want to know. How far away from Fishkill are you?
I'm a little bit north of Utica, like closer to Canada, in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my God, we're not driving over
So
to
you can't come pick the light up
We're
tonight?
definitely not be able to drive up tonight. But no, we're gonna get you that sent out direct.
Yeah.
We get your info. Mark, you got everything? Did he do it
Yeah,
correct?
I'm gonna
What are you
send
wearing
all.
now? What are you wearing now?
Micro, did he answer correctly?
Some fucking. What is that?
I'm just
It says
waiting.
it's
for-
pushing beyond par.
No, it's not, Micro. Don't do that. We'll believe you because you know everything. So we can't say no. We'll be like, oh man. So you have a setup already going, Eric? Or is this the beginning of the whole thing?
I got a 5x5 and a 4x4 that I'm usually flowering in, and then I have a 3x3 that I'll always just have vegging, and then a closet here or there with a cheaper light. But that's why it's just really helpful to get one of these for the clones when I'm trying to squeeze the clones in with mothers, seedlings, and everything. Like, I want to save this mother, but I want to drop these seeds. I want to take extra clones to make sure they root. So just
We
really
got you covered. We got you covered in the clone department. So that's awesome. So we'll get that out to you. Just update us when you get it, and obviously tag our buddies over at Illuminar, so they know we completed the cycle here.
What seeds are you running?
A lot of different ones. I just got some from my buddy. I just dropped a lot of Jinx Proof different seeds I run. I got the 9-pound hammer, Pucker Punch, Safety Meeting. I got some from Second Generation Genetics, Motown Lockdown with JD Short, son of DJ Short. I also got my buddy did some crosses of Northern Lights with 1 and 2 that he's just been sending me a lot of seeds that I've just been dropping. Excited to play around with, see how those are.
Sounds like you got your hands full. That's awesome.
I'm excited to see what you're producing.
Micro's wondering if you can check out. You're on the chat. If you're on the chat, you can answer him. I won't even say the name because who knows? You're calling people out. Mike's trying to call you out. He's like,
don't do that.
Last
Mike.
names,
Come
addresses.
on.
He's already figured it out. He's like, wait a minute, is this Eric?
Oh no, that's from that 70s show, maybe.
My nickname was actually Watson back in the day as a kid. And so once I just started like loving weed all day, every day, I changed it to Weedison.
Got it. Well, thank you so much.
So yeah,
Weedison.
We're stoked to have you as another winner. Another winner.
Ding,
here.
ding, 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 ding,
Come on,
ding.
let's
Where's
go.
where's
Mark,
the
do
ding?
it.
Writing emails and stuff, dude.
Oh
Like,
my God, writing. There you go. It's official. It has to be official. It's not official. You
Come
can
on.
get a horn.
Do.
All right, my friend. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Tony Baloney in the house, everybody. Now say something.
The original winner on the Adam Dunn
What's
Show.
going on, guys?
How much did your life change when you won things, all the stuff on the Adam Dunn Show every week? Because nobody ever would answer nothing except you.
I won a light.
Yeah.
I won.
Just tell us how much it changed your life. Just say it changed my life 5,000%.
Oh yeah.
At
Used to
least.
have your hair wasn't gray beforehand.
My hair was totally brown, and
I do still use the light. It does veg well.
there you go.
I got to keep it far away from the plants, but it works great.
And that was the CMH that was back in the day, right?
Yeah.
I love CMH. I think they're one of my favorites to sort of just have around because they definitely plants respond really well. stay nice and tight. And
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
See,
to,
you're looking at your future, Eric, right here. This is it. Our first winner, our last winner.
There you go.
It's all like,
circle
so you're
is
gonna
complete.
look just like him by next year. What'd you win a year ago? So he totally was looking like a young,
5 years
vibrant
ago.
guy. No, I'm just kidding. 5 years. You got 5 years. You're lucky, Eric. You got 5 more years. Hang in there.
Listening to the show for 5 years.
Damn. I'm sorry to waste all that time, man. I'm sorry I wasted all that time.
CloneLED.com to check out the new 18-watt LEDs that we actually give away this month.
Do you get to wear those goggles the whole time when you turn them on? Is that what you do? What are you?
What's with the goggles?
What are you wearing now?
Dude, I don't know. Being
You're
awesome.
tripping balls. That's it. You don't want us to see your eyes because you ate a whole bunch of fucking mushrooms, and you know that we would want to know
No,
that.
I didn't eat mushrooms.
You didn't do that?
No, not yet.
You just ate Vinibles?
So
No,
I
I
also
didn't
got
bring
my
any.
delivery. I literally got my delivery of Illuminar lights the day I left, of course. So it's like, God, just when I've been waiting. But so yeah, they dropped the pallet. So shout out to Illuminar for making that happen. I will do a full breakdown of it when I get home and hang it up and do all the good stuff. I was like, I have no time. There's no way. I'm just like looking at this whole pile. Like,
It was an early flight to New York.
Hey, let me see if I can play that video for him. It's only 30 seconds. So let's see if we can get it.
Thank you,
What
Vinny.
video was shown?
I think it played though. I think on the YouTube it did record the sound.
You got it to play.
It
All right.
played.
All right.
Playing?
We're just testing, bro.
Oh,
the
he
end of
wants
the
your
show.
job so bad.
I don't want the
That's
answer.
loud.
It just sounded like doo doo on. It sounded like doo doo on my end.
He's gonna go. Let me try to fix Mark's fuck up.
This is a precision run show, as you guys can tell. We would never, do anything unprofessional. It would always be like the most professional, tight editing.
Wouldn't talk
This
over.
guy's
We've
been
never done.
stoned
We've
since
never done a
third
single.
grade.
We tried Mark to do editing once, and it was like the biggest failure.
We lose the chat when that happens.
Nobody wants to be here. No, nobody wants to watch us.
We don't want to
type.
lose the chat.
I watched
What
it.
you want us to do is shout out to all the people that made this happen this time.
Yeah.
So shout out to
Rosindogs. Shout out
Hippo
to
Hydro,
Hydro,
fucking
to
Hydro.
Tony Baloney, to World Trade Genetics, to Wing
Wang,
Wang,
Bonsai Woodworks,
Tom's Tumbler,
Tom himself.
Tom, let's talk, buddy.
Hey, Tom, yos.
Yeah. I'm just saying we're being courted by, some people with scissors.
Bro,
and
making this
stuff.
happen, getting us all around.
Fuck yeah, the bro.
Bro,
Thank
of
you.
course. Shout out to my buddy Jerome for popping in. I blast from the past. It's like, it's always funny when people know you're here and you just like, they're like, I'm driving X amount of hours or whatever. It's like,
He drove 14 hours.
no, he drove 4. You don't have to be
Why
embellished.
can't you
Why
just
have to
make it
embellish
so-
everything?
Because 14 sounds really cool.
It's gonna
man.
be
He like
8.
left yesterday.
It's gonna be 8, and it might even be 14 by the time he actually gets home, because he'll be like,
He's not driving home tonight, is
no,
he? Right?
but when he
No.
does, he'll be like really high. And probably
Oh,
wrong.
Mark,
Pull
Vinny
that
wants your
Dumb and
job.
Dumber, and he'll be like, man, I don't know, it sort of looks like Kentucky where I'm at right now. I'll be like, no, you are in Kentucky. You went the wrong way, man. You should have went.
Listen, we're
north.
trying to be professional. We don't need 2 producers trying to compete for one job.
Oh my god, look at this. This is like watching my kid do TikTok or something. What's going on? No.
He's playing with filters. Vinny,
Oh,
Vinny, you're
it's a
not
filter
helping.
war. It's a filter war
You're
on the
not
Adam
helping.
Dunn show.
There you go. And now Mark's an alien.
Wow.
We knew that already,
It
Mark.
actually looks pretty good with the Area 420. I'd give Mark.
I was going
Mark
alien
wins.
earlier.
That's a good
Mark
one. Yeah.
wins.
Mark wins.
Vinny just looks creepy.
Mark for the win.
Vinny looks
Turn
creepy.
off Vinny's camera, Mark.
But
It's
shout
not
out
on
to
the show.
MTI and Vinny for
Thanks,
keeping
guys.
us entertained. I don't know
Yeah.
about-
There we go.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
who wore it better? This is the who wore it better part. Now, do your hand thing now, Vinny. Make sure you do your hands.
This guy's been stoned since
There
the
you go.
third
Oh.
grade.
Yes,
Ooh,
that is
Vinny
true
might
of
have won.
Adam.
Vinny may have won there when he
With the
did
sound effect.
hand and the sound effect at the same time. This
What
is
else
like
could he
America's
do?
Got Talent, but totally the opposite. it's like
Americans without
Americans with zero talent. Yeah, live on the Adam
Well, they're
Dunn show.
making us laugh. That's some talent.
It is. It's hilarious.
Oh,
is that? I can't say that even though.
no.
I would have said it like that.
No.
Shout out to
Mike Rowe for letting us know
Everything we do wrong.
after week of what we do wrong.
Yes.
It's appreciated, buddy. It's okay. We try.
And who fake Mr. Nice? Who's that?
Who did we forget?
Oh my God. Huh? Who did we forget?
I don't know. Shout out to Focusrite for this little red thing right here for making it, 2 mics.
Yeah.
Many mics.
And
shout out to Rosindogs again. Hey, listen, we're not giving away. So there's going to be some type of raffle, but go visit hippohydro.com. There'll be some information on there. It's a Tom's tumbler, a 1600. Is a retail value of $500. He'll be walking in 20 seconds when he hears it on delay, and he can come in and support Rosindogs. He's moving to a new location. Unfortunately, you won't be able to buy some soil and get a hand job from the fine people next door.
You could still come back here, I'm sure.
It's not the same parking spot.
Oh,
you
would lose the parking spot.
You lose. You have to actually drive to a different location.
Damn.
But and listen, we have these high class stickers right here.
What?
So we're gonna be selling them soon.
No one else sells stickers. What are you talking
We're
about?
gonna be giving them away.
Come on.
Mark and Vinny with their aliens. Thank you guys.
Shout out to my beautiful wife Cece and little Nick. Last day of school to the weekend.
Oh, the weekend.
Oh my God, he's got the weekend fever.
All right.
Shout out to Area 420. We'll be back soon. I don't know about next week because that might be tight, but we're gonna definitely get back there sooner than later. We missed a whole month there, isn't that crazy? Missed the whole month. Missed the whole month. Shout out to Illuminati Lighting, banging out another fucking light for us. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And I think we almost got it right, but we didn't do the read right. We did everything wrong. So we have a whole list of things. Lilian wants us to work. Man. She's like got demands.
Well, no, she knows, she understands professional marketing of what it is.
Like
and we
us.
just read from the heart. So it's tough to get us to read from a script.
Yeah.
So we'll figure it out.
If you go to cloneled.com, you'll be able to check out the new Illuminar LED clone 18 watt.
There we go. So much more professional than we could have ever
sounds
done
like
it.
we thought about it.
And the perfect alien little overlay is a great touch.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Love it.
It's marketing, bro.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Vinny.
Got it, guys.
You guys are great.
And
yeah, Vinny's gonna do great at this job. You guys are gonna love him.
This
guy's been stoned since the third grade.
Damn, way to bring it down. Fuck. Everyone was laughing and happy. Tony Baloney's here.
Yeah, we're sad. Thanks for your self-pity, Mark.
There you go.
Come on.
I had to leave with a guilt trip. That's what I do.
Of course, you're on one constantly.
Wow, leaving us with a guilt trip. That's a great way to end the show. That's a great.
And I didn't get my New York pizza. I mean.
Nope. And yet I'm not bringing some home for you. And if anyone is looking for a job as a podcast producer, send an email to donedeal@adamdunshow.com.
Oh, wow.
Attention, former Mark Perez.
Yeah. Vinny's already there. Vinny's like,
He's like, wait a second.
This is a two-man job, man. This is a two-man job.
Oh, look at you trying to show loyalty, Vinny. We love you.
This guy's been stoned since the third grade.
Okay, you've used that one like
shout out
way
to
too-
Katie, of
I gotta
course.
figure it out.
Thank you, Katie.
Dealing with us. And yeah, let's see what else you got. Who else you got?
I'm
You
toast,
don't know.
man.
You're toast. Coast to coast like buttered toast.
Toast to coast,
All
butter
right.
toast.
We will see you guys next week.
Diamonds and sausage.
We have no idea where the fuck we'll be, but we'll tell you when we're there.
Maybe 420.
I won't be here next week, though. It's whatever you guys want
What?
to do.
Oh, guild trip. Let's go someplace fun then, Adam.
Okay,
Let's go to Hawaii.
Where would you like to go, Mark? Because that's where we're going next week while you're not around. Wherever that is.
Where do you want to go, Mike? Where are you going?
Waters Park?
Idaho.
Water slide.
Idaho.
Idaho. Don't even start pretending you want to go to Idaho. No.
Make sure you're gonna go to the crappy places.
I see where you're going.
Yeah, we've got you figured out. Thanks, Vinny, for the blurry shot below.
It's sort of weird. But
Peace.
We'll
Look, we're gonna leave with Central Infinite Curve Dope Show. That's a good way to end with that. Dope Show.
Yeah, Dope Show.
Stop before we get a bad comment from Micro. You guys, this is not. Oh, there it is. You're all right, Howard. Fake Marks. Is that the guy who?
Thank you, the bro.
Not fake, Mr. Nice. Just love him. Oh,
Sour
man.
diesel.
Okay.
Sour diesel.
Shout out. Peace.
Peace.
Do a dab. Do a dab. Let's do a
Do a dab.
Let's do a dab.
All right. Well, here goes the intro. See you guys later.
Outro.
It's an intro. It's an outro.
No, it's an
Yeah, whatever.
outro.
And you know, everybody, we get dinged every single week for the show,
Yeah,
for this
here it
for this
comes.
song. So, love the song. I cannot make money ever on the show because of the song. They've taken away all my money.
What money? Uncut Bush keeps sending us $2.50 and
I know.
$10.
Shout out to Uncut Bush. He got his.
Yeah.
He got his thing.
Oh wait,
from
we just
Chad
pissed
Dongle.
Ros. We weren't supposed to mention him tonight because Rosindogs wanted to be the-
Rosindogs show's over, bro. The show's
In the house of
fuck Rosindogs.
Whoa!
We're out.
Shot across the bow. Oh.
We're done here.
All right. Good night.
Adam done. It's done. Peace out.
Practically every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio in the United States is a communication to the children. Wow.
And we're done.
Holy fuck.
You want to know the real thing? One of the
We're not going to go from 420 to 17. We're going from 420 to 5. We started at 6:20 this time. Sorry, 6:30.